welcome out to Vermilion High School, home of, oh, it's not Vermilion High School. Wow. What a blunder to start the day here, Jared. We have Vermilion and Midview to tip off the DiFranco here at Midview. It's like this thing moves around or something in my head. Oh, my goodness gracious. Can we just start that from the jump? No, we won't.
I think you're going to be just fine. I think this is like, a wedding day of sorts where you need something to not go quite right once it starts because it's going to be a long day, just like the nuptials.
Oh, my goodness gracious. We are not at Vermilion. Rather, we are at Midview High School, home of the Middies. Vermilion in the house, though, for part of Game 1 of 6 here this afternoon on WEOL.com. I guess technically still here in the morning, 11:25 as we speak. First game being tipped off here at 11:30 as the Lady Middies of Midview host the Lady Sailors of Vermilion in our one and only girls game here at the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic here on the DiFranco court. Rock Onushi, Jared Kozar here with you, Gary Pelter to my right. And yeah, rocky start here on the broadcast, but it'll be a rocky afternoon, I think, for some of these teams as they really get locked into the start of non-conference competition to kind of kickstart this 2025-2026 winter Lorain County High School basketball season. And Jared, always exciting, right? Always awesome to be here at the DiFranco. We're here just about every year now at this point, right? This is how we sort of tip off our basketball coverage for the new season. And we get a lot of basketball, and we get a lot of, new faces with these teams, but some familiar ones as well. All in all, it's always a good time here at the DiFranco.
First and foremost, yes, we've been on hand since the inception of the DiFranco, and it started out as an event years ago to benefit the late Bob DiFranco, Troy's father, and the contributions he made to coaching area-wide throughout his illustrious career. And that was about 25 years ago that started. And, when you really take a step back and look at that, we lose Troy far too soon 5 years ago, and it's sort of become the combined classic event to honor both those great men and really the DiFranco family. And when you think about Thanksgiving, you think about the day before Thanksgiving, a lot of people have turkey, football, and family on their mind, maybe in that order. To me, you get the family here first today.
There you go.
And that's what it's about.
Absolutely. So 6 games, as I told you. First, it'll be Midview and Vermilion on the girls' side here at 11:30. 1 o'clock, and again, these are all tentatively scheduled. We know how things go when you try to cram 6 games into one day at one location. At 1 o'clock, the boys take over Amherst and North Olmsted in a rematch from last year. Another one from last year's DiFranco at 2:30. Lorain and North Ridgeville. Keystone and Olmsted Falls will do battle at 4 o'clock. At 5:30, a good one, Elyria in Toledo Whitmer. And then at 7 o'clock to round things out tonight, it will be the Midview boys taking on Bay. So certainly looking forward to all the games here this afternoon. Again, starting this morning here with a girls game between Midview and Vermilion as they get set for the national anthem here. And talk to the crowd a little bit about the history of this tournament, and certainly is historic, no question about that, Jared. As you kind of alluded to, at one point it was more of a tournament style, but now more of a Memorial Classic. And here is the anthem. We will be right back here on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing, and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
All right, and there is the national anthem here at Midview, not Vermilion. I still cannot believe that's how I jump-started the broadcast here this morning, Jared, saying we were at Vermilion High School. My goodness, at least I had one of the teams correct, right, within that opening, but Oh, boy, at the DiFranco of all things, yeah, not the mistake you want to make. But again, we're here at Midview. Rocco Nucci, Jared Kozar here with you. Gary Pelter to our right. We'll have a plethora of other WEOL talent making their way in and out of Midview this afternoon. Tim Alcorn will have a couple of games this afternoon for you guys. Rob Polinsky as well. Ron Yance has the one right after me. And Dave Rydell will come on in relief for Gary Pelter at one point or another. So let's look at these two sides. First, for the visiting Vermilion Sailors, led by head coach Doug Mahalik. They're 1-1 on the season, coming off an 8-15 campaign last year. Vermilion's 2 games, they opened the season with a loss Saturday at home against Fairview. 43-40 was the final score there. A game in which Coach Mahalik told me his girls shot 1 of 18 from the free throw line. So that is certainly a self-inflicted wound that is hard to overcome more often than not when you miss 17 free throws. And that was the fate for Vermilion. They lose the opener to Fairview. But they follow that up with a win earlier this week. They went to Brookside the other day and knocked off the Cardinals 51-21. So again, Vermilion 1-1 here on the new season. For Midview, led by head coach Brittany McNamara, it's their season opener. 7-15 last year were the Lady Middies, and Coach McNamara hoping for better results this time around. She played a lot of underclassmen last season. Those girls have grown and matured into much more productive and efficient varsity basketball players, and so Coach McNamara gets to see kind of the fruits of that labor maybe start to pay off here this morning in this one against Vermilion. Looking at the starting 5 first for Vermilion, it looks like this. Jaslyn Rail, the sophomore, wears number 11. Emma Gebhardt, a junior, wears number 12. Abby Gowrie, a senior, wearing number 22. Jocelyn Alvarado, their leading scorers so far, a senior wearing number 23. And Morgan Frank, a sophomore, wears number 24. For the home middies of Midview, Leah DiFranco, a senior, wearing number 2. Hunter Crum, a senior, wearing number 4. Layla Morgan, a sophomore, she wears number 5. And rounding out the starting 5, Riley Fry, a senior, number 10, and Audrey Gerber, a junior, at number 22. Lots of lineage here. Obviously, that last name, DiFranco, synonymous with Midview athletics over the years. But Hunter Crum, as well as Harley Crum off the bench. Jared, those are the younger sisters of former Midview quarterback and current CFL quarterback Dustin Crum. So certainly, again, a lot of athletic lineage within these rosters.
Royalty along Route 82 here at Midview High School this afternoon. See, okay, I did it now too. Now it's in the afternoon.
You'll be here in the evening, so there you go. Vermilion wins the tip, and we are underway here at the DiFranco, the 25th running of it here in 2025, starting our basketball coverage here on WEOL. Vermilion starting this afternoon or morning with the basketball. Morgan Frank handles up top, being hounded on the perimeter by Layla Morgan. Frank dribbles to the corner, kicks it back up top, swings it left side now into the hands of Jazz Rail. Now they look inside. Scoop layup is up and in. A nice move inside there as the Sailors strike first here this morning. That's Emma Gebhardt. 2 points for the Sailor Junior. So here comes Leah DiFranco, a really nice year last year for the then junior, now senior. Nice pass inside, doesn't go up with it, instead kicks it out. Audrey Gerber lines up the 3, a touch too strong off back iron. A rebound corralled by Vermilion. The Sailors in those black uniforms with the purple trim, lettering and numbering, Midview in their home whites. Pass inside is somehow handled by Vermilion. That's Frank with the basketball. Now she kicks it out to Gebhardt, who runs right into Leah DiFranco. An offensive foul going the other way as Emma Gebhardt picks up her first personal, team first. So again, DiFranco, Crum, Morgan, Fry, Gerber, the 5 for Midview. Rail, Gebhardt, Gowrie, Alvarado, and Frank, the 5 for Vermilion. Both coaches telling me pregame they go about 7 deep in their rotation, maybe 8 if they feel the need, but it's a short bench here for both sides. Steal here for Vermilion, looking to run the other way. Pass up ahead, handled by Jazz Rail. Now she swings it around to Frank. Frank, cross-court pass to Abby Gowrie. Gowrie looking to take her girl baseline, now swings it back up top. Free ball is lined up and on the way, no good. Alvarado missed that one. Rebound Gebhardt inside, she's been active early. Gebhardt nowhere to go there, instead kicks it back up top to Jazz Rail, and she'll reset the offense. She works off a screen from Gebhardt. Rail spinning inside, gets cut off by the defender, flips it up anyway, and she's headed to the line for 2 after she missed that little bunny inside. So a nice move by Jazz Rail as she worked against Hunter Crum, and so it'll be Jazz to the line for 2. Jaslyn, her full first name, but Coach Mahalik telling me everybody just calls her Jazz, so I'll follow suit. Jazz Rail, the sophomore, 7 points per game here. Has a pair coming here at the line. First one is up and good. So 3-0 Vermilion. 6:24 left to play in this first quarter. Rail eyes the second free throw, leaves it short, no good. A rebound corralled by Midview defensively. It was Layla Morgan who came down with it. Morgan calling her own number, looking to push it up the near sideline. Kicks it back out now to Hunter Crum. Crum weaving her way inside. Floater missed everything, no good. Rebound fought for, out of bounds. Last touched by Vermilion, so Midview will get it underneath their own basket.
You mentioned calling your own number there, Rocco. I think that's the theme of the afternoon for these Lady Middies. They're going to have the green light on a lot of these shot opportunities, trying to get some consistency with younger players.
Little mid-range here is up, no good. Off back iron. It was Morgan who missed it. Offensive rebound, and stick back is there, though, for Hunter Crum. So Midview gets on the board, courtesy of a Hunter Crum offensive rebound and stick back. 3-2 Sailors still lead. Inside, Gebhardt, that's too easy. They left her all alone. Poor transition defense after a make there for Midview, and Gebhardt with 4 quick ones early. 5-2 the Vermilion lead. No clock on your screen. We'll work on that as the basketball season rolls along, so I'll try to get you time and score as frequently as possible. The score we do have there on the screen for you, no problem with that, but we'll work on getting that clock on screen for you again at some point here this season. So Midview will inbound after the deflection. It is Hunter Crum looking for somebody, finally finds somebody. That's Riley Fry. First time she's really touched the basketball here, and Fry had it poked away. Alvarado got a piece of it, and she was the last to touch it, so it'll stay with the girls in white.
Our officials working this afternoon's contest are Steve Iwanek, a South Amherstonian, along with Ray Anthony, and also Gary Lilly doing the dirty work today.
No geographical knowledge on the other two there? Come on. Slacking here to start this new season. Official connoisseur, Jared Kozar, always making sure we get the guys in stripes their due respect, as that'll be a foul here on Midview. 2 more free throws coming for Vermilion, as that was Audrey Gerber driving right to the lane, as Layla Morgan will pick up her first. It is the second team foul against Midview, as her and Hunter Crum each have one.
Lady Sailors really in attack mode to start out these first 3 minutes of this contest. They look pretty impressive. Probably want to get some of that taste out of the mouth against the Fairview loss earlier.
First free throw from Gowrie is no good. Again, yeah, if you missed it, Vermilion opened their season with a loss at home Saturday against Fairview, a game in which they shot 1 of 18 from the free throw line. It spoiled what was a 20-point effort from Jocelyn Alvarado. So Sailors looking to avenge that. They did get a win over Brookside the other day, but still, we want to get that Saturday taste out of their mouth. Splitting the pair there was Gowrie, so it's 6-2 Vermilion. Shot attempt the other way for Midview, no good. Loose ball, fought for, corralled by Midview as the Middies keep it here on offense. Gerber weaving through traffic, finds DiFranco, a nice cut, and a nice righty finish there for Leah DiFranco. It's 6-4, Midview within 2. Here comes Jocelyn Alvarado, the lead scorer for Vermilion. Really a dynamic scorer, can make it happen at all 3 levels. She can shoot the 3, she can hit the mid-range, and she can really attack the basket here as well. Gowrie now on the drive, right of the lane, flips it up with the right hand, no good. Rebound Morgan Frank, she gets tied up, and what do we got? A jump ball, possession arrow will give it back to the Middies.
Vermilion kind of going with that 3-headed monster out there with the form of Alvarado, Gowrie, and Gebhardt, able to do a lot for Doug Mahog's ball club. Interesting to see them getting up and down the floor the way they have so far early on in this contest, just about halfway through the first quarter. Amelia
Volney, the first substitute for either side here, the senior for Midview. She replaces Hunter Crum. Now she has it here on the baseline. Volney, nice corner pass. They work it around now into the hands of Riley Fry. Fry looking inside, nothing doing. Now she throws it. It's a lazy pass intercepted here by Morgan Frank. Outlet pass up ahead to Alvarado. Maybe led her too far. Alvarado saves it though and swings it back up to Frank. Frank looking to drive baseline. Got cut off there by Fry. Good defense there by number 10 in white. And so she was the last to touch it. It'll stay with Vermilion. Sub here for Vermilion. They're first as Emma Gebhardt will exit. And on for the first time is Sophia Schaefer, the junior. Alvarado gets it into Frank. A nice cut on the inbound. She missed it, thought there was some contact. No foul call. Here comes Leah DiFranco racing the other way. Cross-court pass inside, missing that layup. But following it is Layla Morgan for 2. She cleaned up Audrey Gerber's miss, did Layla Morgan. Stuck it back herself. And we are all tied at 6 as Vermilion wants a timeout to talk things over. It'll be a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here with 4:07 left to play in this first quarter. We are tied at 6 between Midview and Vermilion. Again, welcome back, or welcome in if you're just joining us here at the DiFranco 25th Annual DiFranco Memorial Classic here at Midview High School. 6 games for you here on WEOL.com and on that Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel. We have the first one here for you right here, right now, as it's our lone girls game of the day, Midview and Vermilion. And later on the schedule, coming up at 1 o'clock. As I got to try to pull the schedule up in front of me. I got to be quicker about that.
1 o'clock's going to be the Amherst boys taking on North Olmsted. Ron Younsel,
thank you.
Join us for that ball game. And we're going to credit that timeout there. Midview actually took that one.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Jared. Appreciate it. So, yeah, Amherst and North Olmsted at 1. Lorain and North Ridgeville boys at 2:30. Keystone and Olmsted Falls, I should say, boys are at 4. Elyria and Whitmer at 5:30. And then at 7 o'clock, it is Midview and Bay. Pass here, out of bounds. Vermilion turns it over, give it right back to Midview. As the Middies have started to tighten things up a little bit defensively here these last couple of possessions.
Like that call from Coach McNamara Cole saying, hey, we get a bucket, we're going to get a stop with the timeout, and they force that turnover. See what they can do here offensively.
DiFranco works off a screen, taking it herself. A lot of contact, flips it up at the rim. No call. She missed the shot. Loose ball, saved by Frank. She threw it off a midi, so that'll be Vermilion basketball. Boy, Leah DiFranco, I thought she took a little bit of contact there on that righty layup attempt. Threw it up at the rim, kind of expecting that foul call. Didn't get it. And Frank, though, making a nice play for Vermilion to throw it off a midi and get her team possession. So 6-6 our score, 3.5 left to play here in this first quarter. Alvarado working one-on-one against Leah DiFranco. DiFranco cuts her off. Alvarado still on the attack, though. Alvarado gets by her, flips it up, no good. Rebound, Frank fighting for it. DiFranco fighting for it. Jump ball, possession arrow gives it to Vermilion. It's been an interesting career for Brittany McNamara Cole, head coach for Midview. A lot of success early, heading to that state title game, just her second year at the helm here, with the likes of Mary Mang and Olivia DiFranco really headlining that team. But as we know with high school sports, and college sports for that matter, kids graduate. And so it's been a struggle in recent years with newer, younger talent here for Midview, but she has the girls playing well. DiFranco tried to take that charge attempt from Frank, no good. Offensive rebound corralled by Jazz Rail. The stick back is good, and Vermilion back on top by 2, 8-6. Rail with 3 first quarter points here. Emma Gebhardt has 4. She leads all scorers. As DiFranco tries to force a pass, it was tipped. She got it back, though. Now flips it up and in. Nice heads-up play there by Leah DiFranco. A nice veteran move there, too, as well. Not to panic after her first pass was tipped. She just stuck with it, got it back, and weaseled her way inside and scored. So 8-8. Deadlocked once again as Jocelyn Alvarado sets up this Vermilion offense. Coach Doug Mahalik barking out instructions from that far sideline. Alvarado looking to force it inside to Frank. It's not there, though. Instead skips it far side to Gowrie. Gowrie charging left of the lane. Baseline pass to Frank. Her mid-range jumper no good. Gowrie's follow, though, rolls around and in. So Abby Gowrie with 3 points. She's been very active here early, though, in this first quarter. No question about that. And Vermilion back on top by 2, 10-8. Good ball game here to start this 20-25 DiFranco. Leah handling up top here for Midview. As Jazz Rail comes out to greet her, now fires it over to her teammate. That is Amelia Volney, the senior, although it's her first year playing here at Midview. Working inside, but traveling was Layla Morgan. Tried to pivot around on that right foot, dragged it though. And the officials all over it, they call the travel. A pair of subs here for Midview as Riley Fry returns to action, as does sophomore Jacinta Miller.
Ray Anthony, I think he's a South Amherst guy as well.
Go.
So you talked about the geographics earlier. Maybe I let you down. I think I got 2 out of 3.
There you go. We'll certainly we'll play those percentages, my friend. No question. Emma Gebhardt handles up top, met by Jacinta Miller, being hounded as Gebhardt nearly loses it. Miller all over. A lot of contact there, and finally the officials do call it as Jacinta Miller, little too handsy there with Emma Gebhardt. She picks up her first personal. It'll be the 3rd team foul against Midview here in this first half. And so Vermilion will inbound it here on their side of the floor. It will be Jazz Rail to trigger it with $1:48 left to play here in the first. She gets it into Alvarado. Alvarado working one-on-one against Hunter Crum. Alvarado, nice step move inside. Missed it, though. Came up short on the runner. A rebound, an easy one here for Midview. Hunter Crum has it. As she looks to get it to a guard here, finds Leah DiFranco. Now Leah DiFranco racing up the floor, being hounded by a sailor. Still working inside, shovels it off to Jacinta Miller. Miller, the baseline drive. She was looking to pass, I think, and got fouled on her way up. Emma Gebhardt can't believe it. She thought that Miller traveled, but Gebhardt gets called with the foul prior to the travel, and so that'll be her 2nd personal. And so she will exit, and Morgan Frank returns quickly. Short break there for Frank. Miller, though, looking to pass it, though, as she was fouled. Was not a shot attempt, so Midview will have to inbound here underneath their own hoop. Crum gets it into Leah DiFranco. Right back to Crum in the corner. 3-ball up, no good. Off back iron, a rebound, Morgan Franca. She skied over those middies for a defensive board. 1:20 left to play here in this first quarter. Up ahead to Alvarado in the corner. Alvarado looking to make something happen. Drive, center of the lane, kicks it out. Corner pocket 3-ball is up from Rail. She airmailed it short, or long rather, no good. And now Leah DiFranco has it. Flying up this near sideline, goes behind the back. DiFranco inside with it, kicks it to the corner. Drive here for Midview, up top to Miller. Miller tries a little 10-foot bunny, missed it off back iron. Rebound last touched by Midview. It'll go right back to Vermilion. So
under a minute to play here in the first quarter, and Leah DiFranco looking to kind of assert what the Lady Middies want to do offensively. As you can see, huge game in this contest last year for Leah, well over 20 points. I think she might have been close to 30 for her effort last year, looking to pick up right where she left off.
Yeah, started her season on a very strong note, looking to do the same here now as a senior. She's the last DiFranco girl that will play in this tournament, as we were told pregame here by our fellow media members. And now we get a foul here on Jacinta Miller, and that'll be 2 quick ones on her. So I think maybe the game plan when Jacinta Miller comes into the game is, hey, be aggressive, don't worry about racking up the fouls. But she picks up 2, I think, a little quicker than Coach McNamara Cole would have liked, and so she'll sit, and Layla Morgan will re-enter. Alvarado inbound pass to Morgan. Frank sails over her head into the backcourt. Frank has to race down to retrieve it. Frank now with a full head of steam. Shovel pass inside to Alvarado. It was a good look, but Jocelyn couldn't finish it. Frank the board, kicks it out for 3. It's up, no good. That one bangs off the iron, no good. A rebound, saved by Crum, but then she turns it over. A skip inside here for Vermilion. That one's no good. Rail missed it. Rebound finally secured by Midview. It was Gerber who came away with it. Down to 15 seconds left to play here in this first quarter. DiFranco up ahead to Fry. Fry the shot fake, drives baseline, swings it up top. Crum, 3-ball cash. Hunter Crum, the first trifecta for either side here this morning, gives Midview their first lead of the game, 11-10. Alvarado, righty scoop shot, missed it at the buzzer, and that is how we'll end the first quarter of action. A good one here to kickstart this 2025 DiFranco Memorial Classic. Our score after 1, Midview 11, Vermilion 10. We'll be right back with second quarter action after this.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
Back here at Midview, home of the Middies, where it is the Lady Middies leading Vermilion 11-10 after 1 quarter of play. Hunter Crum, a big 3-ball to end that first quarter, giving Midview a lead. She has 5 points to lead all scorers right now. Leah DiFranco has 4, Layla Morgan with 2. And on the other side of the coin for the Sailors, Emma Gebhardt has 4. A nice strong first quarter for her, although she did pick up 2 fouls. So that'll be interesting to see how Coach Mahalik handles that situation moving forward here in this first half. Jazz Rail has 3, as does Abby Gowrie. No points for Jocelyn Alvarado. She's their leading scorer, so certainly she'll be looking to change that tune as we move along here this morning into the early afternoon. Leah DiFranco taking her girl off the bounce. That's too easy. Leah DiFranco, a little flip shot inside was good as she just took Jazz Rail off the bounce. Said, you can't guard me. She scores 2 more for Midview. And Middies have their largest lead here of the morning, 13-10. Alvarado now orchestrating this Vermilion offense. Works off a screen. Now a dribble handoff into the hands of Jazz Rail. They work it back around. Maggie Falkner, the freshman into the game for the very first time. Missing that baseline shot, though, was Abby Gowrie, and the rebound secured by Midview. Here comes Leah DiFranco. Goes behind the back again here against Rail. DiFranco inside. Flips it up at the rim. No, but was fouled. And so Leah DiFranco has 2 free throws coming here. And picking up that foul was Jazz Rail. That'll be her first. So Leah DiFranco to the line for 2. She's got 6 points already. Coach McNamara telling me before the game that Leah really more of a true point guard, but with some of the offensive struggles that this Midview team has at times as Leah makes that first free throw, she kind of has to call her own number, has to get more into that scoring guard mode rather than a point guard mode, which can be tough for selfless players like Leah as she splits the pair there. But the offensive rebound secured by Crum, and the step back is good. Boy, can't happen there if you're Vermilion. Cannot give up the offensive rebound on the free throw. So a 3-point play there for Midview, and they extend their lead out to 6. It's 16-10.
Hunter Crum playing with a lot more confidence than what she was earlier in this ball game to start. You know, made 3 at the end of the first quarter and just sort of made her more aggressive out there.
You see the emotion kind of coming off of her after each play now. Certainly got more invested into this one. First game nerves, I think, maybe play a factor here for Midview as well. Again, Vermilion's played twice already. Midview's just had a bunch of scrimmages to this point. Go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say routine's a little bit different now, too, on a holiday week. That also is a factor.
Certainly. Alvarado fouled here on the jump shot attempt, says the top official there. So Leah DiFranco picks up her first, and Jocelyn Alvarado. Let's see if this gets her going, Jared. Alvarado still scoreless, but heading to the line here for 2 free throws.
Vermilion's been stuck on 10 for probably about 2.5 minutes of real time in the game.
Alvarado, first free throw is good. Again, Alvarado had a monster game against Fairview in Saturday's loss. Looking to pick up her offensive output here this morning as she connects on both those free throws. So Alvarado with 2 points now. Vermilion finally gets off of 10. It's now 16-12. Midview still up by 4. DiFranco met by Jazz Rail. This has been a real fun offensive and defensive matchup here. Nice find inside to Layla Morgan for 2. And you see the point guard prowess there of Leah DiFranco right there. Knew she could take her girl off the bounce. Didn't force it when the help came over. Dropped it off to Morgan for an easy deuce. And now a steal here for Midview. As again, they have really turned up the defense here in this first half. DiFranco surveying the lane. Works inside. Lost it, but found it again. Kicks it out to Gowrie. Long 2, no good. Rebound last touched by Vermilion, so it'll stay with Midview. Audrey Gerber struggling here to find the bottom of the net, still scoreless. Certainly not shy about putting those jump shots up. Nice cut inside by Morgan. Left it short, though, on the rim. Rebound secured by Morgan Frank. Alvarado up ahead of the pack. Skips it forward now into the hands of Faulkner. And Faulkner got fouled, and she'll be headed to the line for 2, as I think that's Audrey Gerber who picked that up. I was looking down at my score sheet there to figure out who that was driving. It was Maggie Faulkner, the freshman, and Gerber it is on the foul, so the junior picks up her first personal, and Maggie Faulkner, the freshman, headed to the line here for 2. First free throw from the freshman is perfect.
Looking for a positive, you're Doug Mahalik and the Lady Sailors right now. You're 5 of 7 from the line, so quite the improvement from last Saturday.
Yeah, I have a feeling that was a heavy point of emphasis after a 1 of 18 free throw shooting performance against the Fairview Warriors, as Faulkner splits the pair there, missing the second. 18-13 our score. Midview leads by 5. Riley Fry also scoreless here to start this ball game. Looks to drive baseline, gets cut off, picks up her dribble, and then throws it away, as that was Abby Gowrie who stepped in the way, and she takes the foul as well, as I believe Fry picked up the loose ball foul there. No, check that. That was Layla Morgan picking it up, and that'll be her second. So decision here for Coach McNamara. Looks like she'll leave her out there, though. As a sub here for Vermilion, Sophia Schaefer checks into the ball game. She'll replace Jazz Rail. Schaefer, a junior. Again, both teams go about 7 or 8 deep in their rotation. Both head coaches were telling me. We'll see how that continues as the season moves on. As Gowrie surveys the floor here and then throws it away. Good steal there by Riley Fry. So a couple of turnovers here for both sides here in this second quarter. As Leah DiFranco had it poked free by Vermilion. It was Schaefer, the newly entered junior, who poked it free, but DiFranco kept control of it. Finds Hunter Crum, who laces another 3. Hunter Crum, a pair of triples here in this first half. Midview leads by 8, 21-13. Got to get a hand up now. I think if you're Vermilion on Hunter Crum, just can't live with her taking those 3 balls. Faulkner with it. The freshman getting hounded by Layla Morgan. Now finds Jocelyn Alvarado, who's met by Leah DiFranco. Alvarado finds Morgan Frank. 18-footer on the baseline is good. Good-looking shot there by Morgan Frank. Her first points of the morning. Hard to believe with how active she's been. And she gets 2 there for Vermilion, but Hunter Crum the other way scores 2 more. Nice cut inside. Midview doing a good job of cutting off of the basketball, and the guards doing a nice job of hitting them in stride. Pass here on the baseline, sails over the head of her teammate as Abby Gowrie threw that pass looking for Sophia Schaefer, but it went into the stands instead, so another turnover for Vermilion. Midview starting to establish some control here in the second quarter. They lead at 23-15 with 4:25 left to play in this first half.
Really, over the last 6 minutes, the Lady Middies got to feel pretty good about their effort on both ends of the floor, and Hunter Crum has sprung to life here in this second quarter.
Yeah, physically, it feels like they're starting to take control a little bit, something that Coach McNamara told me really worked to their advantage in some of their scrimmages, Jared, that they were a little hesitant to do things sometimes until they ratcheted up their physicality. That got them more invested into these ball games or into those scrimmages. And it's helped get them more into this ball game here this morning as a jump ball, I believe, was the call there. Possession arrow gives it to Vermilion. So the Sailors play some defense well there in their own right. And so they'll get the basketball back. No, they call an offensive foul?
I thought it was a jump ball. I thought there was
they
all
said.
ball and a block shot was what I
think the PA had something wrong there.
Well,
no, they do say so.
It's a foul.
14 for, that's Amelia Volney, they'll say picks up her first. And now the other way, a foul goes against Riley Fry, sending Morgan Frank to the line for a pair. So Volney, I guess, does pick up the offensive foul call, her first personal. And Riley Fry picks up her first as well, sending Morgan Frank here to the line for 2.
Yeah, Vermilion now is put Midview in that penalty situation, the remaining 3:55. So we'll see how that plays out.
Frank missing that first one off back iron. As Jazz Rail, a short-lived break for her. She returns and replaces Abby Gowry. So Morgan Frank, another free throw coming here. Her team trails by 8 with 3:55 left to play here in this first half at the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Classic. Frank misses both there. Both off back iron. Rebound secured here by Midview. So the Middies a chance to push this lead out to double digits for the first time today as Leah DiFranco carving through traffic in the lane, throws it up, no good. Rebound secured by Vermilion and then nearly thrown away, but secured by Faulkner. Outlet pass up ahead to Alvarado. Alvarado charging inside and she's fouled and headed to the line for 2. As picking up that foul was, she's got the ponytail in the way of the number. There it is, number 13. That is Harley Crum. So Harley Crum, the other younger sister of Dustin Crum, younger than Hunter. Harley a sophomore, Hunter a senior. Harley Crum picks up her first personal, and Jocelyn Alvarado heads to the line for 2. Coach McNamara, I don't think in love with that foul call against Harley. I think she thought her defender was straight up and did not initiate that contact. Rather, Alvarado did, but to no avail as Alvarado heads to the line here. She has one more coming after making that first one. She's got 3 points here to start, make it 4, all at the line. So Alvarado still without a field goal, but she does have 4 points at the charity stripe. And the deficit for Vermilion back down to 6. It's 23-17 with just under 3.5 left to play here in this first half. Hunter Crum, quick trigger for 3, nearly banked it in. Rebound to Jazz Rail. Outlet pass up ahead to Alvarado. She's got girls in black running with her. Alvarado high off glass, missed it. Frank's putback is good. So Morgan Frank really doing a great job on the offensive and defensive glass here to start this ball game, Jared. She's got 4 points now, and Vermilion's deficit back down to 4 as DiFranco charging left of the lane gets fouled, and she's got 2 free throws coming. As Jazz Rail picks up that foul, it'll be her second. So Rail, just as quickly as she re-enters the ball game, picks up that second foul call. I think Coach Mahalik will trust her here for these final 3 minutes and change, but she certainly has to be careful. Go ahead.
Have to when you're talking about thin rotations like this right now, following the missed free throw there. But, when you were mentioning, Rocco, about Morgan for Vermilion, when they need energy, it seems like she's been the one to deliver so far.
Yep.
4 points doesn't seem like a lot. In a game like this, I think that it is. And she's been just a headache in terms of matchup.
Missing both free throws there was DiFranco. Frank tried to get the rebound and save it. She threw it right to a midi. That was Audrey Gerber who subbed into the ball game during those free throws. And she got fouled, and she's going to the line here for 2. And let's see who that's on. I think they said it's on Maggie Faulkner. Okay, the freshman, so she'll pick up her first personal. Gerber and Jacinta Miller were the subs for both of the Crum sisters. And Gerber to the free throw line here for 2. First one in and out, no good. 23-19, Vermilion did a good job here this quarter so far, sort of weathering that Midview storm. Can they finish out this half on a high note, though? Second free throw good there for Gerber, her first point of the late morning. 11:59 I see on my phone here, so about to head to the afternoon here. As Alvarado works up top here into the hands now of Morgan Frank, looking for somebody there on a backdoor cut. It was Sophia Schaefer, but she threw it away, and it goes back to Midview.
As I always say, once you get to noon, you've only got 9 more hours left here.
There you go. That's You and Pelt have been doing this for too long. That's my prognosis here on this first half.
Nobody would disagree with you.
I don't think so. Maybe some folks here at Midview, maybe Dan May, athletic director. Been like, man, you guys, I feel like I got enough of you guys during football season. No, Dan's always tremendous when we come here. Certainly appreciate his hospitality throughout the football season, now for hoops as well. Always look forward to tipping things off here at the DiFranco. Fry up ahead to Amelia Volney. Inside now to DiFranco, shovels it over to Gerber. Gerber inside, layup no, she was fouled. And I think Gerber has 2 free throws coming here. Let's see if that was on the shot. No, they'll say not. And they said that was on Jazz Rail. So Jazz picks up her 3rd. She'll have to sit. And we get a new sub here for Vermilion. Oh boy, I do not have a 22 here on my Vermilion roster. That's not great. As that one inside there for Midview, no good. A rebound secured there. Yes, I do. That's Abby Gowrie. I'm sorry. Abby Gowrie back into the ball game here for Vermilion. I was overthinking that. She's in my starters. As that pass tipped away by Jacinta Miller. It'll stay with Vermilion. So Abby Gowrie. Well, it's first game for a lot of us here, Jared, I think, today here at Midview. As Alvarado gets it on the inbound. 2:20 left to play here in this first half. Midview leads Vermilion 24-19.
No Little Lifter Blues.
Yeah, there you go. Alvarado works off a screen from Frank. Fry switches out onto her. As Alvarado backs it back out. Now into the hands of the freshman Maggie Faulkner. Faulkner looking inside to Frank. Left or righty layup is up and in. Nice interior pass and a nice finish there by Morgan Frank. Give her 6 points now all in this quarter. And Vermilion makes this a one-possession game. It's 24-21. Leah DiFranco looking for the roll girl. That was Volney. Volney couldn't save it from going out of bounds. Instead, it goes to Vermilion. Right idea. It was a good screen and a good use of that screen by DiFranco. Pass just wasn't quite on point to the rolling Volney. And she'll exit along with Jacinta Miller as both Crum girls return to the floor here. That's Harley Crum as well, or Hunter Crum and Layla Morgan. Hunter Crum, Layla Morgan into the ball game. Alvarado, one-on-one here with Leah DiFranco, spinning inside. Alvarado stops, steps through, missed it with the right. A rebound secured by Audrey Gerber from Midview. Gerber nearly threw it away. Morgan Frank wreaking some havoc there in the backcourt. Can't steal it, though. Now Riley Fry has it with numbers in transition. Vermilion gets back, though. They find Gerber inside. Does Midview, shovels it off to Layla Morgan. She goes high off the glass for 2. Layla Morgan up to 6 points now in the ball game as Midview's lead is back out to 5. Outlet pass up ahead to Sophia Schaefer, and she gets fouled by Gerber. No, she travels. I'm sorry. That was a travel going against Sophia Schaefer. I thought they were going to hit Gerber with a foul call. Instead, Schaefer travels, and the turnover gives it back to Midview.
Regardless, Vermilion will not have the ball in terms of what that is. But, you think to yourself, that bump looked like I thought there'd be a foul called along with that, too, Rocco.
They've let some contact go here in the early stages of this event, no question about that, but gotta keep games moving, right? As Hunter Crum lines up another 3, she's got it. Oh, Hunter Crum 3 trifectas here in this first half, lighting it up from the outside. As Midview back up by 8, 29-21. They look inside for Frank, and that's too easy. Morgan Frank now cooking a little bit here in this second quarter. She's up to 8 points all in this second frame. And Vermilion cuts that deficit back down to 6. 35 seconds left to play here in this first half. DiFranco finds Fry there on the left wing. Wants a screen from Hunter Crum. She gets it, now fires it up to Layla Morgan. She's going to step into a healthy 3-ball. Missed it off left iron. No good. Rebound Gerber. That's Abby Gowrie. Gowrie racing up the near sideline. Gowrie inside. Barrels into the defender. It's a block. And are they going to give her the bucket? No. They're going to say it's on the floor as Audrey Gerber took the worst of it. She went sprawling to the floor as that was 22-on-22 crime right there. Gowrie right into Gerber. And in the bonus now is Vermilion. They called that on the floor, but 5th team foul here for Midview sends Gowrie to the line for a pair as Gerber picks up her second. First free throw from Gowrie is good. So Gowrie, her first points of this second quarter. She's up to 4 now in the ball game. 29-24 our score with 21 seconds left to play in this first half. One more here for the senior. Abby misses that one off back iron. Rebound, an easy one for Layla Morgan. 29-24, 16 seconds left to play here in this first half. DiFranco met by Sophia Schaefer. Fires it over to Audrey Gerber. Gerber barreling left of the lane, fires it up, no good. She traveled before the foul call, and a turnover gives it back to Vermilion. I don't know about that. I thought that was a clean 1-2. I think Coach McNamara thinks the same thing over there on the sideline. As Gerber, a couple of tough calls going against her here at the end of this second quarter.
Vermilion still with a full complement of 5 timeouts. You wonder if maybe they'll think about taking the 20 here to use this final 9.2 to the best of their abilities. Not gonna try to outthink Doug Mahalik here.
Right. Yeah, neither side really utilizing those timeouts. I wonder if that's one of those unspoken things here between coaches at the DiFranco where it's like, hey, you know, we got 6 games, trying to get those in. We'll keep the pace moving, so to speak, right? But
I got 9.2. I'm down 5. I think I might think about it.
Okay, Coach, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to disagree. Emma Gebhardt into the game here, by the way, for Vermilion. She's had to sit for a long time as she picked up 2 quick fouls. As Jocelyn Alvarado gets the inbound, crosses half court with 5. We're down to 4. 3 on the clock now. Down to 2. Down to 1. Frank has to put it up. She does. No foul. And that'll bring us to the end of this first half. So an exciting game so far. No question about that. A physical game. And one that I think Coach Mahalik and Coach McNamara are going to want some potential officiating answers on here in this second half. But we've played one half so far here at the DiFranco, and our score here in game number 1 on the girls' side, it's Midview leading Vermilion 29-24 as we head to halftime. We'll be right back here on WEOL.com and on that Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Happy fall and happy football season. Professional football became a fall favorite when it was introduced in 1920. That's 19 years after Ohio Mutual Insurance Group began keeping the promises that secured dreams. Stop in and see us at the Cobos Insurance Center to learn more about Ohio Mutual. Cobos can help you select the right coverage for your needs. Find us online at cobosins.com. If you want to protect your auto, home, farm, or business, you want Ohio Mutual on your team.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County has a story every day. Make sure you don't miss it. From breaking news and high school sports to schools, business, and community events, the Chronicle has it all. Stay connected to your neighbors and your home team with coverage that matters most to you. Don't just hear about Lorain County, know Lorain County. Subscribe today at chroniclet.com/subscribe and get the news that keeps you in the know. The Chronicle Telegram, Lorain County's largest newspaper.
Back here at Midview High School for the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic. Rocco Nucci, Jared Kozar, Gary Pelter all here with you. We'll have some more of our gang of idiots here from WEOL joining us as the afternoon rolls along. Well, one of those, I think all of those would take something with what I just said. But Tim Alcorn will be in the house here later on this afternoon. Ron Yass will follow me for our 1 o'clock game here this afternoon. And then later on tonight, it'll be Rob Polinsky bringing us all home here at the DiFranco, as here at halftime for game number 1, Midview, excuse me, leading Vermilion on the girls' side, 29-24, our score here at the break. Again, remember, 5 more games coming up after this one right here on WEOL.com and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel at 1 o'clock, tentatively scheduled, of course. You know how scheduling can go when you try to cram 6 games into one day at one venue. Amherst and North Olmsted, the scheduled 1 o'clock game. At 2:30, it'll be Lorain in North Ridgeville. Keystone and Olmsted Falls follow that at 4. At 5:30, it'll be Elyria taking on Toledo Whitmer. And then the nightcap at 7 o'clock to finish us off here today at Midview. It'll be the boy middies taking on the Rockets of Bay. So, again, we're through half a game so far, 5.5 more games still to go here today at Midview. And just always a really fun time here at the DiFranco Memorial Classic, kind of tipping off our winter basketball coverage here on WEOL. But again, our score here at the break, Midview leading Vermilion 29-24. You see the camera shot there from Pelt on your screen, 5.5 here left in halftime. We'll look at the stats here. First for Midview, Leah DiFranco has 7. Hunter Crum, though, I think the story of that first half, Jared, she knocked down 3 balls, and she's got 15 points. Layla Morgan has 6, and Audrey Gerber has 1. No bench scoring there for Midview in that first half of play. For Vermilion, Morgan Frank leads the way for the Lady Sailors. She has 8, scoring all of those in that second quarter. Jocelyn Alvarado has 4, all at the free throw line. So Alvarado, surprisingly, still without a field goal in this ball game. Abby Gowrie has 4. Emma Gebhardt has 4. Jazz Rail has 3. And there is 1 point off the bench for Vermilion so far through one half of play. That's freshman Maggie Faulkner. She has 1 free throw. So, again, 29-24 our score. Jared, man, you've been busy as can be over there, running the production elements, running the laptop, the commercials, and you got some team stats for us as well. What do you got, my friend?
Well, it's my favorite movie character, well, maybe not of all time, but one of them all.
It's high praise.
We would, like to call him Fredo Corleone. I'm smart. I can handle things. Hopefully that's the case.
I think that's Tommy Evans' favorite
that's it.
movie character of all time.
Tommy might have coined that one.
If I had a dime for every time he called you Fredo, I'd
he might have coined that one.
Might not be
smart,
here today.
I can handle things.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. He likes that one, and it's pretty affectionate.
Fitting.
So
It's
I like,
fitting.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. So, here at the break, Vermilion shooting 8 of 26 from the field in that first half of play, 31% on the afternoon so far, morning-afternoon combination. 8 of 14 from the charity stripe, so 57%. No matter what happens, Doug Mahalik has to say that's an improvement from where we were at roughly a week ago. 15 rebounds, 6 turnovers in the first 16 minutes of play. Some of these numbers sound eerily similar. You might think that's the case in a 29-24 ball game, and I'll tell you why in a second. For the Lady Middies of Midview, 12 of 26 from the field, 46%, pretty scorching, I think, in front of the home crowd here to get things started. That's a nice clip right there. 3 of 7 at the line. 16 rebounds for the Lady Middies to go along with that mirror image. 6 turnovers through the first half of play. The big difference, Vermilion did not connect on the 3 ball. They were 0 of 3 from downtown. Midview, on the other hand, 50% from distance, 3 of 6. Hunter Crum, a big difference maker, really, to close out the first quarter, and then kept the momentum going in the second quarter as well. And she's having herself a nice ball game here this afternoon, and a difference in the contest, making those 3 balls. And when you see you're up 5, that can help and turn the tide in your favor.
Jared, one thing that, and for listeners who don't know, I help coach varsity girls basketball over in Independence. So I've been around girls basketball in my time here, as well as with some time coaching. And I don't want to say this is universal across girls basketball, Jared, but I think, and let me know if you disagree, but generally speaking, it's the perimeter shooting where you see more inconsistencies as opposed to the boys' game, right? I just don't think, again, just kind of generally speaking, I don't think you see as consistent perimeter shooting in the girls' game as you do with the boys' game, or at least not as heavy of an emphasis on that. So, in matchups like today, when you have 2 really even sides, they're both getting physical, they're both getting after it, they're both making it tough inside, it can kind of come down to who can knock down just a couple of threes, right? You don't have to just launch, and make that your entire offense, right? But I think, if you can get a couple of those deep ones to fall, now you start to stretch the defense out a little bit. It just gives the defense a little something extra to have to worry about. And again, with the girls' game, you just don't always see that same level of sharpshooting. But I guess don't tell Hunter Crum that, as she knocked down 3 of those in that first half. And really, that's been the difference here in a 5-point ball game.
Well, and I think I would agree with you largely in that comment. And it has to do with, if you have a premier player that somebody, this is what they do. They can score and hit you from all angles. Their range really starts when they walk right into the gymnasium. Maybe then you start to think and rely on that player being somebody that's going to hit it for you. Other than that, you're pretty correct on that, Rocco, that I think that unless the game plan goes out the window and you have to hoist threes to try to shoot yourself back into a contest, there are some inconsistencies, especially, in the first 3 or 4 games of the season, which is, where we're at right now. Yeah. So that's a good observation, and maybe Vermilion finds themselves a little bit here in the second half, or simply says that's just not our game. That's not what we're going to do. It's not how we're constructed. So we're going to have to come in here with a blue-collar attitude in the second half. And really, again, they played well in that first half. We're very active.
Well, we got 16 minutes to see where it goes, my friend, as we're about set here for second half action. Why don't we take one quick timeout, and when we return, we will get you started with the third quarter here at Midview. Again, the Lady Middies leading Vermilion 29-24. We're back with the third quarter after this.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Back here at Midview. Did you like that Lawrence Funderburk reference there during the break, Jared?
Boy, and if
not every day I pull that out of the cards. Huh?
Hey, how about the 6-0 Buckeyes to start the regular season? They're doing well. I know that you're not playing necessarily premier competition.
Yep.
Escaped with that 1-point victory over Notre Dame a week ago Sunday, but we'll see what goes on. But hey, you can only play who's on your schedule, and right now, Diebler and the boys are 6-0.
At Pitt on Friday.
Correct. That's going to be a big one.
I'll actually be in the house, believe it or not, for that one on Friday.
Told me you might be making the journey.
So, yeah, I'm unmoved with Ohio State basketball until January because that's usually when the wheels completely fall off of the cart there. But 6-0, man, that's better than 0-6. I will absolutely take it. Absolutely. So here we go, start of the third quarter. Let's see if Jocelyn Alvarado can get going. That is one thing I meant to mention during halftime, is Leah DiFranco has made this a really tough game for Jocelyn Alvarado. She does have 4 points, but again, all from the free throw line. So we'll see if she can get it going a little bit more here in this third quarter. Emma Gebhardt inside. She had to sit for a long time in that first half, and she'll turn it over there, 3 seconds in the key. And I know she's a little stunned by the call, but yeah, I mean, you hang out in there, and a little hesitant on making a decision. If you finally kick it out, they'll still hit you with the 3 seconds, and that's what happens there. So Midview right back to work here offensively. They lead it 29-24 here at the start of this third quarter. Riley Fry with it up top, works off a screen from Layla Morgan, but threw it right into the hands of Morgan Frank. Frank looking to race the other way, no real numbers, and fires a pass over the head of Jazz Rail. It goes out of bounds, turnover gives it back to Midview. I think that's one where Coach Mahalik would like to see his girls just slow it down, work for a good shot as much as you like to get out in transition to try to get those easy ones. It doesn't help if you end up turning the basketball over, and that's what happens right there. So Midview gets it back with a 5-point lead still. DiFranco looks inside to Layla Morgan, looking for Crum on the backdoor cut. It was guarded well, though, as Morgan hangs on to it. Emma Gebhardt one-on-one with her. Morgan spinning inside, flips it up with the right hand, missed it. Rebound, fought for underneath, and we got a tie-up here between Alvarado and Gerber. Jump ball has the possession arrow sticking with Midview. So same starting fives here for both sides. DiFranco, Crum, Morgan, Fry, Gerber for Midview. Rail, Gebhardt, Gowrie, Alvarado, Frank, the 5 for the Sailors. Hunter Crum, another 3-ball, missed it short in that far corner. Rebound secured by Abby Gowrie. Gowrie flying up the floor, cut off by Riley Fry. Now shovels it over to Alvarado in the corner. Alvarado, nice step-through move inside. Missed it, though, off the rim. No good. A rebound last touched by Layla Morgan of Midview. It'll stay with Vermilion. Tell you what, Alvarado, she is working hard and then some to just try to create something herself. It's a nice series of moves inside. It's good footwork that she's showing as well, but everything but the finish, basically.
Frustration's going to show up at some point because you're right. She's doing almost everything right.
Frank inside to Gowrie. Little turnaround. Jay is good. Nice move there by Abby Gowrie. Faked over one shoulder, turned around over the other, and put it through. 29-26. Midview's lead down to 3. Right back up to 5, though, as Leah DiFranco soars inside for 2. Leah DiFranco really doing a nice job with that interior penetration right now. And another turnover for Vermilion. Alvarado and Gebhardt just not on the same page. And that one trickles out of bounds. Give it back to the girls in white.
3 quick ones here for the Lady Sailors, just 2 minutes in, not even into this third quarter. They had 6 for the entire first half, so a relatively clean played first game by both teams.
You don't want to let them stack. As DiFranco cruising inside over the taller Frank, and she kissed it off the glass for 2. So Leah DiFranco calling her own number here to start this third quarter. She's got 4 quick ones here in the third. She's up to 11 in the game. And Midview's lead is back up to 7, but right back down to 5 as Abby Gowrie continues to work hard. She's got 2 more. She's up to 8 points. And the Midview lead down to 5. Leah DiFranco working one-on-one here with Morgan Frank. Crosses over to her left. DiFranco step through inside, fouled, shot no good. But Leah DiFranco has 2 free throws coming here. And I'll tell you what, Jerry, there's just nobody that can stay in front of Leah DiFranco one-on-one defensively right now as Gowrie picks up the foul. It'll be her first.
And you kind of had the impression in that first half that Leah was going to be able to create shots for herself. But right now, to start the third quarter of play here, just 2.5 minutes in, she's really penetrating. A lot of those have been shots in the lane, and they've looked good.
So she's up to 12 points now as that first free throw is good. She's got 5 here in the third. 34-28 our score. 5.5 left to play here in this third quarter. Game 1 of this 2025 DiFranco. And speaking of, Leah DiFranco, good on both free throws there. 35-28 our score. And Leah DiFranco, she'll be the last female DiFranco to play in this classic, as Emma Gebhardt working inside. Some funky footwork there, ends with a missed layup. Rebound secured by Midview. So Vermilion just not really in a good groove or rhythm right now here to start this third quarter. A little shaky coming out of that halftime locker room. Let's see if they can start digging in a little bit here defensively and try to turn that into some offense. Loose ball inside, fought forward. DiFranco and Frank get tied up for it, and it'll be a jump ball. Possession arrow gives it to Vermilion. Sometimes it is that simple, Jared, in basketball, and you know it. You've watched it long enough now, right? It's, the offensive struggles. Some good defense can really help alleviate some of that by, getting out in transition. You get the numbers. You get a couple of easy ones inside. Now everything starts to become a little easier and opens up a bit more. It's hard when you're constantly in the half court trying to work against a good defensive team like Midview is.
Right, now down 7, Vermilion. That's probably the biggest deficit they've faced.
Gebhardt, a nice finish inside, though. Alvarado did well to find her. Gebhardt just flipped it up over her head and kissed it off the back of the iron for 2, and a quick timeout there by Doug Mahalik. I think he wants to maybe set up some defense here after the made basket, and I believe it is a full timeout. So we'll take a quick breather here ourselves with 4:53 left to play in this third quarter. Midview leads Vermilion 35-30 here on WEOL.com and on that Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
Here of the 2025 DiFranco sees the Midview girls leading Vermilion 35-30. Again, our other games today at 1 o'clock, Amherst and North Olmsted on the boys' side. These are all boys' games the rest of the day, by the way. At 2:30, it's Lorain and North Ridgeville. Keystone and Olmsted Falls take over at 4. Elyria dukes it out with Toledo Whitmer at 5:30. And the boy Midview Middies will round us out here tonight at 7 o'clock as they get set to take on Bay. So Midview, after the Vermilion timeout, back to work offensively. They lead it 35-30 with 4:47 left to play in this third quarter. Gerber, you won't get a better look than that on the baseline. She airmailed it, though, right into the hands of Leah DiFranco, because why not? And Leah has 2 more on the putback. She's got 8 points here in this third quarter, 15 on the game, and her team up by 7. Alvarado maybe looking for Gebhardt inside. They look away from her, though. Gerber with it, right back to Alvarado, now inside to Gebhardt. A bit of an errant pass. Gebhardt tries to save it, she does, but right into the hands of Audrey Gerber for Midview. Gerber now nearly has it poked away by Jazz Rail, now finds Riley Frey, who kicks it to DiFranco. DiFranco charging right of the lane, had that one poked away. Loose ball, girls are on the deck fighting for it, jump ball. Possession arrow gives it to Midview. You see Coach McNamara very animated there with Hunter Crum trying to bark out some defensive instructions, as the game plan for Vermilion's been clear these last couple of trips down the floor offensively for them. Get it to Emma Gebhardt inside. Riley Fry has to get it in here, finally does to Leah DiFranco, who tracks it down in the backcourt. Alvarado comes out to greet her. DiFranco to Fry in the corner. Fry may have gotten away with a travel there, shuffled the shoes after she caught it, but no call. Right back to DiFranco up top. Awaits a screen from Hunter Crum. She uses it. DiFranco, cross-court pass to Gerber on the baseline. A long two, missed that one right. And the rebound, not secured by Vermilion. Instead, it's Hunter Crum. Crum charging the lane, missed it too strong with the right hand, and then commits a foul about 80 feet from the hoop. Not something you want to do if you're Hunter Crum, as Coach McNamara will certainly let her know about it. And so Crum picks up her second personal. First team foul here for Midview in this third quarter. And Vermilion gets it back, down 7, 37-30 with 3:40 left to play in this third quarter.
A little bit of frustration there maybe on the part of Crum, and yeah, that could be a coachable moment at some point in between quarters.
It was a huge second quarter, and she hasn't scored here in this third quarter. Matter of fact, Leah DiFranco's the only midi who scored here in this third. Frank had it sent away by Layla Morgan, but Gebhardt's there for the putback. Emma Gebhardt working hard here in this third quarter. Really, they've been much better with her on the floor, obviously, Jared. It's just she missed so much of that second quarter because of foul trouble. Kind of put Vermilion behind the 8 ball, but she's certainly making her presence felt once again here in this second half. Riley Fry with it up top, met by Morgan Frank. They look inside to Morgan, one-on-one with Emma Gebhardt. Morgan tries the reverse layup, missed it too strong. Rebound to Gebhardt. Emma Gebhardt, met by Audrey Gerber, has to find a guard. Now she does to Jocelyn Alvarado. They got some numbers if they look up in transition. Alvarado charging right of the lane, kicks it out. Gowrie 3-ball, no, missed it off back iron. A rebound secured by Morgan Frank. Morgan Frank, I'll tell you what, she is all over the glass on both sides here today. Frank charging baseline. She's fouled on the way up, and she's got 2 free throws coming. And let's see, is that Hunter Crum who picked it up? I think it was, and yes, it was. Hunter Crum picks up her third, so she picks up 2 quick ones. Just her third, so I don't think you got too heavy a decision if you're Coach McNamara yet. But Morgan Frank has 2 free throws coming right here. First one is up and missed it short, no good.
Personnel checking in for both squads now. See if Crum is one of those affected.
2:42 here left to play in this third quarter. Morgan Frank, one more free throw coming here. And missed that one short, but Emma Gebhardt there for the offensive board. Nobody boxed her out. Gebhardt falling, just tried to get rid of it and threw it right to Amelia Volney for Midview. Volney into the hands now of Layla Morgan. Right back to a cutting Volney. Volney had a shot attempt, I think, inside, but went to pass it and threw it away to Morgan Frank. Up ahead to Jocelyn Alvarado. Nobody running with her. Alvarado says, I'll do it myself anyway. She's fouled, and let's see. Is that an and one call or an offensive foul? Offensive foul, okay.
Wow.
Couldn't tell just on the arm extension if he was saying that was offensive or if that was an and one opportunity coming there for Vermilion. Oh, wait. I think he was saying that was an and one because he's saying that was, he held up 2 to the scores table, so that would be on DiFranco. Leah DiFranco tried to take the charge against Jocelyn Alvarado, and it was a block. All right.
So Ray Anthony and Steve Iwanek get together, get the call correct, and that's what you want to see. You know, have the wherewithal to have that discussion. And for Alvarado, especially for Vermilion, you're trying to get a player going. No better way to do it than the N1 opportunity.
Well, and that's one of those where, you know, you throw the fist out to signify an N1. It looks the same as a charge depending on how you do it, and that's why everybody, I think, in here thought it was a charge. Instead, it's a block against Leah DiFranco. Alvarado made the layup, makes the free throw, so a 3-point play. And Vermilion, just like that, they're down by just 2. Leah DiFranco getting hounded by Jocelyn Alvarado, and finally they get her with the foul call as Alvarado picks it up. She was just a little too physical there with Leah DiFranco, so Alvarado picks up her first. Just the second team foul here, though, for Vermilion. And so it'll be a timeout here taken by, who took that, Midview?
Yep, it's
Midview
a
took
full
the full
timeout.
timeout. All right, so we'll step aside to get a quick breather ourselves with 2:12 left to play here in this third quarter. Game 1 here at the 2025 DiFranco. Midview leads Vermilion 37-35. We'll be right back after this.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
2:12 left to play here in this third quarter at Midview. Thank you guys for tuning into this WEOL Cage matchup as we tip things off here at the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Classic. Always nice starting the season here at the DiFranco. Rocco Nucci, Jared Kozar here with you. Gary Pelter on site as well. Ron Yatz will be in after me. followed by Tim Alcorn and then Rob Polinsky. So you have 4 different voices here on WEOL this afternoon. Again, Gary Pelter in the house as well, running the camera. Dave Rydell will pinch hit for him later on this afternoon. As Midview with the basketball after the timeout. They hold a 2-point lead, but Vermilion has been on the aggressive here in this comeback, and Frank picks up the block there on the baseline, stepped in the way of Amelia Volney, but was just too late sliding over. And so she'll pick up the foul for Morgan Frank. That's her first. 3rd team foul here for Vermilion. Both sides at 3 team fouls here in this 3rd quarter. So Midview will inbound. Riley Frey to trigger it into Layla Morgan. Morgan amongst the trees inside, just soars over the defense and scores. Layla Morgan, tell you what, nice move there. Realized she was in some heavy traffic, and she just elevated over the defense using that height and put it in for 2. 39-35, Midview back up by 4. Alvarado skips it to Gowrie in the corner. Gowrie driving baseline, gets by DiFranco, shovels it over to Frank. Frank inside, spins, lefty layup, missed it, no good. Rebound, an easy one for Layla Morgan. Frank tipped it off of Morgan and went off her knee. It's out of bounds, and it'll go to Midview, but I think they got that wrong, Jared. I'm never Mr. Official Criticizer here on our broadcast, but I think they just have that one flat wrong. Frank hit it right off of the leg of Layla Morgan, and Morgan basically just kicked it out of bounds, but the official, I think he just missed it, so they're going to say it stays with Midview. DiFranco has it off the inbound. DiFranco weaving through traffic, still weaving, fires it up, no good, missed it short. Heavy defense. Morgan, the offensive stick back, no good. And finally, Morgan Frank comes away with it for Vermilion. So Layla Morgan, good opportunity there. Oh man, Jocelyn Alvarado gets away with a double dribble. Gowrie now with it in the corner. Rather, that's Sophia Schaefer. Back up top to Morgan Frank, and she'll reset the offense. 39-35 with 1:03 left to play here in this 3rd quarter. Frank hands it off to Jocelyn Alvarado. Midview in a 2-3 zone now here, showing a new look at Midview or at Vermilion. Gowrie gets it from Alvarado, right back inside to Frank now. Frank elevates for 2, missed it right to the iron. Rebound to Layla Morgan. She finds a guard now here to Leah DiFranco. We're down to 43 seconds left to play here in this 3rd quarter. Riley Fry with it, met by Abby Gowrie. Circles back up top. We're down to 35 seconds here in this 3rd. Works off a screen from Volney. Looking for Volney on the roll, but threw it away to Gowrie, but got it back after the tip ball. Fry back out top to the volleyball line to reset things. 25 seconds left to play here in this 3rd. Hand off to Leah DiFranco. Not a clean exchange, but Leah comes away with it. DiFranco inside, takes the contact, count it, and the foul. Leah DiFranco having a 3rd quarter for the ages here. Takes the harm, makes the basket, and she's headed to the line for one more as Gebhardt picks up her 3rd personal, team 4th. And DiFranco with 10 points here in this 3rd quarter. She's got 17 on the ball game. Leave it at 17, as I thought she was going to can that free throw. Missed it off the rubber rim, but Layla Morgan gets the offensive rebound. Out to Gerber, high arching 3, got it! And a foul on the baseline is going to go against Vermilion. Emma Gebhardt picks up the foul. So Audrey Gerber, count the 3-point shot. You had a foul underneath after the shot was put up, so you count the basket, and now you're going to have free throws for whoever it was that Gebhardt pushed, as she picks up her 4th.
Well, I don't think they're going to say
free throws.
They're not going to say they're free throws.
Well, there has to be, because that's the 5th team foul.
Right.
There's
but
got
do
to
they
be
consider that an offensive foul because they were, well?
I was always of the okay.
No,
That's
they're
just,
going to, yeah,
that's
they're going to
just
shoot
kind of
free
an
throws.
and-one
Exactly,
situation.
But
are they going to give her 2? Okay. So she does get 2 here to Layla Morgan.
what an exchange here.
Chance for a 5-point possession, essentially. Morgan's first free throw is up, no good, off back iron. 44-35 our score, 11 seconds left to play here in the 3rd.
And following the missed free throw from DiFranco, which created the offensive rebound to spark that possession back up again. So it was really the triple burn.
A chance for 7,
right.
Yeah. Now a chance for 6 if Layla Morgan can knock home this free throw, and she does just that. So Layla Morgan with 3 points here in this 3rd quarter. She's got 9 in the game. 45-35, Midview back up by 10. 7 seconds left to play here in this 3rd quarter. We're down to 5, down to 4. Cross court pass to Gowrie. 3 ball at the buzzer, no good, and that will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. So what a close to that third quarter there for Midview. They saw their lead shrink down to 2, and they extend it back up to double digits. A 10-point edge here for Midview as we head to the fourth and final quarter. Our score after 3 here in game 1 at the DiFranco. It's Midview 45, Vermilion 35. 8 more minutes to decide a winner in this one. We'll be right back here on WEOL.com and live on that Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Back here at Midview, fourth quarter action set to get started here in game 1 at the DiFranco. Midview leading Vermilion 45-35 as Midview saw their lead shrink down to 2 at one point late in that third quarter, but the Middies, a nice scoring run to close that frame. They see their lead back up to 10 now as Vermilion goes to work offensively, and a jump ball as Morgan Frank and Riley Fry got tied up. Possession arrow gives it back to Midview, so a tough start here to this fourth for Vermilion. Just haven't looked consistent enough offensively. There's been some sparks and some moments where they've gotten some really good looks, but on the whole, they've had a tough time here handling this physical Midview defense. Gerber gets it inside. Gerber lefty layup. She missed it. Layla Morgan, the offensive rebound. First one no good. Second attempt, that one's no good. Rebound secured by Vermilion's Morgan Frank. So let's see if the Sailors push the tempo here a little bit, down double digits to start this fourth quarter. See if Alvarado calls her own number a little bit. She misses that one inside. Rebound touched by nobody. So it goes back to Midview. Alvarado still just one field goal. She had 3 in that third quarter. 3 points, that is. 7 points total in the ball game. Leah DiFranco really stealing the show, though, in that third quarter with 10 points. Now Layla Morgan gets left alone inside, but she scores maybe her easiest 2 points of the season. Well, that she will see. Again, this is the first game for Midview, but hard to fathom that Layla Morgan will get any easier buckets than that one right there. 2 more for Midview, and the Middies now lead by 12, their largest lead of the afternoon now. Sophia Schaefer eyes a 3 ball. That one's too long, too strong. Rebound, an easy one for Layla Morgan. So the Sailors just haven't gotten enough good looks, I don't think, here today to put themselves in a good spot, but they got a couple of minutes here to try to figure all that out. Layla Morgan hands it off to Hunter Crum. She's cooled off a bit here in the second half. Riley Fry now has it after the deflection. Fry met by Morgan Frank. Looking for DiFranco on the backdoor cut, but that pass, an errant one, taken away by Alvarado. Outlet pass up ahead to Abby Gowrie. Gowrie one-on-one with Hunter Crum, went right at her and scored. Nice move there by Abby Gowrie. Her first points here of this fourth quarter. She's up to 10 in the ball game. And the Vermilion lead back down to 10, 47-37 with just about 6 minutes left to play here in this one. DiFranco one-on-one with Alvarado, hands it off to Hunter Crum. Shot fake by Crum, now weasels her way inside. Left the floater short though. Rebound to Abby Gowrie. Now into the hands of Morgan Frank as Coach Mahalik implores his girls to push the pace a little bit here. Alvarado with it, collides with Gerber inside. Loose ball, fought for on the deck, tie up. Possession arrow gives it to Vermilion as Alvarado a little slow to get up after that exchange. Hopefully she's A-okay. Certainly took a heavy impact there on the loose ball. She seems to be fine. And she'll actually be the one to trigger this inbound here underneath her own hoop. 5:50 left to play in the game. And I think Coach Mahalik's going to take a timeout to get his senior a breather, and that's exactly what he'll do. It's a 30-second timeout, so we can keep it right here, Jared. 47-37 our score. 5:50 left to play in this contest.
Well, this is an important possession here for Vermilion, too, because they really fought to protect that possession, evident as Alvarado with that hard collision on the floor. And, yeah, get reorganized here and come up with a good shot, figure out a way to work it around. And, boy, you were talking about royalty here in Lorain County in terms of athletics. We kind of have it on display right in front of us. We've got Dustin Crum in the house here to watch his sisters. And, of course, Faith Williams, coach of the Columbia Lady Raiders. They went real far last year as far as a a district crown captured, and hats off to her in her first year with that program and just the things that she's been able to do there.
Inbound here to Morgan Frank for Vermilion. She missed that one inside. Loose ball, fought for it, trickles out of bounds. Off of who? It's be a big call here, and they're going to say it's Vermilion basketball. No, they're going to say Midview. No, it is Midview basketball. Okay. So Midview gets possession after that loose ball with a 10-point lead. 5:40 left to play here in this contest. 47-37 our score. As Riley Fry handles it up top here for Midview, working against Morgan Frank, who is really hounding her out there. Audrey Gerber gets it there off the pass. Gerber looking to work her way inside. She's fouled. No, traveled on her way to the rim. Turnover gives it back to Vermilion. So not what you want to do if you're Midview with a 10-point lead. Certainly don't want to give possessions away. You can really kind of take the air out of the ball and work that clock, and I'm sure that's what we'll start to see here as we get later and later into this fourth quarter. Vermilion got to move in a hurry, though, here as Alvarado finds Schaefer in the corner, inside to Frank. Frank strong to the rim, goes up with it, but was fouled, and she'll head to the line for two as Layla Morgan got her from behind. So Layla Morgan will pick up her third. It is the first team foul here in this fourth quarter, and Morgan Frank, scoreless here in this second half, heads to the line for two. First free throw from Morgan is no good. She had 8 points in that second quarter, really helping keeping her Sailor club in it, but has had a difficult time solving this Midview defense here in the second half. Second free throw from Morgan Frank is good, so she splits the pair. Vermilion's deficit back down to single digits, 47-38. That could be a big thing mentally, just getting off of that double-digit deficit. And let's see if Vermilion has a big push in them left to try to come back in this one. DiFranco inside to Gerber. They left her alone. Defense collapses on her, though, and they force the turnover off the loose ball. And now Alvarado kind of gets rolled up on as Hunter Crum sprawled to the floor for that loose ball. I think Alvarado's fine. Always kind of scary when you get the legs and ankles rolled up on like that. But Hunter Crum picks up the fourth personal.
So that could be a storyline, too, with just five minutes remaining. And you mentioned, Rocco, getting out of that double-digit deficit. Sometimes it happens, but there's not enough time left. With 5:02 left, I think everything's still really in play for what you want to do if you're Doug Mahalik and the Lady Sailors.
Well, what do we say about perimeter shooting, right? Vermilion hasn't seen one go through. You get 1 or 2 3 balls to go down here in this stretch, and you're right back into this ball game, but stuff like that isn't going to help. A jump ball, possession arrow will keep it with Vermilion, but you don't want to do that when you're on offense, right? You don't want to turn the arrow over when you have the ball. More so a defensive thing you try to do there, but they'll keep possession nonetheless. Inside to Frank on the inbound. Frank, shot attempt, pulls it back down, though, and nearly has it taken away. Now they get tied up, and the jump ball gives it to Midview.
So exactly what you outlined happened right there, where you lose the arrow during that possession, and it's very difficult in terms of trying to claw your way back into a contest.
So now you'll get it back after the next one, but essentially that possession almost works into a turnover off of the pair of jump balls. Riley Fry finding Volney cutting back door. Nice feed inside. Volney missed it, but she was fouled. So Amelia Volney will head to the charity stripe here for the first time today. As picking up that foul will be junior Sophia Schaefer. So that'll be her first team foul here for Vermilion. And so Amelia Volney heads to the line for two. Volney's first free throw is good. Talking with Coach McNamara on the phone earlier this week. We talked a little bit about number 14 in white here, Amelia Volney. She's a senior, but it's her first year playing. She decided to come out for the team, obviously logging some varsity minutes here, Jared, and we know how it goes with the girls' sports sometimes, right? You just want to get numbers, you just want to get girls in the gym, and it's a big part of what they do here at Midview, and Volney, a big contributor on that, and she makes both free throws. So Amelia Volney, a successful trip to the charity stripe there, 49-38. Midview back up by 11. Sophia Schaefer with it in the corner. Back up top now to Jocelyn Alvarado. Alvarado working against Audrey Gerber. Down to 4:20 left to play here in this fourth quarter. Gowrie, cross-court pass to Schaefer. Schaefer looking to get it inside to Frank. Can't do it, though. Instead gets it back up top to Alvarado. Right back to Schaefer. Now they look inside to Frank. It was tipped by Layla Morgan, and she couldn't save it from going out of bounds, so it'll stay with Vermilion. You can see Vermilion really just trying to force feed Morgan Frank inside right now, trying to get her some easy looks, maybe get Layla Morgan out of the ball game as she has 3. It's Hunter Crum who has the 4, but Layla Morgan still has been a big factor here defensively for Vermilion to try to figure out. Morgan Frank, strong dribble drive there, missed it though off the rim. puts it back up. No, but she's fouled, and she's headed to the line for 2. So Morgan Frank doing a good job of going after her own misses. And she will certainly earn this trip to the free throw line as Volney picks up her second, third team foul here on Midview in this fourth quarter.
Rocco, we might have done ourselves a little bit of disservice by not noting when Midview went to that 2-3 zone look, because Vermilion's really struggled ever since then as far as being able to have continuity on offense. That zone is, I don't want to say plagued them, but it's been troublesome.
Sure. Frank good on both free throws there, and Vermilion will take a timeout. Let's see, it is a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here. Well, and Jared, that kind of ties in with what we were talking about earlier with the perimeter shooting. You think about what a 2-3 zone what a 2-3 zone is meant to do, and that is make the other team take perimeter shots. And so when you do that, if you're Midview, you kind of force Vermilion's hand to try to settle for a couple of outside shots. And to the Sailors' credit, they've taken them, but, you know, they just haven't made them here today.
Now, you're looking for a zone breaker, and it hasn't really presented itself yet for Doug Mahalik and his ball club. Still 4 minutes left to go in this contest. Again, I think that you get the pair right there, and psychologically, as you brought up earlier, you're under 10, so things are still in play for you with 4 minutes left. And they've played well defensively. They've turned up some of that, where they've stunted Midview a bit, but they need to do it a little bit more for this remaining 4 minutes.
So a 9-point deficit here for Vermilion after the timeout. Under 4 minutes left to play now in the ball game, and that'll help the Sailors a steal here. Jazz Rail with the basketball, shovels it over to Morgan Frank. That ball was tipped away, and now a jump ball fought for, and possession arrow gives it to Vermilion. So Volney and Frank going after that loose basketball leads to that tie-up. So Vermilion will inbound here underneath their own basket, with 3:50 showing on that fourth quarter clock. Inside to Gowrie. She left it short, though, on the little 8-foot bunny. A rebound, an easy one there for Midview. So those are the ones you got to have here, I think, if you're Vermilion down the stretch. They just haven't been there today consistently enough, but now a steal. Abby Gowrie stepped in the way of a pass. Up ahead to Morgan Frank on the other end. Frank elevates for 2 and scores. So Morgan Frank, 5 points here in this fourth quarter. Deficit back down to 7 here for Vermilion. Leah DiFranco trying to get out of that trap. She does. Finds Riley Fry. Now right back to Leah DiFranco. Into the corner, it's Volney. She'll try a long 2. Missed it long. Rebound Alvarado. And she gets fouled from behind by, I think, Audrey Gerber. Let's see. It was her and Riley Fry in the area, and instead it's Fry who they hit with the foul. So Riley will pick up her second personal. It's the 4th team foul here for Midview. And so, Jared, we're nearing that Zavara zone where the 5th team foul will lead to a couple of free throws here for Vermilion the rest of the way. So any foul, the rest of the way here against Midview will lead to a pair of Vermilion free throws.
Pivotal for the Sailors right now as they try to make the comeback.
Alvarado looking inside for Frank. Pass wasn't there, though, as Layla Morgan got a hand on it. DiFranco has it racing the other way. Pass to Gerber, mishandled. Gerber saves it, though. Now to Volney. Shot fake, step through inside. No, but she's fouled. And so Volney has 2 more free throws coming here, as it'll be Morgan Frank who picks up that foul. It'll be her second personal, just the second team foul here for Vermilion in this fourth quarter. So Volney, 2 for 2 at the line already today, has 2 more coming right here. The first-year senior eyes this first free throw and leaves it short. No good. 49-42 our score. 2:54 left to play in the contest. Pelt, I'll tell you what, you've done a good job of reminding me to give our wonderful viewers the time, as we don't have it on the screen for you. But
Pelt is a score and time dynamo.
Score time. Second free throw from Volney, no good, but Midview gets the offensive rebound. Leah DiFranco grabbed it. Now Volney loses it out of bounds off her leg. Turnover gives it back to Vermilion. So Hunter Crum re-enters. Crum with those 4 personal fouls. She had that huge first half with 15 points, but Jared's scoreless here in the second half. Kind of hard to believe. Alvarado finds Jazz Rail. Into the corner, it's Gowrie. She tries a 3, but DiFranco sent it away. Kind of an easy rejection there for Leah DiFranco. Just kind of went to contest that shot, and Gowrie shot it right into her hand, but the block will keep it with Vermilion.
Is that indicative, though, of Vermilion thinking they need to get a 3-ball here inside of 3 minutes?
They're starting to feel it a little bit, I think. Into Gowrie. Now back to Alvarado. Shot fake in that corner. Had it poked from behind by DiFranco, so it'll stay with Vermilion here underneath their own basket.
Tell you what, Rocco, we're in the heart of it right now. Just not even a full game into this DiFranco Classic, where you're starting to see people file in. This is where it's really special. You get that Maui Invitational type feel.
Morgan Frank missed that one inside. Rail's stick back is no good. Man, how did that one not go down? And Leah DiFranco corrals the defensive rebound there for Midview. Look at DiFranco weave through traffic. Euro step through the lane. Yes! Woo-hoo. Leah DiFranco cooking a little bit there on the offensive end. Went coast to coast. Finished it herself. 51-42. Midview back up by 9. Alvarado now on the other end. The Jazz rail. DiFranco poking it from behind again. And it's out of bounds. It'll stay with Vermilion.
And I think you think about that with just about 2 minutes left to go in this ball game to put the Lady Middies up 9. Is that the signature play of the game for Leah DiFranco and Midview?
Certainly feels like it right now, doesn't it? Gowrie met by Gerber. Gowrie looking to make something happen. Reverses direction. Charges right of the lane. Missed it. Layla Morgan there for the defensive rebound. Don't have her individual defensive rebounding numbers. And Jared, I know you don't either, but Layla Morgan, I'll tell you what, she has been a machine on the glass here today. No question. Near turnover here for Midview. Now they do turn it over. Gowrie has it for Vermilion. Gowrie ahead of the pack. Shovels it over to Frank. Frank inside. Got tied up with Gerber, and she'll be heading to the line for 2. Audrey Gerber will pick up her 3rd. And Vermilion already in the bonus. Doesn't matter, though, on the shooting foul. So it'll be Morgan Frank at the line here for 2. Morgan Frank with 5 points here in this 4th quarter. She's got 13 on the game. And she's certainly going to need a couple of more here to try to will her Sailors to a comeback. First free throw from Morgan Frank is up and good. It was short off the front of the rim, but she got that nice shooter's roll. So Frank with 6 points here in this 4th quarter now, 14 in the game. Has one more coming here. She eyes it, she spots it, she shoots it, and missed it off back iron, no good. DiFranco tracks down the rebound for Midview. Abby Gowrie gave chase, but DiFranco beat her to the spot. DiFranco still carving through traffic, inside to Gerber, shovels it to Morgan. Morgan up strong with the right hand, and kisses it in for 2. Layla Morgan, a strong afternoon continues for her. Midview back up by 10 with 1:15 left to go. Vermilion running out of time. Frank inside, right of the lane. That one no good. Layla Morgan was there to contest it, and she gets the rebound. Up ahead now to Riley Fry, looking to push the pace. Fry, cross court to Gerber. Gerber charging inside now. Lefty scoop layup, no. Layla Morgan's there for the rebound. Her stick back was no good, and it'll be Jazz Rail coming away with it for Vermilion. We're down to 53 seconds left in the contest. Vermilion down by 10. You got to go in a hurry. Do the Sailors. Gowrie with it in the corner. Gowrie looking to make something happen, driving baseline. That pass tipped. Hunter Crum nearly stole it. Alvarado comes away with it, though, for Vermilion. Back to Morgan Frank. She loses it. Gerber beats her to the floor for it. And a jump ball. Possession arrow gives it to Midview. So I think that will pretty much do it. As Vermilion, Doug Mahalik will wave the metaphoric white flag. He'll empty the bench with the hockey line change here. And oh boy, I got my work cut out for me, don't I? Maggie Faulkner back into the game. She saw some first half minutes. Cassie Cafaro into the game as well off the bench here for Vermilion. Caitlin Smith into the ball game for the first time as well, along with Avery Jonovich, as well as, I know there's one more in there that I'm missing. That's number 5, Caroline Russell. So a lot of underclassmen, a lot of freshmen here into this new lineup here for Vermilion. Midview will look to do the same here in these final 24 seconds. But I don't think those subs will get a chance to enter, as Midview will just work the ball around the perimeter here. Leah DiFranco has it. Now into the hands of Hunter Crum, down to 14 seconds. Don't think we'll see a shot attempt here for Midview. Well, I guess we will. Audrey Gerber inside, missed the layup, no good. Rebound secured here by Vermilion. Here comes Caitlin Smith, the freshman, looking to push the pace here a little bit. Smith launches one up at the horn. It's no good. And that is how this ball game will come to a close. Our final here in Game 1 at this 2025 DiFranco Memorial Classic. Midview defends their home court. They knock off Vermilion 53-43. We'll be right back with a short, abbreviated post-game show, and we'll get you ready for Game 2 as Amherst and North Olmsted get set to do battle here at about 1 o'clock. But again, a final here from Game 1. Midview beats Vermilion 53-43. We'll be right back after this.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Cobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Cobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at CobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Back here at Midview, it is a final in Game 1 of this 2025 DiFranco Memorial Classic. The Lady Middies knock off Vermilion 53-43, the final score there. Again, I'm Rakadushi. He's Jared Kozar. Gary Pelter in the house as well. Ron Yantz is in the building making his tour de rance around Midview's gymnasium. Did you like that, the tour de rance?
It really worked out.
We could workshop that a little
tied
bit.
the room together.
Yeah, I do my best. But Ron will be set here for Game 2 as Amherst and North Olmsted get warmed up here. But just looking at some individual numbers quickly there from Game 1. Leah DiFranco, the high-scoring girl from Game 1. She scored 19. 12 of those came in the second half. Layla Morgan had 13. Audrey Gerber added 5, with Amelia Volney adding 2 off the bench. For Vermilion, Morgan Frank led the way. She had 14. Abby Gowrie had 10. Emma Gebhardt had 8. Jocelyn Alvarado with just 7 points. So she was their leading scorer at about 20 points per game coming into today. But she finished 4th in their scoring column here today. Jocelyn Alvarado with just 7 points, but I'm sure some better days ahead for her. Jazz Rail had 3, and Maggie Faulkner had 1 off the bench. So, Jared, I guess any final thoughts just from that Game 1 before we get set for Game number 2 here today?
Great way to get going here on the DiFranco Classic, and when we're coming out here, a girls basketball game like that, pretty exciting. Same outcome from last year. Vermilion knocking on that door, just maybe not quite there to start this campaign where they want to be, but there's talent there. You can see it. Clearly everybody responds to what Coach Mahalik wants to do, and as you mentioned, that was a really good way to wrap it up there with better days ahead for Alvarado and some of the other lady sailors that are going to have some success out here. Hey, hats off to Leah DiFranco. Once again, if you had to say there was a player of the game in this one, it was certainly her. She did really well to start that third quarter of play, asserted herself as the player to beat out there, and kept her team in it throughout. Maybe the sequence of the game that we haven't seen before, and I don't know if we'll see the rest of the season. To close out that third quarter, just a little bizarre set of circumstances that gave Midview the chance for what we call the 7-point swing.
Yeah.
Well, they hit 6 out of those 7, and in a game like that where you're right around 50, that's a big number.
Yeah, it is. By the way, Hunter Crum had 15. I didn't even mention her in those post-game totals because she didn't score in that second half. Right, as I was looking at my score column, I was like, man, I know I'm missing some points there. Hunter Crum had 15. They all came in that first half, though. She got into a little bit of foul trouble. The perimeter shooting cooled off. Vermilion tightened up their defense on her a little bit, but ultimately Leah DiFranco and friends doing enough to get win number 1 as the Lady Middies start their season with a win. Is that Mike Rush in the house? There he is. There he is, making his way in. So, boy, everybody's here today. How about that? So that'll pretty much do it for me here today. You guys don't go anywhere, though. Game number 2 here today coming up between Amherst and North Olmsted. Before Jared Kozar and Gary Pelter, I'm Rakanushi. Again, a final from Game 1. Midview knocks off Vermilion 53-43. We'll step aside, take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for Game number 2.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Lorain County has a story every day. Make sure you don't miss it. From breaking news in high school sports to schools, business, and community events, the Chronicle has it all. Stay connected to your neighbors and your home team with coverage that matters most to you. Don't just hear about Lorain County, know Lorain County. Subscribe today at chroniclet.com/subscribe and get the news that keeps you in the know. The Chronicle Telegram, Lorain County's largest newspaper.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Midview High School. Troy DiFranco Court and Kabuski Gym, home of the Middies and home of the 25th DiFranco Thanksgiving Weekend Tournament. My name is Ron Yantz. My partner today, Jared Kozar. We've got Gary Pelter running the camera on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube broadcast. And we're excited to have everybody tuning in to Game 2 of a long list of games here at Midview High School today. The game that just ended, Rocco Nushi did along with my partner Jared Kozar. Midview, the girls knocked off the Sailors 53-43 in the game that was, according to Leah DiFranco's mom, Melinda, the first of the last in the career of Leah DiFranco, and she put on a show, didn't she, Jared?
Certainly did, and I think that you and I had this call, or the call of that game last year, and she had near 30 points in that contest. I told Rocco it was a treat to watch her, and picked up really right where she was at last year as far as her contribution out there. Had a tremendous second half and really set the tone for what they wanted to do. So hats off to Leah, hats off to the DiFranco family and Midview as they get that win. Vermilion, you know, they're doing their thing, and they're going to have better days ahead, as Rocco mentioned. But we are off and running here at Midview this afternoon.
So let's take a look at the starting rotation for the two teams being announced right now. For the North Olmsted Eagles, their head coach is Matt Joseph, Coach Joseph in his second year. His starters today look like this. Anthony D'Alessandro, and Anthony is a 5'8 junior guard. Jake Perkins, 5'10 senior. Brett Zada wears number 10. He's a 5'10 junior. Nick Frittini, a 5'9 sophomore. And then Billy Suleiman, a 6'2 sophomore. They are the starting five for the Eagles of North Olmsted today. For Amherst, their head coach is Pat Bray, the veteran, 11th year. Pat will start these five today. A 6' sophomore, Jack Coleman. 5'11 senior, David Dudziak. A 5'8 senior, Stanley Robinson. 5'10 senior Peyton Leibacher, and a 6'2 senior Andrew Balicki. So if you've noticed, 4 of the 5 starters, seniors for Amherst, and if you look at North Olmsted, they've got sophomores and juniors that start, 1 senior, but they really have only 1 player that had any varsity experience a year ago to speak of. So it's a tale of 2 teams here today as Amherst opens with the opening tip, and the Comets are on the board first. That's a dribble drive and a score for Amherst. Mason Limer scores for the Comets. Comets with experience, and the Eagles trying to find it. And the only way to get experience is to play young players, and that is what Matt Joseph is going to do today. So the Eagles with a turnover. Jake Perkins ran into the Comet defense. Amherst a year ago was 13-10 overall. They were 7-7 in that rugged Southwestern Conference, and they've got big expectations this year. Little scoop drive. Coleman's layup rolls off the rim, and North Olmsted lost it in the backcourt. Comets steal it, and scoring is Dudziak. So David Dudziak's on the board, and the Comets are up 4-0 early.
Dudziak, a familiar name from last year as far as a Comet contribution. So you mentioned Pat Bray's ball club, huge aspirations for 2025-26.
Long three, and it's missed. That was Nick Frittini, the sophomore guard. Here comes Amherst. On the break, it's Coleman. He's a sophomore, and he's a special player. Found the defense, passed it out to an open teammate, and coming down for a rebound, we got a tie-up and a whistle and a foul. Actually, they're going to say it's a jump ball situation, and the Eagles will have the possession arrow. If you look at this North Olmsted team, and they're going to try to work against a full-court press by the Amherst Comet, they had only 2 guys that had minutes last year. And that was A.J. Ryan, who's injured with an ankle sprain, not playing today, and D'Alessandro, Anthony, who is on the court. He wears number 1. And even those 2, Jared, averaged just barely over a point a game. So this North Olmsted team has got a lot of growing to do. That's Coleman for 3 on the left wing. He missed it, but the rebound stays with the Comets. They go back inside, another miss. And fighting for the rebound was Robinson along with D'Alessandro from North Olmsted, and it's a whistle and a foul against Amherst. It's against Mason Limer. For Mason, that's his first.
3 men working this afternoon's contest are the incomparable Scott Shirtliff, flanked by Paul Philippi and Brian Williams.
Comet steal in the backcourt, a good pick by Limer. That led to the easy layup for Jack Coleman. Coleman a year ago led the Comets in everything. Points, 15 a game. Rebounds, 5 a game. Assists, 2 a game. That's 3 missed, and rebound by Limer. Looked up court. Jack Coleman was cherry picking, and Coleman lays it up, lays it in. He's got 4. Limer with another assist, and it's a timeout on the floor by North Olmsted. Matt Joseph has called it. A couple of minutes gone in this opening period. It's 8-0 Amherst. Jared, I'd say the Comets are starting right exactly where they hoped they would start, and that's with pressure defense, flying around the ball, and trying to score, shoot as many shots as they can.
Taking advantage of what North Olmsted's giving them right now, and for Coach Joseph, this is one of those situations. This is a special event for him. Long time here at Midview on the staff of Jim Brabennick, and played under Troy DiFranco and understands what it's like to be a Midi and the special nature of this event in this building. I'm sure he wants to get his guys refocused here in the first quarter with just 2 minutes gone by.
Well, Matt was hired in as a 7th and 8th grade social studies teacher at the middle school, and he approached Troy DiFranco and said, I'd like to be your freshman basketball coach. I see you have an opening. And Troy said, you know what, why don't you come to some of our summer workouts, our open gyms, our weightliftings, and we'll see where it leads. And Troy eventually hired Matt Joseph. Matt's first job here at Midview, besides teaching social studies, was the coach for Troy DiFranco. So you're right, Jared. It is a special day for Matt coming back to. He said, once a Midi, always a Midi. 8-0 Comets. 3 ball that's short. Amherst tried to keep it alive. It was tipped off a eagle. That was Billy Suleiman, the 6'2 sophomore, trying to box out inside. Billy wears 24. Little lob inside and a hold, a foul. It's going to go against North Olmsted. And the foul's going to go against Anthony D'Alessandro. For D'Alessandro, that's his first. The Eagles have played 5 scrimmages so far, and I asked Coach Joseph how they've gone. And he said, you know what? He said, my goal, and it's a offensive foul, player control foul inside on Jack Coleman. That's Jack's first. Joseph said, my goal is, I tell the boys, I want you to be better today than you were yesterday. Every day we need to get better. And he said in our scrimmages, I think we've done that. This is North Olmsted on the break. Little ball fake and a shot by Perkins that was missed. And here come the Comets. Open look, that's Limer. And Jake Limer, or Mason Limer, knocks down the 3. He's got 5. Amherst likes to do this, and that's put pressure on opposing offenses. That's their MO. That's what Pat Bray's teams do. They run the floor, they play with their hair on fire, and they do this. They get steals that lead to easy money layups. Coleman again, he's got 6. A year ago, Amherst was in almost every game that they played. They finished 5-5 or 7-7 for a 500 record in conference play. But Jared, you and I did a couple of those games, and they were a very good, dangerous basketball team a year ago that finished 500. But man, they've got everything they need to really make a statement this year.
Exciting team to watch, and as you mentioned, Coleman, just a freshman, and led the team in most offensive categories that you could come up with right there. They had Eli Solak, who was just a bruiser down low. So they had a recipe for just a team that would give you a problem matchup-wise, and they've really, I think, expounded upon that right now.
Pat Bray likes his first 8. This is Stanley Robinson, one of the starters, the point guard, and Robinson knocks down the 3. He said eventually he thought would come soon, Jared, that he'd like his top 10. I mean, he really thought that he'd have a rotation of 10 very early in the season. North Olmsted on the break, beautiful passing, leads to a layup that's blocked by Gavin Beckler. And Beckler's one of those 8 that Pat Bray likes. How do you like this? You bring off the bench a 6'7" junior who led the team in block shots a year ago with 9, and he's got his first of the season.
Well, and it's a guy that likes to do that kind of stuff with Beckler. You know, you mentioned it, Ron, a 6'7" junior, and he thinks that maybe I should have a place at that starting table, but it's not a big deal to him. He knows that the opportunities will be there.
So Beckler's block went sailing out of bounds. The Eagles had it, and then they lost it. That Comet defense will be in your face all 4 quarters. Robinson drew the defense, kicked it out to D'Alessandro. Or actually, that was Cole Scanlon. Scanlon hit the 3. Scanlon, the junior, in his first varsity game of his career. Did not play a year ago on varsity. And he hits his first shot. That foul is going to be on Beckler. For Gavin, that's his first. You know, I had a chance to interview Gavin Beckler for my job at Lorain County Community College about a month ago. He is in the automation program at Amherst Steel High School. He wants to be a mechanical engineer in college, and he's getting an early start.
It's a really nice
automation classes
feature they have there at Amherst. We talk about that during the Chamber of Commerce Safety Council events over at the college, and what a feather in the cap for the Amherst community that program and that lab is.
Mr. Augustinelli doing a great job leading it. And speaking of leading it, fast break finished by Cy Christensen. So there's another. You know, you have a lot of guys coming back, and then out of the sky drops a local transfer from Clairview by the name of Cy Christensen. So Pat Bray's living right. It's good to be Pat Bray right now. It's good to be an Amherst Comet right now. It's 21-0. You know, if you know anything about Matt Joseph, the leader of this North Olmsted program, you know that his kids are not going to give up. I mean, they're going to keep going, even though and there's an example. On the fast break, reaching in, getting called for the foul was D'Alessandro. And shooting free throws will be Zach Anderson. But, you know, Matt said, he said, listen, I said, how did you sell the administration at North Olmsted to hire you 2 years ago? And he said, I sold them on culture. He said, I'm a culture builder. He said, you know, I believe in he said, there are 3 absolutes in my culture building. He said 3 non-negotiables. He said number 1 is give 100% effort all the time. Number 2 is respect your teammates, your coaches, your opponents. He says, and number 3 is persevere. You have to have perseverance. And as Amherst is looking at taking a 22-0 lead here in the first quarter, if there's a litmus test for a team that needs to face adversity and persevere, it's happening right now in the first quarter of this game, Jared.
Well, and you mentioned, you know, the scrimmages, and that's what it attitude to have. You know, improve, find yourself better than you were yesterday. This is a different animal right now, and you know, like you said, adversity is going to come, and you got to be prepared for that. I believe it was Gary Pelter that said one day that somebody might hang a big number on you, and you got to be ready for it.
Gary Pelter, our teammate today on this Chronicle Telegram YouTube broadcast from the DiFranco at Midview High School. It's a missed 3 by Massimiani, Cameron Massimiani, another sophomore. A lot of sophomores getting time for the Eagles. Corner 3, Comets miss it, and grabbing the rebound's the big guy, Dominic Martin. Martin, 6'5" junior. Dominic grabs that basketball, puts it above his head, and not too many people are getting to it. Maybe Beckler for Amherst. He might be the only one that could reach it. Foul's on Beckler. He tried to get to it. That's his second. A lot of times when you're 6'7", 6'5", you know, attention gets drawn to you, and you get a lot more fouls called on you than most guys.
You become the unwilling guilty party.
Yeah. Martin's pass, picked. Here come the Comets the other way. Ferranci with it, looks right, goes left, and it's an easy money layup for Peyton Leibacher. Beautiful pass by Ferranci. Evan Ferranci to Peyton Leibacher, and it's 24-0. Minute 33 left in the first quarter. Games all day here today. The opener on the girls' side. Midview knocked off Vermilion 53-43. I saw most of the second half. I was sitting with Kathy DiFranco, Bob DiFranco's wife.
She was your broadcast partner for about a quarter last year.
I tried to convince Kathy to come up with me today because all of her daughters-in-laws and sons and grandkids were all around her. They've got well over 30, probably 40 DiFrancos that are here today. And they were all trying to convince Mrs. D to come back up here today, but she said she was one and done. And
went out on top then.
She went out on top because she had a great call.
Yep.
We put it out there, and I told her I was disappointed that, and 2 misses by the lefty Martin at the foul line, that ESPN didn't pick it up. And she wasn't like, a play of the night, one of their top 10 plays of the night, because her call and a dribble drive foul, the Eagles will draw the foul, and the Comets will shoot free throws. And shooting for Amherst will be Zach Anderson. He's back at the foul line. Her dribble drive call of Leah DiFranco's hoop was outstanding. First free throw is up, and it's good for Anderson. Zach on the early game is 2 for 3 from the foul line. Amherst a year ago, 13-10. The best season in the now 11th year of the Pat Bray era was the 2021 year when the Comets, coming out of that COVID season, they didn't have the typical schedule that they would have, at least numbers of game-wise, so they only played 20 that year, but they won 17 of them in 2021. And Anderson makes them both. They're SWC champs, 17-3 overall record. They've got an opportunity, maybe not to go 17-3 because their schedule's got Elyria a couple of times and a few others, but they've got an opportunity to be real good. North Olmsted is just going to try to continue to build. Comets with the ball, left wing, little spin shot. It was blocked. It was D'Alessandro that went up for it. Coming back with it is Cy Christensen. Christensen rattles it out from 14 feet. Cy's going to get it again. Leibacher in and out with the 3. Christensen battling for the rebound. And he'll throw the ball away. Jake Perkins with the steal down the floor. And laying it up and laying it in is Anthony D'Alessandro. For Anthony, that's his first hoop. We got 17 seconds left in the quarter. It's the first time that North Olmsted has broken the 0 mark. 3 left long by Ferranci. Eyes up. D'Alessandro, little floater off the glass, missed it. And his rebound follow will be too late. 1 quarter is in the books, and it was a great one for the Comets of Amherst. If you're going to start the season, why not start it with a 26-2 run after 1 quarter? We're from the DiFranco at Midview High School on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We'll be back.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Ron Jans, Jared Kozar, and Gary Pelter along with you today from Midview High School. We are at Troy DiFranco Court in Kabuski Gym. Game 2 of a Wednesday before Thanksgiving day with a lineup of games. And the rebound for the Eagles goes to Jake Perkins. Eagles down the floor, good ball movement, Halfley inside to Suleiman, and Billy puts it up, puts it in. The 6'2 sophomore with his opening 2 points. Eagles with a steal. Here comes North Olmsted again, looking right, going left, and blocked, but drawing the foul is Brett Zada. So Zada's going to shoot free throws, and the foul is on the Comets. I think it was on Dudziak, and it was. For David, that's his first. This is Zada at the foul line. Brett, a 5'10" junior. Amherst scored 24 in a row in that first quarter. D'Alessandro, Anthony got a bucket late, and then Billy Suleiman has added a bucket here early in the second quarter, and that's where we stand. It's 26-4. Zada makes one of two. It's 26-5. This is Stanley Robinson bringing it up for the Comets of Amherst. Robinson, little shimmy shake, drew the defense. That's a wide open three that's missed. It's an air ball, but the Comets keep it alive inside. The follow is up and good by Mason Limer. Limer's got 7 points. He's one of those guys in that rotation of 8, the initial rotation of 8. Steal, and one steal deserves another. Eagles get it back. 3 right wing, rattled around, wouldn't go, and the rebound by Balicki. This is Andrew Balicki, number 12, the 6'2" senior. Down the floor, Dudziak off the glass, and David up and good. He's got 4 points. 30-5, Comets. Splitting the double team, beautiful pass. How about the pass by D'Alessandro? Split a double team and found Billy Suleiman all by himself. Billy's got 4. The other way, Jack Coleman. Jared, this is what Amherst wants to do, get the ball up the floor, shoot as many times as possible.
Right, create opportunities for themselves, and they're doing a good job of that in terms of the pace of the game. You mentioned Suleiman earlier with that nice look inside the high percentage shot. North Olmsted needs more of that.
Here's Suleiman again, working a double, kicks it out, open look, Perkins missed it left, Suleiman fights for it, but Balicki comes up with it. Andrew Balicki, fill in the middle, goes to the left side, it's Dudziak, back to Balicki, and it's Dudziak who comes up with the shot off the glass. David's got 6. It's 34-7. 5:40 left to play, opening half here in game 2 from the DiFranco.
Ron, I think when we look at your first half numbers, it's going to be pretty even in terms of that Amherst scoring. They've had a lot of guys contribute.
They had 8 guys, Jared, scoring that first quarter. D'Alessandro is going to shoot free throws. He got checked going up for the baseline jumper. Foul's on Stanley Robinson, and for Stanley, that's his first foul. So D'Alessandro was one of the 2 guys that had any sniff of varsity time last year for head coach Matt Joseph. The other is not playing today, A.J. Ryan. He's on the bench with a bad ankle sprain. And Coach Joseph expects A.J. to be back and playing very soon, just not today. So a lot of weight on the shoulders of D'Alessandro. And Anthony's going to get called for the foul. Blocking foul, coming up limping.
Friend and former colleague Tim Alcorn, the voice of the Cavaliers, has made his way here to the press box at Midview. Very critical of Rocco Nucci and his YouTube system. I saw that. The 2 engaged in a conversation on Rocco's way out. There was a lot of head shaking and hands in the air from Tim. Just doesn't understand what the young man's trying to do.
Steal by Jack Coleman. And Coleman with an easy money layup. He's got 10. Exactly what?
Yeah, that was the look right there. You've got the same one. I've seen it. And he went over to Pelt and then criticized Pelt right away.
Again, beautiful feed from D'Alessandro. And shooting free throws is going to be Suleiman.
I'm starting to have flashbacks.
Love the court vision of Anthony D'Alessandro. He has made some real nice passes to this young man specifically. Billy Suleiman is big. Suleiman, the sophomore. He'll get 2 free throws, and he leaves the first one short. A year ago, these 2 teams played, and it was Amherst had won at 51-49 here in this gym. And it came down to North Olmsted put up a 3 late, and they had 3 free throws. They were down 2 points, made only one of the 3, and ended up losing the game. So it was a rough loss. They graduated 7 seniors from that team, and they're just in an absolute rebuild mode right now.
I remember you had the call of that ball game. It was a really good contest, and yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of a different set of circumstances this afternoon for Matt Joseph of this North Olmsted Eagles ball club.
Matt Joseph, the former freshman basketball coach in the Troy DiFranco era, and the JV coach for Jim Brabenik. Matt putting his hands on his forehead right now. He's going to have a lot of that, at least early in the season, with this very young and inexperienced team. Comets keep it alive. Working the ball left side, a great pass. A left-handed laser beam. Andrew Balicki hit Jack Coleman, and Coleman's got 12. And Jack Coleman hasn't had to work very hard for those 12 points.
No, just a sophomore, and again, he's at what his season average was pretty close to last year, being 15.
Open 3. Banged off the backboard. The other way, it's Balicki. Looking right, goes right, and shooting free throws will be Dudziak. David got smoked from behind. He's up, he's good, and he's going to go to the foul line.
Yeah, it was clean. It was pretty much the only option North Olmsted had at that point was to try to foul Dudziak and, maybe make a play on the ball that way, but he'll certainly look to capitalize at the line here.
So the foul's on Corey Kraft, and he's another storyline in this basketball game, the youth of Matt Joseph's team. Corey hasn't played organized basketball since he was an 8th grader. He's a junior. He decided to come out this year, and Coach Joseph welcomed him, and he said, let's give it a go, and he's worked his way into a varsity rotation. Dudziak makes them both. He's got 8. His team's got 40. And we got 4 minutes left in this opening half. Press in the backcourt. Stanley Robinson with a nice feed. The bunny was missed by Coleman. Coleman stole it, got it back, missed it, and then third time's a charm for Amherst. Coleman's got 14. Coleman's got 14. We still have almost 4 minutes left in the half. And the Comets are going to force a turnover at midcourt.
Yeah, 13 turnovers for North Olmsted here. Again, you mentioned 3.5 left to play. So those are starting to mount. The points tough to come by. It's a tough recipe right now for the North Olmsted Eagles.
Cy Christensen checks back in for Amherst. I asked Coach Bray about how Christensen fits, and he said, when he was at Clairview playing for his dad, he said he was mostly an outside shooter and very good at it. He said, but we discovered with us, he can play inside, likes to play inside, has the moves to play the post, face the basket, or face with back to the basket, and he has become that kind of weapon for this basketball team. And Jared, if he can become that, man, they're going to be real good. They can score inside and outside.
You think about it, last year forced to kind of be that point guard and initiate offense.
The miss and the long rebound chased down by the Comets. Dudziak looks inside, and guess who? It's Cy Christensen. Christensen's got 4. It's not like he's 6'7" like Beckler. He's 6'1". But he's got, great feet, strong hips, another steal, another fast break, and an easy layup for Jack Coleman. Coleman's got 16. Of Coleman's 16, and I don't know this, but I bet of the 8 hoops, 6 of them have been layups.
Breakaways.
Yeah. Another steal and another layup for Jack Coleman. Coleman's got 18. It's 46-9. And the gym's kind of silent because it's that kind of game. It's really not the kind of game that anybody can get excited about.
Yeah, trailing 40 here, coming into the final 2.5 minutes.
Games today look like this. Tim Alcorn will have the next 2. He's got the Lorain North Ridgeville game. That ought to be a real good one. Keystone and Olmsted Falls. That ought to be a real good one. And then Rob Polinsky comes in for the nightcap. He's got the 2 that finish off the night. Elyria and Toledo Whitmer. That ought to be a real good one.
I think we got a loaded slate.
And then Midview Bay, and that one will be a very competitive basketball game as well. So, I mean, if you've got nothing to do today but, get things prepped and ready for tomorrow, stay on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel, because Jared and I will take you through this one with Gary Pelter. Tim will take you through the next two, and Rob Polinsky will tuck you in tonight. I don't know if you want
Nobody
Polinsky
look forward to that.
Yeah. He'll call the final two for you.
Things you don't want. Tuck it in, bring it home, any of those things.
By Polinsky?
Maybe Rob Polinsky will take you to the park. No, you don't want the parking lot either.
That's Cole Scanlon with a little floater from about 13 feet. Cole's got 5 points off the bench. Eagles with a floater of their own on the baseline, and Brett Zata with his first hoop. He's got 3 points. Beckler bodying up. 3-corner shot and good from Cole Scanlon. Scanlon's got 8, and that includes 2 threes. It's 53-11. From the foul line, front of the rim, back of the rim, and a drop. That's Dominic Martin. Martin, the lefty, the 6'5 junior. Christensen thought about it, kicks it out. Now they work it in. Beckler. Beckler gives it up, and it's an easy money layup for Zach Anderson. Anderson's got 5. Nice assist from the 6'7 junior Beckler. D'Alessandro looking inside. He goes outside. Eagles, left elbow, 14-footer miss, kept alive. Beckler brings it in. Christensen down the floor, left side, setting up for the 3. It's Scanlon, and Scanlon hits his 3rd 3 of the afternoon. Cole's got 3 threes. He's got 11 points. 58-13. We're 15 seconds from halftime. Nice drop step spin. Open is D'Alessandro, and he missed the 3-pointer. Scanlon got the rebound down the floor, and another fast break hoop for Zach Anderson. Anderson's got 7. That's the halftime buzzer. And it's 60-13 Amherst at the break. That's a lot of scoring. I don't care who you are and who you're playing. 60 points and a half is a lot of points. Take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll talk about the first half. We'll give you the scoring, and we'll have a couple of surprises for you, I'm sure. We'll be back.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Lorain County has a story every day. Make sure you don't miss it. From breaking news and high school sports to schools, business, and community events, the Chronicle has it all. Stay connected to your neighbors and your home team with coverage that matters most to you. Don't just hear about Lorain County, know Lorain County. Subscribe today at chroniclet.com/subscribe and get the news that keeps you in the know. The Chronicle Telegram, Lorain County's largest newspaper.
Ron Yance, Jared Kozar along with you. Gary Pelter. Over 40 years of broadcasting experience, and what does that get for Pelt? He's a camera expert now. Gary Pelter running camera today for us in the press box at the DiFranco. Tim Alcorn is also joining us in the press box. We're going to put the headsets on Pelt for a second. And Gary, I want to ask you this.
Go ahead, Ron.
The biggest adjustment from being on air to behind the camera for you was what? Was it not wearing the human highlighter yellow raincoat, or because you couldn't be athletic enough in it to run camera, or what was the biggest adjustment?
Honestly, Ron, probably the biggest adjustment is throughout the course of the game, I'll see something and I'll want to say something.
Okay.
And a lot of times somebody, whoever's doing the ball, whoever's on the microphone will get to the point that I was thinking about or that I saw throughout the course of the game. But that's one of the things that, I'll see something go on. I go, I want to say something, but can't say it.
You know what would be innovative, and I don't think this is being done at all anywhere, is if the camera operator had a headset with a microphone on and the camera operator could offer comments during the broadcast as well. Jared Kozar is shaking his head quickly.
He's like,
left and right. No. But that would be something innovative. I mean, it would be as innovative as that camera that's on a cable that goes right over the huddle. I mean, that would be something that I don't think's being done anywhere. And Pelt, you would be, I think, the original to do it.
In all honesty, when I used to do some games with TV20 with Joe Bach would shoot. He'd be on the camera, and he'd have a headset on.
The original.
Bach would.
Okay.
Joe Bach is the original do-everything guy.
All right.
So
that's not an original thought that I just had.
Well, I mean, it was an original thought from you, but I have seen it before. No, Joe had a lot of innovative things that he did over there at TV20 that took broadcasting at the high school level to a totally new level.
We got a list of celebrities coming into the press box. Dan May, the athletic director for Midview High School, has just worked his way up. I don't know if you had Dan on. Did you have Dan on earlier? If we get an opportunity to put Dan on, he could talk about the huge gift that the Ross and the Cromling family made. Midview is we're gonna throw the headsets on Dan, because Dan and I have been chatting about this privately for some time now, and he was waiting for the right opportunity. And would it be today, Dan, to talk about the huge gift from the Ross and Cromling families and what it means for Midview athletics and the Midview school system in the future? Let's welcome in first Dan May, athletic director at Midview High School. Dan, happy Thanksgiving Wednesday. If you're not doing anything tonight and you want to come over to my brother's house in Avon Lake, we're making apple and pumpkin pies, and it's always a good time. But the 25th year of the DiFranco, so let's start with that. And Dan, how many years of the 25 have you been involved in it?
Well, first, thanks for having me. Thanks for being here, more importantly. This is year 13 for me.
13, so half of them.
So I've now been to half of them.
Yeah.
Or in charge of half of them, I guess.
Yeah, and how much impact has the DiFranco tournament had in the 25 years? The scholarship impact.
We've now given away over $100,000 to Midview graduating seniors through the scholarship in the last 24 years. So that alone is amazing.
When I came in about halfway through the Midview girls game, and I sat over there with Mrs. DiFranco and the over 30, near 40 DiFranco family members that were over there. And, of course, the tournament started in honor of her husband, Bob, Troy's dad. And then, unfortunately, Troy was added to that honorarium And the court here is named after Troy. The DiFranco community is everywhere in this community. You know, it's an important event not only for that family, but just the community over the years has really embraced it in ways that people don't even see. It's truly heartwarming, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. It started as a 4-team tournament, so there were 4 schools involved, but it's blossomed into really a Lorain County event. We could probably have 12 games if we really wanted to, with all the people that want to play here in honor of Bob and Troy, whether it's connections they had or connections Brabennick or Brittany's now have. So that's amazing. Obviously, we can only fit so many in a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they're not here participating, they're here supporting, scouting, just want to be a part of this great kickoff event.
Dan May, we're talking to Dan May, the athletic director at Midview High School. Dan, a lot of great things going on at Midview right now. A huge announcement this fall. The Ross and Cromling families historically have been great friends of the Midview School District. I mean, as far as fundamental gifting, philanthropy. Maureen Cromling, originally a Ross. Maureen no longer with us, but her husband Bill and her sons John and Bill Jr. have committed that or continued that family commitment. So tell the listening audience what you're smiling right now because you had to hold that under your hat for a long time. You've finally been able to talk about.
Yeah, this is something we've been working on for the last couple of years. Finally in, I think October, we unleashed it to the public. It's a huge project thanks to their generosity. It's starting with refinishing baseball and softball, so they're working out there right now. It'll be completely turf, all new fencing, dugouts, bullpens. We're actually putting lights on there now, so that's a breaking news type of
Wonderful.
thing. And then
on both fields?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. So those are hopefully ready to go end of March.
We need the breaking news banner going across right now on our Chronicle Telegram.
So that was board approved November 19th, I think. And then the second phase, we'll probably start seeing a little action over the spring and summer, but after next fall, you'll start seeing 2 buildings go up. The first is at the stadium. It's going to be locker rooms, concessions, bathrooms, which everyone knows we need those. And then the board office is on the second floor, and then the third one is like a 70,000 square foot field house.
Wow.
It'll have a cheerleading room, wrestling room, indoor track, a 40-yard turf field with an end zone, a basketball court the size of this that we can do a bunch of youth and rec stuff on, a golf simulator, so everyone will be happy for that. But it's a testament, again, to their dedication and then everyone jumping on board to support them.
Dan,
Can't thank them enough.
I say this factually, and not as a Midview grad and obviously a fan of what you do here, but the Midview facility will be like no other, will it? It will be the best around.
Yep, and then there are plans, obviously, for a new high school. Those are kind of at the states. They tell us when that could happen. So by the time that happens, everything else will be beautiful, and we'll be ready to put that in as the finishing touch on this beautiful campus.
Now, I know the number was announced, and I think it's important because to say it, the Cromling family gifted what total to this project?
$8.5 million.
$8.5 million.
Between Ross Foundation, the Cromlings themselves, 8.5, and that's unheard of.
And to repeat my point earlier, this isn't like it's the first time they've done something like this at Midview. They have made it a commitment historically. Dan, you want to keep the headsets on for a little, or you want to give it off to Kozar? Says May keeps the headsets on.
Yeah, I'm good. I did want to let you know that regardless of what time this game ends, we won't start the next one until 2:30.
Okay.
So for your planning purposes.
Because this one is in a situation where it could end early. It's 60-13, the Comets of Amherst with the lead here at halftime, and this is Coleman on the break, a little alley-oop. And everything's turning up roses for the Comets. That's Mason Limer with the hoop. He's got 9, and it was a beautiful feed from Coleman. Then Limer with the steal, and Limer, I don't know if I want to call it a dunk. It was kind of a good try.
I think his family will call it a dunk.
His family will call it a dunk. Mason Limer at 6'3". I'll say he's got to get a little bit more than that. At 6'3", Dan, how tall are you? My partner in the booth.
6'1", 6'2".
All right, you look
Back
taller
in
than
my
that.
day, I could do that.
You could do that, as well as play, corner infield for the Avon Lake Shoremen, right? You were a corner infielder.
Pitcher at the end of my career, but yes, started
Hall
out.
of Famer.
Yeah.
Dan May. Dan and I have had an interesting journey together because Dan grew up, went to Avon Lake High School. I grew up, went to Midview High School. I now live, and my children all went to Avon Lake High School, and Dan, for 13 years, has been an integral part of the Grafton and Midview community. So it's always fun when Dan and I get together. That's a steal and a layup, and it's Mason Limer who got it. Limer's got 13. So, Dan, it's 66-13. So tell us, as an athletic director, at what point does this game change and end?
Well, once it's 35, it's a running clock.
It's a running clock, and it'll get going pretty quickly.
So the only way the clock stops is with a timeout or if it goes under 30.
Yeah. You know, Matt Joseph, who you know well, he was Troy's freshman coach, Brabs' JV coach, solid human being. He said to me yesterday, I was talking to him on the phone, the North Olmsted basketball coach, and with the basketball right now is D'Alessandro, left wing to Zada, back to Anthony. He said, I just want our kids to get better every time. You know, whether that's every possession, whether that's every quarter, whether that's every game or every practice. Because he knows he's in for a rough year this year. He lost 7 seniors. It's his second year of leading the program that he described to me as trying to develop a culture and bring a culture to North Olmsted. And you, as a guy who, you know, hired him along with Troy all those years ago, I'm guessing, believe that Matt Joseph will be able to do that. That's Dudziak with the fast break hoop. He's got 10 points.
Yeah, proud of Coach Joe. He knew what he was getting into when he took this over, but he's got the passion for the sport to teach it. He's got the support staff with him on the bench, and they're going in the right direction. They're going to take their lump today, but he's here for the right reasons. So we're glad he's here.
Jake Perkins with his first bucket.
We're also excited to play him in a couple weeks.
The Middies of Midview will take on the Eagles of North Olmsted. That's a rebound and a foul that was blocked. Dudziak to Coleman. Here's the point guard. Lefty with the lead. He'll bring it back out for Amherst. Crossover, creates his own look, and it'll fall short, but shooting free throws will be Stanley Robinson. Foul will go on the Eagles. It's Nick Frattini with the foul, I believe. Yep, Frattini, that will be his first. And this is Robinson, Stanley at the foul line. Stanley had a three-point shot that he made in the opening half. That's his only point. Now we had the free throw. A year ago, Robinson was Mark Price-like at the free throw line, 88% from the foul line. Actually, he'd have to get to the 94 percentage to be Mark Price-like, but nonetheless, still pretty good, Dan.
That was Mark Price on a bad day.
Yeah. Does Mark come out here and do Price camps when he comes to Northeastern
I know he's at Avon Lake.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him out this way yet, but.
So Jared and I had Mark on a Saturday morning show on WEOL right when the Cavaliers were going into the playoffs a year ago. And we talked about those glory days under Lenny Wilkins. Of course, condolences out to everybody associated with Lenny Wilkins, the legendary coach passing away recently. Amherst again on the break, defense turning to offense, and it's Jack Coleman who has done pretty much everything he's wanted to do. Speaking of doing what you want to do, Dan, anything here at Midview that, I mean, you talked about obviously the huge impact that the gift from the Cromling and Rosses will have on the athletic, facilities, but are there some other things on the list of Dan May that, that you can check off or that you have that you see in the future that, you might want to introduce here today as Amherst brings it up? They're 72-15, the score right now, and the clock's a running clock at 2:50 left in this third quarter.
We've accomplished a lot here. What most people don't realize is those are brand new main hoops, and that's something we've talked about for a long time. As Liebacher hits a three for Amherst. So yeah, we've really checked off a lot the last couple of years, but that's one of our focuses. And then it'll turn on to the big project. In the meantime, they're always doing stuff for the academic side as well, so that's important for people to know.
Steal and a fast break. It's Cy Christensen. How'd you like a guy like Cy Christensen to fall into your athletic lap like Amherst got?
Yeah, I knew Cy when I was at Clearview, and he was about 3 foot tall, so he's come a long way.
Is he taller than you now? He's listed at 6'1". You said you're 6'1".
He might be close. I might have to check it out later when I go say hi to him. But great family. He's done a lot for Amherst, obviously, in the fall. And I know he loves playing basketball as well.
His dad's on the Pat Bray staff. With the basketball is Andrew Halfley. Halfley's going to work at left side to the big off the bench, and that's a strong move from Dominic Martin. Martin with his second hoop, the 6'5 junior. It's always fun for me to come back to Midview and do basketball, and specifically, obviously, in this gym, as that's a floater from Balicki. That's Andrew's first hoop. It's named after Troy DiFranco, who I knew since he was old enough to walk into the back door of our house as a 5-6-year-old, as one of my brother's best friends. And it's in the gym named after Ed Kabuski, and that's a steal and a layup from Leibacher. Peyton's got 7. And Ed Kabuski was my father's high school basketball coach at Grafton High School before Midview became Midview. When you had Grafton, you had Eaton, you had Carlisle, you had Belden, and all 4 of those schools became Midview. 1956 was that year, the first class of Midview High School. My dad was a senior that year. He was in the first graduating class, but he played freshman, sophomore, junior seasons for Ed Kabuski at Grafton High School. And then Mr. Kabuski became the basketball coach here. My dad was one of his players. And then Kabuski years later was the driver's education teacher. And he was my driver's ed teacher. And so it's just, there's a lot of connections here at Midview with the Yance family, and it's always fun to come back here. We're about wrapping up the third quarter, running clock, still moving. It's inside 20 seconds now. And that's a free throw from Martin. Dominic's got 5. It's 81-18. Amherst with the lead in this one. Dan May joining me. Dan May on headsets, the athletic director. 13 years in here at Midview. The tips by Beckler and others don't drop for Amherst. We'll take a timeout, but stay right here, okay? Dan's going to come back. It's 81-18 after 3 quarters from Midview High School, home of the DiFranco tournament this Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Welcome back to Kabuski Gym, DiFranco Court, home of the DiFranco tournament in honor of Bob DiFranco and Troy DiFranco. The Midview girls played the opener today. Leah DiFranco, the senior talented all-everything point guard for Midview. How many points did Leah end up with? Do you know, Dan?
I don't yet. I started to write the story, but I didn't have all that information.
Yeah.
So
she had a great game.
She had at least 17.
Rocco Nushi and my partner Jared Kozar were on the call on that. Her grandmother, Kathy DiFranco, was in the stands. Her mom, her dad, Jason running the scoreboard.
They got a big day today because Elyria plays at Cleveland State at 6 o'clock today.
Playing at St. Bonaventure. Yeah. Fast break layup for North Olmsted, and that's Halfley with his first hoop.
Yeah, Liv will play today, Friday, and Saturday at Cleveland State. So if you're looking for something to do, go check her out at Cleveland State, representing St. Bonaventure.
Yeah, Mrs. D said that after, I think it's a 2 o'clock game on Saturday, that she's going to, that they're having everybody over to Mrs. DiFranco's house. And I said, how many, Kathy, how many? And she goes, probably around 40, Ronnie. I go, how are you handling that? She goes, I don't serve dinner anymore. She says, we just put stuff out in bowls and plates and people serve themselves. And she said, we do chicken wings and all sorts of stuff.
She's got years of practice with just 18 grandchildren, so this will be nothing.
That's a little floater from Scanlon. Cole has 13. He had 11 in the first half. It's 83-20. It's Amherst with a big lead over North Olmsted. I like the play of Dominic Martin. He just missed the shot. He's a junior with no varsity experience, but he's 6'5", and he's got 5 points, 5 of the 20 so far here. Little fast break feed, and it's a turnover for North Olmsted. You know, talking to Pat Bray about preparing for this game, he said, it's kind of a rough week for me, Ron. I go, what do you mean? I said, because of Thanksgiving? He goes, no. He says, we're moving. He said, so my wife and I are moving. He said, you know, we got the house sooner than we thought we were going to get it. Ours sold sooner than we thought it was going to be sold. It's Beckler working inside. Gavin's shot was blocked. The Comets will get a 3, and they knocked it down. That was Scanlon. Scanlon's been red hot. He has hit 4 threes. He's got 16 points. He said, so, you know, as soon as the game's over, he said, we got to worry about Thanksgiving and moving and coaching. He said, but on Friday, he said, I'm thinking about, he goes, Ron, what do you think about this? And that's a Chuck Shuck just made that shot. And I'm so glad that Chuck made it because I've been waiting to say Chuck Shuck chucks it and makes it. When I was talking to Matt Joseph, I said, I can't wait to say that name. Ferenczi with a little dribble drive. He gets his first hoop. But back to Bray for a second. He's going to use his team, he thinks, to help him move tomorrow. Or not tomorrow on Thanksgiving Day, but Friday. He said, I got a lot of boxes. He said, Ron, what do you think about that? And I said, well, I think that'd be a good idea. He goes, I'd like to do it, but I don't think I'm going to ask the parents if I can use their boys on Friday to help me move.
He actually said he was signing his papers at 11 o'clock today.
Is that right?
So he's had a busy day.
He's had a busy
now
day.
He could relax a little bit. Pat Bray doesn't always relax, but he can relax now.
The Comets will turn it over, so the Eagles are going to get it back. Yeah, I don't think you'll see any Comets loading boxes tomorrow or Friday at the Bray house. But the idea was in the head of Pat. His 2 sons are home from college for Thanksgiving break, so they're going to help him out, Austin and Landon. This is Beckler with the steal, and big Gavin goes in, draws the defense, and dishes it off to Leibacher. Peyton's got 9. There have been 8 Comets that have scored in this basketball game, and that's the rotation of 8 that Pat Bray talked about. I think we'll see a lot more than 8 play in this basketball game, though. 4 minutes left. It's 90-23. I gotta give you an update, Dan May, athletic director at Midview, on a former Midi, Zach Sprague, who is a first-year student at Lorain County Community College. Zach's been hanging out with me. He comes to some of our WEOL broadcasts. And Zach is calling play-by-play for the Gamers team at Lorain County Community College, which is a national phenomenon. The video game teams, it's a varsity sport in college athletics. And Lorain County Community College has got a great facility, and Zach's the play-by-play guy. And he's doing great. They love him. He's a video expert, gaming expert, and he's perfect for it.
And in his free time, he's now helping our bowling team.
Oh,
so
perfect.
He's volunteering this year. So I just saw him actually yesterday or Monday, and they have a bowling match tonight. So he'll be on campus in about an hour, actually.
Fine young man, Zach Sprague. He's met Jared Kozar before, and even though he met Jared, he decided to come back and spend some more time with us.
Did he get Jared's autograph?
3 minutes left in this basketball game. Game 2 on a full slate. That's a floater dropped by Halfley. Halfley's a sophomore. Massimiani's a sophomore. Knight's a sophomore. Suleiman's a sophomore. Frattini's a sophomore. A lot of sophomores for Matt Joseph. And as he said, we just want to get better, whether that's possession by possession, quarter after quarter, or game by game. And that's what their goal is today. 2:30 left. Comets are going to win the first game of their basketball season. Want to let you know a lot more action coming up. We got 4 more games. Dan May told us that they could have 11 or 12 games if they wanted to. They're going to have 6. Is that Chuck Shuck again? For 3. Chuck Shuck just hit a 3. He's got 5. I was getting ready to say the lineup of games, and I missed a moment to call a Chuck Shuck 3. So we've got Tim Alcorn for the next 2, the voice of the Cavaliers here in the box at Midview, a Midview grad. Tim, the 1981 Midview grad, with my sister Tammy, who I'll see later today. He's calling Lorain and North Ridgeville at 2:30, Keystone and Olmsted Falls at 4, and then Rob Polinsky. Rob couldn't get into Midview, so they put him out at Norwalk, St. Paul or something like that. And he'll call the 5:30 and the 7 o'clock game, the Elyria Whitmer game and the Midview Bay game. Yeah, Polinsky didn't have the test scores to get in at Midview. Well,
that Elyria Whitmer game should be a great matchup. We were really hoping Anthony would be here.
Yeah.
He's moved on to bigger and better things.
Well, Anthony's number is hanging on the wall here at Midview, number 44, Anthony Stacy. Whistle and a foul, and shooting free throws for North Olmsted will be Deshaun Knight, one of those half-dozen sophomores that are playing significant minutes for Matt Joseph. You got Ryan Fearband up there, who's the new Midview baseball coach. You've got Anthony Stacy, who is Anthony still the all-time leading scorer at Bowling Green, or did he get surpassed after he? I think he still is.
Yeah, I believe he still is.
And then Stasniak Joe, who played offensive line for Earl Bruce at Ohio State, played for the Colts in the NFL. And then I'm guessing one day you'll have another former baseball player up there who made it to the World Series this year, Dan.
Yeah, it was such a fun time watching Eric Lauer, is who we were talking about, make that trip. Obviously, he was a huge factor in the regular season, shifted roles in the postseason to the bullpen, but he proved his value, so hopefully he can get rewarded with that very soon. And yes, he'll be up on our wall very shortly, hopefully.
Well, Dan May, I'd like to thank you for joining us. The final is 91-30, a game that was not in doubt from, I don't know, just a couple of minutes in, and Amherst will win the first game of the season. The Eagles of North Olmsted will drop this first one. Dan May, in his 13th year as athletic director here, his 13th year of leading what is now 25 years of the DiFranco Memorial Tournament, originally named in honor of Bob, Troy DiFranco's father, the then Midview basketball coach Troy was. And then unfortunately years later, Troy has been added to the honor that the DiFranco, over $100,000 in scholarships the DiFranco has raised in the 25 years and given out to students in the Midview School District. So it's great work by a wonderful family and an outstanding community that gets behind it. Dan, we'd like to thank you for joining us. And we've got 4 more games here today.
I can come back.
And you can come back. And I know that either Tim or Rob would love to have you. And Jared, the producer, gives you the heads up or the thumbs up. So, Dan, good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. Happy Thanksgiving.
Right.
Thanks for everything you guys do for not only Midview, but all Lorain County.
Dan May, the athletic director at Midview High School. The Midi girls won the opener over Vermilion, 53-43. And the Amherst boys knock off North Olmsted 91-30. Jared Kozar back on headset. Jared, tell us about the rest of the day.
Well, again, you mentioned 4-pack still ahead of us today in terms of what we have coming on here for you on that CT YouTube channel and online at WEOL.com. We've got about 25 minutes, I think, we're going to tip off here. And that's going to feature Lorain and North Olmsted. And this is a good one. They locked up in a heated contest last year. That will carry over today. 2 teams that, quite frankly, should be playing with each other every year. And we get it here at the DiFranco Classic. So you really like that in terms of what goes on. Tim Alcorn says 20 minutes on the clock, and then it'll get going at that point. So we got a few minutes to get going, and we'll bring him in for his thoughts here. But again, there's that ball game. Following up that one, Olmsted Falls and Keystone. So you got a little bit of a big-time SWC school going up against that school from the Lorain County League. But Jeff Holzhauer and his ball club are really, really good. And Chris Delisio always brings a good battle-tested Bulldog ball club to this
Jared,
every year.
Someone once asked Alcorn and I if we could fill 90 minutes. And we looked at that person and we said, absolutely. I mean, we could fill 180 if you want us to. I mean, we've got all sorts of stories to tell. Some of them are true. So
you're going to fill 14 here in about a minute and a half.
Okay.
But moving on to some of what we have, we talked about the games that Tim's going to do. Then
I want to hear about Janss's bee-killing ability, knocking down bees' nests. When's that story coming?
Well, if I'd have done the Highland Hornets game last week, I could have told that story.
I think you need another Jantz to tell that story as well. That was a tag team effort of tremendous fouling.
How old were the Jantz boys when they did this?
Young men.
Let's get this figured out here in just a second. The nightcaps featuring that Elyria Whitmer matchup. Rod Bloomfield.
This broadcast is quickly going into the
Bay and Midview to close it out here. old West Shore Conference rivals. So I really like the connotation there. You're bringing back a conference that I wish never went away, and you're going to get that back.
It's not that old. I mean, if you're going to say old,
older,
you got to talk
well,
about
we
when
can talk
Alcorn
Erie
and I
Shore,
were
but
here.
okay.
No, Lakeland.
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with that.
The old Lakeland.
Why don't we just give Tim the headset and he can do it? But we got to take a quick break to close this game out, and then we'll officially start our coverage of Game 3 here at the DiFranco
You
Classic.
promised me like a buffet. When is that happening?
It's the Pie Fest. We're going to talk about that, too, coming up right after the break.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Alcorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today. Back to Troy DiFranco Court, Ed Kabuski Gym at Midview High School. And I'm just a few moments away from handing off the headset to my friend and fellow Midview grad, and I don't know, what else can we say, Tim?
Broadcaster,
Tim Alcorn. Tim,
great
welcome.
to be here, although I think folks may have heard my voice in the background as I was horning in on you and Jared Kozar's conversation.
So, Tim, I'm going to go back several years. I don't know if you remember this. So, Tim graduated from Midview High School in 1981. I graduated from Midview High School in 1983, and Tim and I, once upon a time, were both trying out for the Midview High School baseball team, and we were running sprints in the old gym.
The old gym,
before this gym was even, a thought.
This gym was the year I graduated.
Yeah.
81 was the 80-81 basketball season was the first year. Yep.
We would run sprints back and forth. Pelt's taking a picture, and I think you and I shared in each other's misery. I remember us being next to each other in the sprints, and they called them a type of sprint that's not used anymore, but it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, minimal rest again. And you and I happened to be right next to each other, and, both dying slow, painful deaths the entire time.
Get you in condition, though.
Got us in condition. But as I was saying to Dan May, we had him on for the second half of that Amherst North Olmsted game. It's always great to come back home, and I know you feel the same way.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This place, this gymnasium, has so many special memories for me. Of course, as I said, the 80-81 school year was the first year for this gym, so it was the first graduating class that came out of this gymnasium for graduation ceremony. So, of course, remember that fondly, and then just all the incredible high school basketball games that I had a chance to witness and call here in this gymnasium. It brings back a lot of memories, not just of Midview players and Midview families that I grew to know, including the DiFranco family, but families throughout Lorain County that either their teams were here to play against Midview or in the DiFranco tournament, or back when the D1 sectional district was here, Oh, just some
Those were
classic
great games, right?
Just classic games here in this gym. So I felt at home when I strolled back in. You said it, there's nothing like coming home.
Tim, one of my fondest memories of games in this gym, well, two of them. I'll say the first one. When I first graduated from Ohio University in 1987, Kevin Flanagan at the time owned Grafton Cable, and I think he still may. He had an idea of starting to broadcast Midview games, and I was looking for my first job. So I was doing Midview basketball games that late fall and early winter. And my first color analyst was my father, Ron, who was a 1956 Midview grad.
Oh, that's cool.
He was a outstanding shooter in the day before there was a three-point line. My dad was leading scorer as a junior and a senior and started for Ed Kabuski as a sophomore. My brother Craig was on the team. It was the winter of 1988, so the fall of 87, winter of 88. Craig and Troy graduated from Midview High School in 1989, but they were players on that team in 88 for Ray Verba. And my brother was a good basketball player. My dad, being the father of that player on the court, Craig got into early foul trouble. He got
here we go.
his third foul like in the first quarter. My dad said on the air.
He became a dad rather than a broadcaster.
On Grafton Cable. He said, that's just BS. But he said the BS. And I looked at my dad and I said, Dad, it's great having you, but I'm going to put you back out in the seats to be a dad again. So then
That's a great story.
Yeah. So then I had Don Binney as my color analyst. But those days, so you had Midview in the Erie Shore Conference back then when Craig and Troy played, and Lorain High and Admiral King High. So you had Mitch Gillum, Sr., coaching Admiral King, and you had Reichert, Dale Reichert coaching Lorain.
Lacey's father.
And you had Hartman on that team of Lorain. You had Dion Whitfield at Admiral King. You had Jamie Gladden at Admiral King. You had all these great players. Admiral King and Lorain High, Tim, you'll remember this. That year in 1989, were ranked number 1 and 2 in the state of Ohio. Number 1 and number 2.
Yep.
All right there, half a mile from each other in the city of Lorain. So those are, when I come back to this gym, I remember those games against my brother's teams, Craig's and Troy's teams.
Yep. It's funny that you mentioned 1988 because Admiral King went to the Final Four that year. And one of the single greatest shots that I ever saw in this gymnasium, and you referenced him, district final, Jamie Gladden, right down there to our right, hit a 3-ball for Admiral King to send the game to overtime. If he doesn't hit it, their season ends in a district final loss. To this day, was Jamie's foot on the line? Admiral King people will say no.
On the sideline, like out of bounds?
No, it was a 3-point shot right down here.
Line. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it was close, and, of course, everybody was standing up, and we were here in the box calling it. I've never seen the video replay. I would love to see it, but I can still see that shot. I can see that sequence. Jamie hit it. The place erupted, and King won in overtime and then went on to the Final Four.
You know, and Jamie Glad went on to a pretty good career.
Yes, he did.
This just popped into my head when you were talking about big moments. So, and you'll remember, like, the Pat Reiner teams in Midview High School in the old gym in the Lakeland Conference.
Scott Terry, Ryan Calhoun,
Freddie Trimble.
Yep.
So, it was 1980. So I think I'm a fresh. I graduated in 83, so whatever that is, the winter of 1980. It's February. Do you remember what happened in February of 1980 in the country? I'm in the Midview gym watching a basketball game, and on the public address system, the courtside announcer, whoever it was, Mr. Kabuski, whomever it was back then, says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know that the United States hockey team has just defeated the Russians."
In February of 80, yeah.
And,
Lake Placid.
In Lake Placid. I remember that moment. Gave me chills just now saying it. I was in that gym as like a sophomore or a freshman, February of 1980, with all of my buddies, and we heard that announcement. So, yeah, a lot of memories for both of us here at Midview High School. Tim, let's talk about, well, we talk about two things. The games you got coming up, because you got a couple of really good ones. You got a doubleheader. Rob's following you with a doubleheader. 6 games today. Dan was telling us, Dan May, the athletic director, he could schedule 11, 12 games here if he wanted to. It's become that big of an event.
I love it.
What are you looking forward to in your games?
Well, first of all, just knowing those programs and the excellence that each program presents. Keystone with Jeff Holzhauer for so many years. Same can be said for Lorain High. Certainly Matt hasn't been around that long, but I think he's done a really nice job in succeeding a Hall of Fame coach and a legendary coach, and John Rossitano over at Olmsted Falls. Chris Delicio has done an amazing job. So you've got programs that are rooted in success. And I was talking to Matt Killian down on the floor before the ball game. Didn't mean to leave out Ben Chase at North Ridgeville. But I was talking to Matt before the game, and he said, we're young, but our kids have been around winners. They know what it's like to win basketball games. And so there may be a few bumps in the road for them, but he thinks he's got some kids that'll come out and play really, really hard. Keystone, another team that has a lot of young kids on their roster. Of course,
kids.
Yes.
Impact, yeah.
Yes. Coming off that great season last year. So I just think they're going to be highly competitive games. I think they're going to be well played because more often than not, even when it's the first game of the year, when you have two teams that are well coached, they're fundamentally sound, and whether it's opening night or that district final that we talked about, they're going to play well. There might be a few jitters here or there, but for the most part, I think teams will execute. I don't think you'll see a lot of sloppiness out there because these kids in all 4 programs in both games have come up through the program.
You know, speaking of coaches, I'm just looking down to our left down on the sideline here. You got Mike Fitch of Avon who's in attendance. He's doesn't have a team in the race today. You got Larry Babix of Brookside. Again, no team in the race today. And then you got Eric Scharf of Columbia. So there are 3 local Lorain County coaches,
Yep.
all 3 successful programs. And what else to do on a Wednesday before Thanksgiving to come scout some opponents?
Well, these guys are gym rats. They talk about players being gym rats, guys that just love to be in a gym, get up, shots, whatever the case may be. Coaches are like that too. I mean, they go around to open gyms in the summer, and they'll find basketball. And so, yeah, knowing that there's all this basketball action here today, they're going to plant themselves right in that front row and just be spectators and fans of the game, but you're not going to get them out of the gym.
Tim, it's funny you say that. You just reminded me, you triggered me to another memory. So when Stacy and I first got married, and by the way, I want to check in on Diane and see how she's doing.
Doing well.
I had a night off from covering sports. At the time, I was at Channel 43 with Gib Shanley. I had a night off. So Stacy said, what do you want to do tonight? I said, I really want to go check out John Stavoli's Valley Forge Patriots. This was back in the day when Dean Rayhaus played at Valley Forge, and they went all the way to the Final Four in Division I. So I'm sitting in the stands with my soon-to-be wife on a night off, and Stavoli, I don't know if you ever did any John Stavoli games.
I did not.
He was a legendary coach, at Valley Forge. He sees me, and he walks over, and he goes, Yancey, what are you doing? And I said, well, I got a night off. I wanted to see your team. I heard it. And he looks at my wife, and he goes, good luck.
Right. It gets in your blood.
Yeah.
I've had people, as I walked in today, what are you doing here
What are you
today?
doing here, Alcorn?
Yeah, it's like, well, first of all, and I know you were very close, probably more than I was with the DiFranco family, and you still are, but anything involving that family and our great friend Troy DiFranco, if I'm asked to be here, I will. But and the other part of it is I just love the game of basketball. And to sit here and watch high school kids compete in the game of basketball, I don't think there's anything better to do.
No, and, back to the DiFrancos for a moment. Michelle, Troy's wife, obviously here today. All 3 of their children, Aaron and Lauren and Evan, all 3 here today. And earlier during the Midview girls game, I was sitting over there with Mrs. DiFranco, and there were, we started counting them, Michelle and I, there were almost 40 immediate family members. Not like, outside edge family members.
Right.
Like I said to Kathy, Mrs. DiFranco, I said, Leah's playing. It's her first game of her last season. How many more years you got? And she starts looking around her, and she goes, well, Noah's in 9th grade, and and there's like 6 other grandchildren that are still like 9th grade and below.
Just an extraordinary family and an incredible legacy that not only Troy but his dad, Bob DiFranco, have left, and they just epitomize what the community of Grafton, what Midview High School, what education, what high school athletics is all about. They're just a phenomenal family.
Yeah. Well said. And I miss Troy dearly.
I do too.
My brother's best friend, he was another little brother to me because he was always over the house. I've got some Troy DiFranco stories that I just can't say on the air. But they're all good. They're all good. And we
it's interesting because I was sharing with somebody that, Troy and I got along really well when he was the head coach here at Midview, and really was when he was an assistant coach. But it wasn't until Troy joined me and us on WEOL that we really developed a tight bond.
Yeah.
And there's something about just sitting next to somebody and calling a game or taking road trips to do a tournament game or a regional contest. And boy, you got to know Troy as a man and as a father, and he was just so special. And obviously we were all devastated by his loss, but incredibly blessed to have known him, to have had a relationship with him. You went back much further than I did, as you said, into your boyhood days. But I think of Troy now, and yes, I'm saddened, still saddened by his loss, but at some point, in those thoughts, a smile always comes to my face.
Well,
always.
And I believe that people live on in other ways, not in the physical human way on this earth, but I mean I'm a firm believer of that in the actions that we have. And we were talking to Matt Joseph, the North Olmsted coach, who Troy hired as his freshman coach years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Matt said there's a philosophy that's one of his cores. He said 3 non-negotiables on his team that he has as a coach. He said 100% effort all the time, respect all the time, and perseverance. And he says, if you can do that, you'll be successful in anything in life. And he says, most of that little formula came from the math teacher, Troy DiFranco.
Absolutely.
So, an example of living on.
And when Troy passed, not only the basketball fraternity and the alumni and all those who played for Troy and coached with Troy, this school district as a whole was just devastated because of the fact that he had such a connection, not just with basketball players, but with every student that walked these halls and sat in his classroom.
Every kid that didn't want to go to math class, but they went anyways because Mr. DiFranco was teaching it. Hey, Tim, I got to thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
And to you and your family as well.
Tell Diane hello and
we'll do so.
Wishing her well in her recovery. I know that Jose Ramirez probably wishes her well too, right? I mean, wasn't Jose the reason that she fell at Citi Field in New York?
I'll tell that story sometime
okay.
else.
All right.
Somebody that I work with, actually.
Timeout's coming next. Jared Kozar, happy Thanksgiving to you, young man. Dave Ream, happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Have a great day. Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Cobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Cobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at CobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
And we're back here at Midview. Tim Elkhorn with you, along with Jared Kozar. Big Dave Rydell's on the camera. And it's North Ridgeville taking on Lorain. Ridgeville with the basketball as we're underway. Work it into the paint. Now they swing it to the right corner, and the three is in and out. Rebound grabbed by Lorain. So Ron talked to me so much I didn't even get my notes out. So as I scramble for my notes, just keep an eye on things down on the floor. Lorain with the basketball as the Titans are going left to right. Just underway, and what is a day full of basketball. Shot partially blocked down on the baseline. And then the shot put back up, and it's no good.
Ron has the innate ability to roadblock you and things like that. It just comes natural.
Well, believe it or not, oh, here we go. I was going to say, I don't have my North Ridgeville roster, but now I do. And as we are still scoreless, thank goodness. Lorain with the basketball as the Titans with his very young basketball team driving and missing is Jeremiah Daniels. Here comes North Ridgeville to the other end, and a driving layup is good for Colton Mack. So Colton Mack with the first 2 points of the season for North Ridgeville, 6'1" junior. And now the ball poked free out front, and it's grabbed by Colton Mack. So the Rangers with that 2-0 lead heading to the other end. Out front, Baker comes down the lane, but he missed on the dunk. And Lorain will take it to the other end. Up the right side, or left side, Rudolph feeds in the lane. Oh, nice block shot by Colton Mack. And the ball comes out to North Ridgeville. North Ridgeville under head coach Ben Chase, and of course Lorain guided by Matt Killian. We've played 2 minutes as this one started actually a hair early, as down low getting his shot blocked was Luke Rowe. And now for Lorain at the other end, getting his shot blocked was Kane Taliano. Well, Jared, I want to thank you and, of course, everybody, Rocco within the WEOL world, as out front the 3-ball is up, and that's off the mark for Jeremiah Daniels. Here comes North Ridgeville. Just an honor to be here. Love being back in this gym, as I mentioned to Ron. Ridgeville works it down low, and there's a block shot. Nice job by Julian Turner for Lorain High.
Well, we want to thank the folks at the NBA who made it available, because there's been a couple of years where it hasn't worked out schedule-wise. No fault of anybody's own, but you have prior commitments. This year, you had 3 days off. Don't think I didn't look at that.
Well, I will be on a plane tomorrow afternoon, but as far as the DiFranco, it was clear, and as I said to Ron, anytime I can get here and support this tournament and the DiFranco family, I'm glad to do it. You know how close we all were, as we've got a turnover by Lorain. North Ridgeville up 2-0, 4:35 to go. First quarter, 3-ball from the corner is missed by Duke Baker, and it's one and done for the Rangers. Boy, Lorain High has 2 seniors on this team. They are young. 3-ball from the left side is wide by Jalen Jackson. North Ridgeville to the other end. We've got a whistle and a foul. Jared, do you recognize any of the officials down there?
We're going to go 3 for 3 here, Tim. Out there is Steve Hayhurst working with James Timko. And, maybe we're not going to go 3 for 3. I'll come up with it.
James Timko, and who was the
Steve
third?
Hayhurst.
Hayhurst.
Yeah, you give me about another 3 minutes worth of searching the memory bank. We'll find out who that third guy is.
Ridgeville with the ball. It's a 2-0 lead for the Rangers. On the left side, Stepanchik, they work it back to the right wing. The 3 is up. That one's short, and the rebound not saved in by Duke Baker. First substitution of the game for Lorain High. Here's Jameer Booker checking in as Julian Turner, senior forward, will sit down. Lorain still looking for their first points in the ball game and of the season. North Ridgeville with the only 2 points in the contest. Colton Mack with a field goal. Out front, here's Javel Morris. And a 5-second violation, I believe. And that will bring into the ball game Jackson Compton for North Ridgeville. Well, you think about the DiFranco tournament and the legacy of Midview, and of course Bob DiFranco, Troy's dad and really the patriarch of the family, taught for many years in the North Ridgeville system. As coming down the lane but getting his shot blocked was Luke Rowe. So there's a strong North Ridgeville connection to this tournament. Boy, you sent me over the rosters, Jared. I couldn't believe it's in its 25th year.
Right.
And it's raised over $100,000 in scholarship money. That's incredible. How about that spinning move, but not able to convert, was Luke Rowe. Lorain wants to run to the other end, driving to the bucket. Missing the shot, though, was Jalen Jackson. And North Ridgeville, still with that 2-0 lead, heads to the other end. Right of the lane, banking and scoring is Hayden Stepanchik. He's only a freshman, 5'11", ninth grader. And that gives North Ridgeville a 4-0 lead with under 3 to go here in the first quarter. Lorain looking for their first points. 3 ball off the mark for Javel Morris. And here comes North Ridgeville to the other end. They work it left side to Compton, and Compton will bring it all the way out to the half-court line. You know, it was interesting. When I got to the NBA, I had to constantly remind myself of the 24-second shot clock. Now that I'm back at the high school level, I keep looking for the 24-second shot clock.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, just at a different level. And, it's amazing. You know, we're going to talk about Troy throughout the contest and the rest of the afternoon. I remember going into Lorain High when their gym was relatively brand new, may have been the second year, and they had shot clocks fixed to the hoops. And Troy said, we're not that far away.
It's coming. It's coming.
Maybe not the 24-second variety, but Troy said we're not far.
3 ball out front off the mark for Stepanchik. We're stuck at 4-0. Boy, Lorain High really struggling to get the first points of the season. Driving and missing was Jeremiah Daniels. North Ridgeville wants to run up the left side. Colton Mack hands it off. Free right on the mark from Stepanchik. And that'll bring a timeout from Lorain. Well, how about the 9th grader, Hayden Stepanchik, coming in and making his first appearance at the varsity level? Well, I thought we had a timeout.
I thought we did as well, but apparently not.
Just a stoppage in play. It'll be Lorain basketball as the Rangers have a 5-0 lead. And now walking the ball into the forecourt will be Jeremiah Daniels. As out front ball got deflected, grabbed by Jackson. Jackson left of the lane, hits the brakes, drops it in the paint. There we go. First 2 points of the ball game for Lorain High. It's Jameer Booker. So Booker makes it a 7-2 ball game. As Ridgeville's at the other end. Short little bank shot, but it's off the mark for Cole Miller. Ball ricochets back out front. 3 ball, good! Duke Baker hits that 3. So the second 3 ball of the quarter for North Ridgeville, and their lead is up to 8 at 10-2.
Miller to Baker on the football field, works the same on the hardwood.
There's a rainbow shot that's a beauty from Jeremiah Daniels. Nice move by Jeremiah Daniels for Lorain High to make it 10-4 with under a minute to go here in the first quarter. Rangers with the basketball, and on the near sideline, Hayden Stepanchik stepped out of bounds. So it'll be Lorain basketball, 48 seconds to go. See, at my other job, I would say they could get a 2-for-1 right here. It's not happening here. Well, it could. We don't know, but we'll see.
Plane ride's 26 hours away, okay?
Jeremiah Daniels Out front, had it knocked out of his hands, out of bounds by Duke Baker. Again, Jeremiah Daniels, a junior. Jalen Jackson, a junior. This is a young Lorain High team. Right in front of the scorer's table, that's Daniels to throw it in. Titans down 6, 10-4. As out front, Jackson will shovel it to Kane Taliano. And indeed, Lorain's going to take some air out of the ball and run it all the way down. Right side, here's Jackson. Jackson with the ball on his hip, clock at 15, and then it's poked away. Nice job by Jackson Compton. And now Compton at the other end had his shot blocked off the backboard. Compton is still down underneath the basket to our left. It's 5-on-4, 3 out front off the mark, and that will end the first quarter of play. It's a good start for North Ridgeville. They held Lorain scoreless for quite a while, and then Lorain got a couple of buckets late. 10-4, Rangers by 6 at the end of 1, and we will take a timeout on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
North Ridgeville with a 10-4 lead at the end of 1. Game 3 at the 25th annual DiFranco Classic here at Midview High School. And of course, I know in the first couple of ball games, and certainly throughout the rest of the coverage here today, and by the way, great job by WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page. But we'll be talking about the DiFranco family and the legacy of this tournament and the outstanding basketball that has been played here over the years. And there have been some classic matchups. And as Ron Yantz mentioned to me as he was winding down his coverage of Game 2, Midview Athletic Director Dan May saying they could literally double this, make it a 2-day tournament or showcase. It's really not a tournament, you just have single games. Lorain with the ball to start the second quarter. Shot from the corner, no good, but there's a nice putback basket for Lorain High by Julian Turner. So Julian Turner with his first 2 points of the season, and it's a 10-6 ball game. Ridgeville will push it to the other end, but the ball knocked out of bounds by Javel Morris.
You know, you talk about everybody that's been involved, and I think it's really special. Elyria will take the floor against Toledo Whitmer tonight. They always have a really premier out-of-area opponent here that they draw in. Past year, Sandusky, those have been great.
Lob on the inbounds, but the dunk missed by Cole Miller, but the ball comes back to the Rangers. 3-ball right side, no. Putback basket, though, by Luke Rowe. Well, everybody's getting in on the act for North Ridgeville. Luke Rowe now the 4th player to score, makes it 12-6. But at the other end, a rainbow shot is good from Jeremiah Daniels. Daniels with the 2-ball to make it a 12-8 ball game. Second quarter just underway. Out front, 3 on the way. That one's off the mark for Cole Miller. Lorain able to snag that rebound. Titans in their whites as Javel Morris gives it up to Jeremiah Daniels. Daniels tried to get it back to Morris, but North Ridgeville knocks it away. At the other end, a 3-ball perfect from Luke Rowe. So Luke Rowe becomes the 3rd Ranger to hit a 3-ball. And it's now 15-8. 7-point lead for North Ridgeville. North Ridgeville with some good early shooting, and Lorain not the case as that one's off the mark for the Titans. Out front, another 3. That one, big bounce off the rim for Luke Rowe. 7-point lead for North Ridgeville. Lorain High held the 4 in that first quarter. You're not going to win a lot of high school games if you only score 4 points in a period and if you turn it over like Lorain did right there.
6 turnovers for the Titans to this point in the contest, but you're talking about a ball club missed their first 10 shots from the field, so that certainly led to some of those struggles in the first quarter of play.
So it's North Ridgeville basketball with 5:45 to go here in the first half of play. Right of the lane, pulling up. Nice little floater from Cole Miller. And he becomes another Ranger to score. 5 North Ridgeville players are in the book. 17-8 Rangers. And now a foul is called on Luke Rowe for North Ridgeville. For the Titans, it'll be Javel Morris to inbound. 6-foot sophomore. Gets it into Jalen Jackson. Jackson to Javel Morris, and he'll bury one from the free throw line. So Javel Morris with his first 2. Well, Lorain High has 4 guys in the book, so a lot of balance out on the floor so far. 3 ball out front, rattles in for Mason Allison. Well, Ridgeville spreading the wealth, Jared. They're using every guy on the roster, and they're all scoring. And it's a 20-10 North Ridgeville lead. Out front, Taliano had it knocked away, and at the other end, there's a breakaway for Allison, but he can't convert on the dunk. Ball ricochets out front. They get it back to Allison, and at that time, he'll just settle for the layup. How about this start for North Ridgeville? They're up on Lorain 22-10 with 4:43 to go first half. We're at Midview High School. It's the DiFranco Classic, 25th annual. And we'll take a timeout on WEOL.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Matt Killian takes time for Lorain High as he's got to figure out a way to slow down this North Ridgeville team. They have had 6 different players score. 4 3-balls, and they've got a 12-point lead.
Heating up from beyond the arc, and as you mentioned, they've just been spreading the wealth and a lot of athleticism out there for North Ridgeville. You're talking about guys that 10 days ago were suiting up in a regional semifinal. So they got their basketball legs underneath them after that first 2 minutes of kind of feeling each other out.
Lorain with the basketball, off the timeout. Here's Jackson. They work it out front, now swing it right side to Daniels. Daniels, nice crossover dribble. Daniels will unload a 3, and that's shy, but the rebound saved in by Booker, but it goes to North Ridgeville. So the Rangers with the ball in a 12-point lead. Out front, Duke Baker. Baker backs up on the dribble, feeds it to Cole Miller. Now they work it left side, driving is Rowe, and he got fouled on his way to the bucket. These will be our first free throws of the ball game, as Luke Rowe will head to the line and shoot 2. I'll be here for the 4 o'clock game as well. Looking forward to that one. Keystone against Olmsted Falls. As the first free throw is up and good for Luke Rowe. Rowe leads all scores with 6. With that North Ridgeville balance, Rowe with 6, Allison with 5, Stepanchik with 5. Second free throw, good. So Luke Rowe, 2 for 2, 24-10. It's a 14-point lead for North Ridgeville. To the right side on the dribble, Jalen Jackson. His pass down into the corner, knocked out of bounds by a hustling Luke Rowe. And then Rob has Elyria and Whitmer, followed by Midview and Bay.
Correct. That'll close it out. And, yeah, just a loaded afternoon here. And the crowds start to change. You get some people that are, getting out of work now, too. It's really a cool feeling when you're here. It's almost like I told Rocco, like one of those NCAA tournaments, the Maui Invitational, where the schools pack each other up.
Left side of the forecourt. Here's Booker. Booker deals in the corner. And Jackson throws it down low. Tough bank shot hung on the rim and in for Brandon Serrano. Well, there's a new scorer for Lorain High. So it's a 24-12 ball game. North Ridgeville led by 6 at the end of one, 10-4. And now the Rangers with the ball and that 12-point lead. They work it to the left side. Stepanchik tosses it out front to Miller. They work it in the lane. Ball out front deflected, but grabbed by Luke Rowe. Rowe on the dribble, behind his back. Rowe, left side to Baker. Baker into the paint. Baker finger rolled it up and in. So Duke Baker now has 5. So 4 Ridgeville players with 5 or more. And it's 26-12. Rangers by 14. Baseline right, Booker will shoot. Skimmed off the rim, no good. And then knocked down on the rebound was Duke Baker. And the foul. Jared, I didn't see who they got that one on.
21, that is going to be, 21 is
JaVale Morris.
Morris, I said Morris, yeah, I was going to say Jackson. It's certainly not unfolding the way that Matt Killian had envisioned, but I think it's exactly where Ben Chase thought his Ridgeville team closed last season with a very strong tournament run, and that momentum certainly carried over here.
I recall following that on WEOL.com as the pass is knocked out of bounds by Jeremiah Daniels. They had it cooking at the end of the year.
They really did. They found a lot of things that were working right, and Ben Chase, one of those guys, a newer coach in the area, but his players really respond to him, and I think he kind of embraces the role of you're not going to see us coming, and then it's going to be too late.
Rangers up 26-12, just over 2 to go first half. 3 from the right corner, no good. Nice offensive rebound, though, grabbed by Cole Miller, and he got whacked as he went up for the putback. That'll put Cole Miller at the free throw line.
You talk about difference makers. You just look at that frame. Cole Miller is a man. He's a leader out there, too. Certainly the quarterback of a very successful football team for Brian Morgan and the Ridgeville Rangers. There's no drop-off when you get into hoops either.
Missed that first free throw. They don't put the weights on the North Ridgeville roster, just the height, but Cole Miller, 6'5", and he's solid. Line left, looking to extend the 26-12 Ranger lead. Second one's good. You mentioned Brian Morgan, and of course I don't get a chance to be on WEOL.com too often anymore. I just want to salute him and congratulate him with what he has done with the football program. I mean, Brian was a great basketball coach, a tremendous coach in hoops, and then he transitions to the football side, and he has done a remarkable job with that football program. So, Brian, hats off to you. Great job. And, of course, comes from a strong sports family. His dad, Chuck Morgan. Lorain basketball, not for long. There's the steal by Luke Rowe, and then Rowe had it knocked out of his hands, out of bounds by Kane Taliano for Lorain High. And isn't it amazing how family names and sports in Lorain County, they just keep going.
A prime example right here. We're at Midview with the DiFranco Classic. But
right.
Yeah, you're correct.
Let's see what North Ridgeville decides to do here. Up by 15, a lot of clock with 1:20 to go. Miller into the paint, feeds right side. Ball got bobbled by Rowe, and now he'll back up. Rowe will unload a 3. Good! Luke Rowe, he's got a 10-point first half, including a couple of bombs. And it's 30-12. North Ridgeville with a lot of breathing space. Lorain at the other end, 3 from the right corner. That one missed. And North Ridgeville wants to run 3-on-1. They work it to the right side. On the dribble is Luke Rowe. Rowe's pass, though, deflected. And here comes Lorain to the other end. Taliano left of the lane. Head and shoulder fake. Turns around, missed the shot. Rebound put back up off the glass and good by Jalen Jackson, his first 2. 30-14, 16-point lead. Driving and getting fouled was Luke Rowe. Only Luke Rowe, 6'2", junior, has a couple of 3 balls, a 2-point field goal, 2 of 2 at the free throw line. And Luke Rowe looking for 2 more right here as he heads to the stripe with 23.1 to go.
You know, we talk about a guy who is a contributor for Ridgeville. Again, remarkable tournament run last year. Luke Rowe started to find himself, and he started to become a really reliable option for them as a sophomore, and it has carried over. The offseason treated Mr. Rowe well.
He hits that free throw. And for Lorain High, that'll get Julian Turner back in the ball game. Julian, one of 2 seniors on this Lorain team. As Matt Killian going with some younger guys. Second free throw in and out for Luke Rowe. 31-14. Lorain in a deep hole, down by 17. Jackson throws it out front to JaVale Morris, 10 on the clock. Morris right side to Daniels, 6 on the clock. Daniels, 4 on the clock. Daniels steps left, unloads a 3. Go! And that will end the first half of play. 2 quarters of basketball dominated by North Ridgeville. Balanced scoring, outstanding defense, and they have a 17-point lead on Lorain at the intermission. 31-14, Rangers lead the Titans. Here at Midview, it's the DiFranco Classic, 25th annual. Glad to bring it to you on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page, the WEOL mobile app, and WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County has a story every day. Make sure you don't miss it. From breaking news and high school sports to schools, business, and community events, the Chronicle has it all. Stay connected to your neighbors and your home team with coverage that matters most to you. Don't just hear about Lorain County, know Lorain County. Subscribe today at chroniclet.com/subscribe and get the news that keeps you in the know. The Chronicle Telegram, Lorain County's largest newspaper.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Welcome back to Midview. Game number 3 of a huge slate of basketball here at the 25th annual DiFranco Classic, named in honor of Bob DiFranco and then his son Troy DiFranco, who sadly left us in the summer of 2019. But what a way to honor those 2 men and the legacy that they left. And in Game 3, we've got Lorain High taking on North Ridgeville. And so far, it's all Rangers. They lead it 31-14 at the intermission over Lorain High. North Ridgeville bolted out to a 10-4 lead at the end of 1. And then the Rangers really got it cooking in the second quarter of play. They scored 21 points in that second quarter to Lorain High's 10 to open up the 17-point lead at the intermission at 31-14. Looking at the scoring totals for Lorain High, we've got a bunch of guys with 2. Brandon Serrano with 2, Jamire Booker with 2, Jalen Jackson with 2. Julian Turner has a field goal for 2, JaVale Morris a bucket for 2, and Jeremiah Daniels has 2 field goals, Daniels with 4. Lorain High with a halftime total of 14, quarters of 4 and 10. For North Ridgeville, it's a different story. Colton Mack has a field goal for 2 points. Cole Miller, a field goal, 1 of 2 at the free throw line. He's got 3. Duke Baker has a 3-ball and a 2-point field goal for 5. Mason Allison, same story. 2-point field goal, 3-point bomb for 5. Hayden Stepanchik, he's done the same thing, a 2-point field goal and a 3-ball for 5. Luke Rowe has been the story. Luke Rowe, in the second quarter of play, scored all 11 of his points. He had 2 3-balls. He had a 2-point field goal, and he went 3 of 4 from the free throw line. North Ridgeville with a halftime total of 31, quarters of 10 and 21 for the Rangers. And they've got a commanding lead. They're on top of the Titans of Lorain High, 31-14 at the intermission. We'll take a quick timeout from the DiFranco Classic here at Midview. When we come back, Jared Kozar has been, I'll say that again, Jared Kozar. It's been a while since I've said that. Keeping track of all the numbers, we'll bring you those halftime stats after this. It's the DiFranco Classic on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page, on the WEOL mobile app, and we're online at WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
Welcome back to Midview High School here for the DiFranco Classic, where here Ridgeville leads 31-14 over the Lorain High Titans. Halfway through the intermission here, we'll tell you how they got there in just a moment in terms of the story of team stats going on. So in the first half of play, it was Lorain off to a slow start. 7 of 25 from the field, did not connect on the 3-ball. 0 of 8. No free throw opportunities for the Titans either in the first 16 minutes through the contest. 14 rebounds. A big number here was 8 turnovers. Ridgeville made them pay dearly off of many of those ill-fated turnovers for the Titans throughout the first half of play. For the Rangers, 11 of 29 from the field, pretty active, nearly 40% on the afternoon. The big number there, they've connected on 5 3-balls. Downtown, the Rangers are 5 of 12. That's a pretty good number, and Lorain just not able to really combat that quite the way that you would expect for them to have success. 4 of 6 at the charity stripe, 17 rebounds, a lone turnover, and it came very late in the second quarter for Ridgeville. So doing a great job of taking care of the basketball. Really, it's been after the first 2 minutes, it was slow for both teams, but Ben Chase and the Ridgeville Rangers, I think once they got their head wrapped around what they wanted to do and, shook off some of the dust, it's been pretty smooth sailing for North Ridgeville.
Jared, I'll tell you what, this does not look like a season opening game for North Ridgeville. They've looked solid. As you said, when you only have 1 turnover in 2 quarters of basketball on opening night in a tournament type scenario, you couldn't ask for much more. Great shooting from downtown, 5 of 12. Cavaliers would take that. So they're hitting the long ball. They're taking care of the basketball, playing outstanding defense. To your point, I don't think Ben Chase could ask for a whole lot more. For Lorain High, we mentioned this is a young basketball team. They only have 2 seniors on the squad, a bevy of juniors sprinkled with some sophomores, and I think you see some opening game jitters from Matt Killian's team.
Certainly, and it's just going 0 of 8 from downtown, not something that I'm sure happens during their practices and things of that nature when they go at it. But they're going to have to find a way to really muscle up and get a little bit older here in the second half today, this afternoon. Certainly an event in which they've had success in the past and want to have a good showing in no matter what. And I think that's one of the things that, regardless of what the outcome of the game is, you want to feel good in terms of the way that you performed. Even if you lose the game, it's a showcase event. A lot of eyes in the county watching, and you want to make sure that Titan basketball lineage and reputation is intact when you leave.
And I'm sure Matt Killian in that locker room just said, all right, guys, we played 16 minutes. We've got that first half under our belt, got rid of the butterflies. Just go out and play the game. Play the game the way that we want to play it, as we've been doing in practices and scrimmages. Don't even look at the scoreboard. We're down 17. Chip away at it. But let's just start playing better basketball that we know we're capable of playing.
I would think that that's got to be the best move there for the coach. And as far as getting a young group of guys ready to go, they've got another 16 minutes to prove what they can do here in front of a packed house and getting crowded by the minute. We're going to take a timeout, as you mentioned. We'll step aside and bring you the second half of this one coming back on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and online at WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Well, let's see what Lorain High can do to claw themselves back into this ball game. And for North Ridgeville, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And North Ridgeville put together an outstanding first half of basketball, leading 31-14 as we start the second half of play. Rangers with it down in that right corner, Luke Rowe. Well, he was sizzling in the second quarter, although right there he lost it, but he got it back. Out front to Miller, swings it left side to Colton Mack. Mack will drop it in the corner to Mason Allison. And they work it back out front to Duke Baker. Baker backing up on the dribble. North Ridgeville being very patient. Baker with a three. Bullseye! Well, Duke Baker hits the three ball. His second long ball of the day. He's got an 8-point ball game, and that leads up to 20. We had the running clock scenario in the second game today featuring Amherst and North Olmsted. We've got a ways to go, and now at the other end, nice three ball on the mark from Javel Morris. First bomb of the day for Lorain High. And it's 34-17. Here's Rowe, run of the lane, lost the ball, out of there with it. Kane Taliano ahead to Morris. Morris down the lane, left it shy, but Taliano's there to follow. Taliano has his first two. Rangers want to run, driving, missing was Mason Allison, but he got fouled on the play. So Mason Allison will be shooting two. He had a 5-point first half. So Mason Allison, 6'2" sophomore. Well, you look at Ridgeville with Allison and Stepanchik. We've got some young guys on the team, Jared.
Certainly do, and Ben Chase has always been, in the brief time we've known him, I shouldn't say always, but he's had guys out there that he depends on those levels to contribute, because I think a lot of it has to do with getting guys back from deeper runs in football, to your Brian Morgan point earlier.
Both free throws on the mark. 36-19. North Ridgeville with that 17-point lead. Into the paint comes Morris, puts it off the glass and bounced it home. Well, Morris has 5 points here in the third. Makes it 36-21. Here's Baker for North Ridgeville. Out front to Rowe. Rowe on the handoff to Mason Allison. And now right wing three is good. Boy, he won't cool down. Luke Rowe, he's got a 14-point game. And it's 39-21, 6:05 to go in the third, and now there's a steal. Well done by Allison. Gets it down the floor, and the easy layup for Luke Rowe. So we're picking up right where we left off as far as the third quarter is concerned. Out front for Lorain High is Jackson. Jackson will feed it to Morris. Morris finds Taliano in the lane. Nice head and shoulder fake. Put it up and in, and a foul to go with it. Taliano did a nice job right there to get the defender in the air. Banks it home, and a chance for an and one.
And a good way to get your team back in a contest like that. Get a shot, get a bucket, get the and one opportunity. No time coming off the clock right now for you to get the extra point here.
Kane Taliano, 6'2 junior, swishes that free throw. So it's now a 41-24 ball game. Taliano with a 5-point third quarter. Ridgeville with the basketball. They lob it out front to Baker. Duke Baker, 6'2 senior, feeds left side to Miller. His three is perfect. And that's just another Ranger with a three ball. And it's 44-24. Left of the lane. Nice bank shot. Good by Julian Turner. Jared, you're starting to see a little more efficiency from Lorain at the offensive end.
Yeah, adjustment certainly at the half.
Coming right down the lane, though. Nobody stopped Mason Allison. He's got an easy layup to make it 46-26. Double teaming the Rangers defensively, and we've got a 30-second timeout taken by Lorain High.
Boy, yeah, Tim, you think about this to start this third quarter of play. Both teams really playing pretty good basketball to open up here. Ridgeville, 5 of 5 from the floor, and 3 of those are three-pointers. So it's just really tough for Lorain. Having a nice start on their own to just cut away and chip away at that deficit makes it all the harder.
And for Matt Killian, defensively, who do you say stop him? Don't let him get an open look. Duke Baker with 2 3 balls. Luke Rowe with 3 3 balls. And then Allison, Stepanchik, and Cole Miller all have 3 balls. So, boy, what a luxury for Ben Chase to have guys that he can spread amongst the floor. And if you're the other team defensively, it's basically pick your poison.
And if you try to find a matchup you could exploit, or maybe find a double team that you want to neutralize somebody, I think Cole Miller can go to work at any point too.
So it's Lorain High basketball, but they've got a steep mountain to climb. Down by 20, 4:40 to go here in the third quarter of play. Daniels works it out front to Brandon Serrano. Now coming down the lane, getting his shot blocked was Jackson. Here comes North Ridgeville quickly to the forecourt. Allison feeds left corner. Now they get it back out front to Rowe, and he traveled with it. Not sure that's a travel in the NBA. But here at the high school level, where they call the game fundamentally, that is a traveling
Steve
call.
Hayhurst would disagree with you.
No, that was a good call right there. I credited the call. Into the paint, running shot no from Taliano, but he got fouled.
There were a collection of people that were waiting on you earlier today. Steve Iwanek, one of them.
Really?
He batted leadoff in this contest, and he basically said, I heard that Alcorn's going to do a game, and I really wanted to have a compare and contrast session with him. And I said, well, Steve, he'll be here at about 2 o'clock. Steve said, nope, that's okay.
I was here earlier than 2.
Got family in, can't do it.
My fellow South Amherstonian, although now Steve is the lone South Amherstonian of the two of us. Both free throws missed by Taliano. Ridgeville at the other end with the big lead. Miller, pow, with the right hand. Cole Miller, he had a head of steam, a wide open rim, and he crushed it. 48-26, and at the other end, the 3 balls way off for Jalen Jackson. Loose ball stabbed by Serrano, though. Bounces it, and the shot put up no from Taliano, but he got fouled. So Kane Taliano, who just missed 2 free throws, back at the line. shooting 2 again with 3:42 to go here in the third quarter. No, I tell folks, and I mean this in all sincerity, I really miss high school basketball. Don't get me wrong, I have a great job, incredibly blessed, but the relationships with athletic directors and coaches and, yes, officials, I mean, that's special, and I miss it. So I love coming back and doing games and having conversations with all of those folks. In the right corner, 3-ball up. That one shy for Miller. Rebound grab by Serrano for Lorain High, and he got fouled in the backcourt.
So your eyes kind of lit up last week or 10 days ago whenever we talked about this, and I sent you the contact cards for all those coaches. You said, I got these guys in my phone. I don't need that.
Well, why would I have gotten rid of those numbers? Jeff Olzauer. I mean, heck, I called games when Jeff was playing. So, yeah, it was great to connect with those guys and get rosters. As driving, banking, and scoring is Jalen Jackson. He's got a 4-point game.
I just thought I could give you a hand, and you're like, no, I already have those. Leave me alone. Felt eerily similar to years past.
Come on, Jared, you miss me. Big Dave Rydell, he doesn't. But Jared does. Here's Miller right down the lane, up with the right hand, and it's spun out on him. Ball out of bounds, and it went off Miller's leg. Oh, it's always great to see you, Ron Yance, Gary Pelter, Dave Rydell. Bumped into Rocco as he was on his way out.
I saw you criticizing Rocco on the way out.
I was not criticizing.
That's what he said. Now, what's this YouTube thing all about? Tell me about it. I saw. You gave him one of those.
Gave him the point?
Yeah, right.
2.5 to go in the third. Lorain down 19. Driving shot missed, but a whistle and a foul. I think they'll get it on the rebound. No,
yeah.
They're going to put Jeremiah Daniels at the free throw line. No, I was talking to Rocco. As you said last year, the Cavs schedule prevented me from being here last year, and he was talking about the fact that in the very first game of the tournament last year, both teams were wearing white uniforms. Well, you can't have that. And he said it was Lorain High that they made them put on their dark warm-up shirts, which didn't have any numbers on.
So every time a foul was called, you had to lift up. Yeah.
In all my years at EOL, I don't think I ever had that happen to me. That's a funny story. But again, that's neutral floor. You're not sure what jersey you're bringing. At the other end, from the right wing, shot missed by Duke Baker, and Lorain High will quickly come to the other end. Driving and scoring on a nice spin move is Jalen Jackson, and that'll get a timeout from Ben Chase. 48-31. 2:11 to go here in the third quarter of play. Rangers have the big lead, but they also take the timeout. So we'll take a break on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Well, Ben Chase saw something that he didn't like, or perhaps wanting to get a couple of fresh bodies out there one way or the other. Timeout taken by North Ridgeville. Rangers will have the basketball. 2:11 to go, third quarter, 48-31. Tim Elkhorn along with Jared Kozar. Great to be back on WEOL.com and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page. They work it into the left corner. 3 ball is up, off the back of the rim, no good for Jackson Compton, but the rebound not able to be saved in by Jeremiah Daniels. So it's still Ranger ball with 1:56 to go. Here in quarter number 3. Cole Miller couldn't handle that inbounds pass. Out of there with it come the Titans. Right side of the forecourt, Daniels comes right to the lane, lost the ball, but then Miller tried to save it in. Still belongs to Lorain High. Jared, as you look around Lorain County this year, any particular teams that stand out, either girls or boys, that you think, man, that's a ball club that could make some noise as the season moves along?
Well, it starts with Avon Lake in terms of the magical run that the girls program had last year all the way to the state championship. They lost some personnel from that roster, but you got to think that they're the premier story in terms of girls basketball. Of course, Eric Rothgary and Elyria Catholic always in the mix in terms of what they do, so we're excited to see them coming up right down the schedule. On the boys' side, Brett Lyrick and his Elyria Pioneer team, they went as far as you can go last year before you run into somebody in the form of St. Ed's who just had their number in a really nice ball club last year too. So, but they're bringing a lot back. They return some very talented players, so I'm excited to see them. Jeff Holstauer's Keystone Wildcat team, young but effective, as you mentioned. They're really, really good, and they've got some pieces that are just going to be tough for teams in that league to compete with.
So when I graduated from Midview in 1981, one of my classmates was Scott Terry.
I'm familiar.
Had an incredible career as the girls' head coach at Keystone. I hear his grandson is a heck of a player for the Cats. Nice driving shot by Hayden Stepanchik.
You have heard correctly, and you'll see in a few short minutes.
Left side 3, no, but a whistle and a foul. So Jeremiah Daniels will be shooting 3 free throws. Yeah, Scott's been talking to me for a couple of years about seeing his grandson play. So I'll be able to not only see him play, but call it in our 4th game of the day, and my 2nd coming up next, Keystone and Olmsted Falls. And it's Gorin, correct?
Yep. Liam Gorin. If memory serves correct, when you showed up here to Midview High School, Scott Terry led you on a tour around the facility and then quickly tried to get you back there by the tennis court so you wouldn't come back into the school, right? He tried to do everybody a favor.
No. Well, you remember well. You have a good memory, yes. When I arrived at Midview my junior year after moving here from Massachusetts, sat in the guidance office and mapped out a schedule for classes. And they said, why don't we have Scott Terry come down and show Tim around? And Scott Terry was the very first student I ever met here at Midview. Oh, what a move! Driving and scoring is Mason Allison. Sweet! 52-32. That was nice. 20-point lead for the Rangers. Here comes Taliano down the lane. Nice scoop shot for Kane Taliano. He's got 8. Makes it 52-34. And then the bell rang and Scott said, hey, you're on your own, Massachusetts kid. I got to get to my class. Somehow we know each other still all these years later. 52-34. Lorain with the ball in the right corner. Booker feeds it out front to Taliano. Taliano spinning on Miller. Puts it up on Miller and hits. That's a nice shot. And a nice move from Kane Taliano. He's in double figures with 10. Ridgeville by 16. 12 seconds to go in the quarter. I was going to say they'll play for the final shot. I guess not, because Baker misses the shot. Lorain will push it. 4, 3, 2. Coming down the lane, Daniels had it knocked out of his hands. And Lorain will have 0.9 to shoot, but at the other end, Duke Baker for North Ridgeville is down underneath the basket to our right as they are looking at the right foot, right ankle area of Duke Baker. North Ridgeville 6'2" senior. Now he's up and hobbling, but heading to the bench under his own power. So that's a good sign. So with .9 to go, Lorain with the ball, down by 16. It'll be Morris to inbound. Gets the basketball. Looking, got it right corner, 3-ball up. No for Jalen Jackson, and that will end the third. 52-36. North Ridgeville with the lead at the end of 3. Quarter number 4 here at the DiFranco Classic at Midview. Follows this on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
$16-point lead for North Ridgeville as we head to the fourth. This is game 3 of the DiFranco tournament. And of course, every single solitary penny that is collected here today goes to scholarship money for Midview student athletes. Over the 25 years of the tournament, they have raised over $100,000. So again, plenty of time to still get here for the remaining 3 games. Keystone in Old Falls, Elyria, Toledo Whitmer, and Midview and Bay. Good basketball going on Thanksgiving Eve. Lorain with the ball to start the fourth, and on the left wing, Jeremiah Daniels buries a 3-ball. So Daniels now has an 8-point ball game. And Lorain High makes it 52-38, coming right down the lane. For North Ridgeville is Allison. He feeds it right side, and the 3-ball is perfect for Hayden Stepanchik. That's his second bomb of the day. He's got 10 points. Only a freshman, and now there's a steal. Nice job by Colton Mack. Gets it ahead to Rowe. Rowe's pass out front deflected, and back comes Lorain High on the run, down by 17. 3-ball is up. Big bounce, no ball tipped to the corner where it's tracked down. And then fouled on the play was Colton Mack. And for Lorain High, that foul is on Jalen Jackson. That's his second. First team foul on Lorain here in the second half of play.
But keep in mind, at the high school level now, they reset that at the quarter.
True. Thank you for reminding me of that. 3-ball left side. Mack had it rim out. You like that?
Yeah, I think it helps out quite a bit.
Rowe deflects the ball, picks it up, shoots the 3 and hit it. Boy, Luke Rowe, what a season opener. He's got a 19-point ball game. And the Ranger lead is back to 20. Yeah, I like that rule too. Down on the baseline, a floater put up from JaVale Morris, no good. Rebound grab by Cole Miller.
I think eliminating the 1-and-1 can help in terms of people trying to figure out their way and improve at that element of the game too. You know, knowing you're going to get that pair of free throws once you get to the 5.
Rowe against Taliano, deals left corner, 3 around the rim and out for Hayden Stepanchik. 2 minutes off the fourth quarter clock. Lorain jumped out, North Ridgeville jumped out to a 10-4 lead at the end of 1, and they've held Lorain at bay ever since. There's a block shot for North Ridgeville. Rowe has it down the floor, driving and scoring. How about that bucket for Colton Mack? Makes it 60-38. Colton Mack now has 2 field goals for 4 points, and Matt Killian wants to chat about it.
Timeout taken by Lorain High. It's a 22-point lead for North Ridgeville. 60-38, they lead the Titans. 5:37 to go. Fourth quarter at Midview on the WEOL.com, on the website WEOL.com, and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and super duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com. 22-point lead for North Ridgeville. Boy, they have played well. 10 in the first, 21 in the second, 21 in the third. And now here in the fourth quarter of play, 8-2, they have outscored Lorain High to open up the 22-point advantage. North Ridgeville applying some pressure out front, hemmed in was Jackson, throws it in the corner, and Moore with a three, or Morris. That missed. Rebound grab by Rowe. Cross-court pass left side. Three is up and off the rim for Hayden Stepanchik. Lorain will run to the other end. Heading up the left sideline is Jeremiah Daniels. Now they feed it in the lane. Shot put up, no, but Jalen Jackson fouled on the play. Of course, my full-time work involves the Cleveland Cavaliers. Back in action Friday night in Atlanta. That's NBA Cup action for the Cavaliers. Now, the only way they can advance in the NBA Cup would be via a wild card spot. They would have to get to a knockout round via the wild card. Toronto has clinched the Group A division as far as the Eastern Conference is concerned.
Yeah, you were out of the country earlier this week.
I was.
That was a tough one.
Good trip across the lake as splitting the free throws. Jalen Jackson, he's got a 7-point ball game. Well, when you're down 6 guys, as I said, Jalen Jackson now with 7 points. When you're down 6 guys, Rowe tried to cross over. Instead, Daniels picked his pocket, but then the long pass down the floor goes sailing out of bounds. You're down 6 to a good Toronto team, I'll tell you.
Much improved.
That Raptor team, they're going to make some noise in the Eastern Conference. I mean, you've got guys like Scotty Barnes, Emmanuel Quickly. R.J. Barrett didn't even play the other night.
But Barrett becoming more familiar in that role with Toronto. He and Scotty Barnes can play a really good brand of two-man.
Right wing three, bullseye! How about Luke Rowe? A 22-point game. 63-39. I want Luke Rowe on my team anytime, especially if it's a three-point shooting contest. Baseline shot off the mark for Morris. Rebound grab by the Rangers. Long pass. Pow! With 2 hands, Mason Allison. So the second dunk of the late afternoon for North Ridgeville, and they're up by 26 at the other end. 2-point shot as Jalen Jackson had his foot on the line. Makes it 65-42. We're halfway through the fourth.
They credited him with a 3 there. I don't know if the book might change that.
I thought the official put 2 fingers down like it wasn't a 3. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. As now at the other end, got a timeout taken by North Ridgeville. 3:47 to go. Rangers up 65-42 is what the scoreboard says. So we'll check on that. And we'll bring it back to Midview after this on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
23-point lead for North Ridgeville. They appear on their way to win number 1 as far as the 25-26 season is concerned, as they have led throughout. Jumped out to an 8-0 lead and really haven't looked back. We're up 10-4 at the end of 1, 31-14 at the half, 52-36 at the end of 3, and they've extended that lead to 23 here in the 4th. Here's Compton on the inbounds for North Ridgeville. Got it out front to Allison. Allison lobbed to Rowe. Well, he has been sensational. Rowe, left of the lane, into the lane, fires right side, but it's picked off by Javel Morris. Long pass to Jackson, and he's got a dunk at the other end. Well, Jalen Jackson makes it 65-44. But for Lorain High, they're running out of clock. Here's Rowe out front. Another 3. That one spun out. Boy, it was halfway down. Ball loose on the floor. Here's Javel Morris for Lorain High, and then he got fouled in the backcourt, as they'll call that one on Mason Allison. Second foul on Allison. Second team foul on North Ridgeville. Here's Jalen Jackson. His pass out front, stolen, long pass down the floor. Allison couldn't hit the dunk as the ball caroms out of bounds. You know, I've only got so many pows in me at the high school level, Jared.
Apparently that young man did as well.
Nice slide. I like that. Under 3 left. Lorain High continues to pressure, North Ridgeville continues to pressure the basketball. On the left side, Daniels. And he got a bit of a push out front from Mason Allison. And for North Ridgeville, that'll get Colton Mack back in.
Yeah, Lorain, I think, has played pretty well here in the second half. It's just Ridgeville's really, really talented, and they've taken some opportune shots and hit them.
Out front, shot right on the mark for Jeremiah Daniels. He's got a 10-point game. Well, now the scoreboard says 9 for Daniels, so I must have given him a 3 when he didn't have a 3. All right, 9 for Daniels. He's at 67-44. Foul committed by Taliano for Lorain High. It'll be North Ridgeville basketball.
I think they gave that bucket to Ridgeville, not Lorain. It should be 65-46.
Well, now I'm all confused.
We'll see.
Rowe, left of the lane, into the lane, put it up, and it dropped out on Luke Rowe. One of the few things that hasn't gone well for Luke. In the lane, driving shot from Jalen Jackson, no good, but he got fouled. Well, according to the board.
There it is, 46-65. Now, it might not change the individual output, but I'm not, yeah, they did correct where the bucket went.
Okay.
That's the best answer in this case.
I trust you.
Okay.
As Jackson misses that first free throw. So the scoreboard and my score sheet say Jalen Jackson, 6'2 junior, has 12 points. And he now has 13 as he rolls that second one in. Makes it 65-47. Coming right down the pipe is Cole Allison, and ball got deflected out of bounds. So you've got Cole Allison and Mason Allison on the floor. They are a year apart. Cole, the older Allison, 5'11 junior. Mason Allison, 6'2 sophomore. Lorain ball with 1:45 left. Matt Killian, in talking to him before the ball game, he said, I want to see how my guys do in game situations, this young basketball team. So now you've got some video to work off as the shots put up no good from Jalen Jackson. Rebound grabbed by the Rangers. And it's a long season. This team will look a lot different, meaning Lorain High, in February and March than they will today. There's a 3 ball from Colton Mack, just another Ranger to hit a 3. I think everybody that's played for North Ridgeville, if I'm not mistaken, except Jackson Compton, has hit a 3. At the other end, Lorain High gets a putback basket from Julian Turner. Under a minute to go. 68-49. Cole Miller bounce right of the lane and an easy bank shot for Jackson Compton. He's got his first 2 points of the ball game. North Ridgeville will take time. We'll keep it right here. Jared, I want to acknowledge a text that I just received. When you talk about
that can be dangerous.
John Sally, longtime head coach at Clearview High School. Just one of the classiest men you will ever meet. Just sent me a text saying it's great that the coverage is here from WEOL.com and the CT YouTube page for the DiFranco Classic. John, one of the great guys you talk about. Again, another family. You know, his son Chad, tremendous basketball player at Clearview. And of course, the Sally Gymnasium over at Clearview.
Yeah, when you talk about a building that means a lot to a lot of people, certainly that's one of them that you is at the top of that list. John's always great to just sit down and talk with about this kind of stuff.
Yes.
He's paying attention. He's watching. He's listening. And he'll tell you, hey, I thought you guys had a really good game. You know, it was interesting. It kept me engaged the whole time, that sort of thing. And he'll tell you who scheduled that one.
There's Taliano. Well, you handle all that now, don't you?
Well, I couldn't say. Don't pin that on me.
Taliano got it downloaded. Turner got fouled. So with 33 seconds to go, it'll be Julian Turner at the free throw line. Turner's got some good size, 6'5", senior. First free throw hung on the rim and fell off. Turner's got one more coming. And of course, Jared, for me, the first opportunity to be on WEOL.com and of course the CT YouTube page since the passing of legendary Bob Walsh. When you think of John Sally and Coach Walsh together, not only when Bob coached John and that team won a state championship, but of course then joined John as an assistant coach. Nice driving shot there by Javelle Morris. What a special relationship those two had. We're under 10 seconds to go, and North Ridgeville is going to run this one out, and they are going to win it. Final score, Rangers top Lorain High 70-52. So a nice way to start the season for North Ridgeville, an 18-point win over Lorain High. And as we said, Lorain High will now have a look at some video and some things to point out and correct and get ready for game number 2. But tonight, or late this afternoon, it was all North Ridgeville. 70-52, our final. We'll take a timeout on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Game 3 of the 2025 DiFranco Classic is in the books here at the Edward Kabusky Memorial Gymnasium, Troy DiFranco Court. And in Game 3, it was all North Ridgeville as they downed Lorain High by a final of 70-52. Rangers jumped out to a 10-4 lead at the end of one, outscored Lorain High 21-10 in the second quarter of play, opened up a 17-point halftime lead and really never looked back. In the third quarter of play, Lorain actually outscored North Ridgeville 22-21. As Jared said, Lorain seemed to find their footing in that third quarter, but the Rangers still had the 16-point lead going into the fourth at 52-36. And then North Ridgeville outscoring Lorain 18-16 in that final period. And our final margin, 70-52. Rangers win it by 18. So good start to the year for North Ridgeville. Unofficially, I had leading the way for the Rangers, 6'2" junior Luke Rowe. I had Luke with a 22-point ball game. And a couple other guys in double figures. Mason Allison with a dozen. And Hayden Stepanchik had 10. For Lorain High, they had two guys in double figures, Jalen Jackson with 13 and Kane Taliano with 10. Jared, your thoughts on how this one unfolded, or am I interrupting your final tally on the numbers?
No, things are actually working really well here. Lorain played pretty well in the second half, like we talked about. Ridgeville got out to that nice pace, and we never really had to look back, as you mentioned. Perimeter shooting from North Ridgeville. Boy, you're talking about this early in the season. I want to see this in February. In the second half alone, 7-13 from distance. So when you're going to go 50% from beyond the arc, and their ability to connect on 12 three balls in the contest was a difference maker. When you look at that scoreboard and you think, well, Lorain hit 3, they were all in the second half, but just really tough when a team shoots like that to be able to have an answer for it, especially when it's your first time out this season. So that's a big deal.
And for Lorain High, as we said, rough first half. Only 4 points in the first quarter, 10 in the second quarter, but a little more Lorain High-like in that second half of play. 22 in the third, 16 in the fourth, so a 38-point second half for Lorain High. I think that's what Matt Killian will build upon here today.
Correct, and for the half, in the second half in particular, 15 of 26 in the second half, so above 50%. They really changed things around in that second half in terms of what they wanted to do, attacked a little bit differently, rebounded the basketball better, just an overall effort that I think you expect pretty commensurate with Lorain High teams of the past and what they can expect moving forward. Interesting for Lorain, we didn't really reference it during the broadcast, new conference, new league for them, so there's going to be some grind in terms of how do we want to match up against it. It didn't get any easier, put it that way. Not that the LEL, there were no real cakewalks there, but and you're talking about Menor, Medina, those type of schools, Brunswick, they're going to have to learn how to play and adapt pretty quickly. They did that in the second half today. We'll see if they can apply that moving forward.
We'll take a timeout. When we come back, Jared Kozar will have a look at those final numbers as he has wrapped them all up on the stat sheet. So We'll take a look at what the stats tell us. 70-52, that's the big number. North Ridgeville defeats Lorain here at the DiFranco Classic. And we'll bring you the final numbers after this on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Welcome back here to the Kabuski Gymnasium here at Midview High School, site of the DiFranco Classic, the 25th installment. And we'll reference that more as the evening and afternoon goes along. But here it was the North Ridgeville Rangers coming away with a 70-52 victory over Lorain. In that contest, the Lorain High Titans 22 of 51 from the field, 43% for the afternoon, a much improved shooting percentage in that second half of play. 6 of 18 at the line. All of those opportunities coming in the second half, so a number that they can improve upon there as well. Getting that free throw percentage up just a bit. 24 rebounds to go along with 11 turnovers in the contest. Now, they did cut down that turnover number dramatically in the second half of play, yielding just 3. For Ridgeville, again, an impressive victory here this evening, 18 points over the Lorain High Titans by a score of 70-52. 26 of 55 from the field, so 47%. 6 of 8 at the line, did pretty well there. 23 rebounds, 8 turnovers in the contest. Some of those maybe in the second half there. They had let some of their focus maybe slip just a little bit after having built the big lead. But to me, the perimeter shooting in North Ridgeville was the story here that set the tone for them to never really have to look back this afternoon. Congratulations to Ben Chase and his ball club. Come out here and get a win today at the DiFranco Classic. I'm sure that was top of mind after their furious postseason run last year.
So now what do we do, Jared? This is your show, buddy. I don't run it anymore.
We got plenty of time to talk about, the matchup that's in front of us. You mentioned, for you, I think it's going to be real special, Tim. You're probably familiar with hearing the name, seeing some of the numbers and the stories of Mason Saravac for Olmsted Falls and what that young man's able to do as far as the ball club is concerned. Tremendous athlete for Chris Delicio's ball club. Really did well. He was a great football player for Olmsted Falls as well. So he's going to be somebody I think you're going to circle right off the bat. You mentioned Scott Terry, former Keystone girls coach with tremendous success. Certainly a protege of his that he worked on came real close to home in the form of Liam Gorin. And Jeff Holzhauer's got a couple of guys here. You mentioned that that are young guys that are leaned upon to do a lot of things. We're going to see a pretty young but somehow experienced ball club in the form of the Keystone Wildcats this evening.
Yeah, I look at this Keystone roster, Jared, and one senior on the roster in Emery Fedor, but he's a big senior, 6'5", 200 pounds. You mentioned Liam, and of course that's Scott's grandson, Liam, 6'4", junior. So they've got some size in this lineup. Colt Cowling, another big kid at 6'4". So there's some size as far as Keystone is concerned. And one of the things about Olmsted Falls, I know when Ron Jans finished up that second game of the day here at Midview featuring Amherst and North Olmsted, he talked about just the the unrelenting success of some of the programs here today, and one of those is Olmsted Falls. And the way that they played, going all the way back to Pat Donahue and now Chris D'Alicio, it is just max effort 100% of the time. They just play hard, and I really admire that from the Bulldog program.
And you mentioned that the transition between Pat Donahue's teams to Chris D'Alicio. Now, obviously familiar with the program for years, and he was right there. But you're never sure how a handoff's going to go. They didn't miss a beat. There were some, bumps in the road in terms of, maybe this class isn't quite as strong as we need him to be, but we're going to get better. We're going to find it. But you mentioned the tireless work effort, the press, the unrelenting. This is how we're going to play defense, and you just have to. You got to beat it. We're going to make you play for the full complement of 32 minutes. There is no other option here in terms of, making it easy on them.
I would think for both coaches, and again, I don't know how Dan May and Jim Brabenick put the schedule together as to who's going to play who here at the DiFranco tournament, but I would think for both coaches, they like this as a first game of the year. For Keystone, how will we handle pressure? How will our kids react to just being harassed basically 94 feet for 32 minutes? And for Olmsted Falls, this is not a big basketball team whatsoever. You look at their roster, their biggest guy is 6'3", going up against this size in Keystone. So I'm sure Chris D'Alicio looks at that and says, hey, we're gonna face some big teams throughout the year. Let's test ourselves in this Keystone game to see how we combat and how we react to size. So I think both coaches will look at this and go, I don't know who drew it up, but we like this for a first game of the year.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris D'Alicio really likes it because as soon as he's wrapped up here, he and his guys go and grab a seat and they watch that Elyria team come out there, and he's able to say, hey, I've got a conference opponent that I can scout and do the same thing against Midview right afterwards if I want to. Fellas, get ready to spend Thanksgiving with Coach, at least the night before, because you guys aren't going home anytime soon tonight.
And that's interesting. To your point, I'm sure Brett Lyrick and his staff are going to sit around and probably watch at least the first 3.5 quarters of this one, and then get into the locker room and get their team ready. But, yeah, you get to see a future opponent, and you get to see what their tendencies are. Now, flip side of that, Chris D'Alicio knowing, well, we've got Elyria coming up a couple of times in conference play. Do you show all your cards in game one of the DiFranco tournament in a non-conference game?
I don't think there's very much that Chris D'Alicio and Brett Lyrick haven't seen out of each other or each other's ball clubs since Elyria has come into that Southwestern Conference. That has been a matchup that we have circled on our schedule each and every year. This year is no different. We've got that one coming out. Rocco is actually in the process of getting that whole rest of the schedule formulated, but we will be at Elyria when Olmsted Falls visits them, I think, at the end of January. But, those two, I don't know if the best of enemies is what you could call them, because they're not. It's friendly. But it is tremendous to watch those two do battle against each other and just try to outwork each other as in terms of the coaching staff. It's a game within a game.
That's the essence of high school sports, the competitiveness of it. Kids playing for the love of the game and for the passion of the game. And certainly coaches, they're great friends off the floor. I mean, we all know that. We've been around the coaches. But, man, that buzzer goes or that jump ball starts the game, and all of a sudden it just becomes a competitive war. And I think that's what coaches, players, athletic directors, fans, that's what they'll tell you they love about high school sports.
Absolutely, and that matchup in particular, you talk about it. It is friendly. They're friends up. It's almost like like Rocky. No, ain't gonna be no rematch. Don't want one. That's I think what those guys feel like after some of those contests, where you just have to lock up with a guy for 32 minutes, and it's not gonna be pretty. But coming away with that W is paramount, and they do such a good job of it.
I knew he would drop the Rocky reference at some point. When's Drago coming in? You got to mention Drago. That was always big on the Saturday morning wrap-up. Jared would have something to say about Rocky and Drago.
Well, I think
if he gets into Rocky 13 or however long those movies went, What are they up to now?
Moving on to the Creed series. Good in and of itself in its own right. You really have to admire what the product does. Michael B. Jordan, certainly the way they crafted that storyline worked really well. So, but I think in the Rocky segment of everything, you're up to 9, I guess, what that would be if you really count Creed as the offspring of Rocky.
Siskel, Ebert, and Kosar. It doesn't get any better than that.
This is what happens when there's 13 minutes in between a contest.
Keystone and Old Falls coming up. By the way, speaking of Keystone, I just saw him stroll by. I could not be happier for a guy that certainly has a lot of Midview ties than DJ Shaw, who, of course, was one of the all-time great athletes at Keystone. Incredible football player, basketball player, and, of course, then went into coaching, was the head football coach here at Midview, went over to the Westlake school system, but there's nothing like going home. And DJ Shaw is now the principal at Keystone. And I'm thrilled for him. A great guy, phenomenal family, the Shaw family. And for DJ now to be the principal at the high school where he had such an incredible impact, I just think that's special. So if anybody sees DJ, tell him Tim Elkhorn said that on WEOL.com, because I'm thrilled for DJ Shaw. And a nicer guy you will not meet. Absolutely phenomenal human being. All right, so we're getting ready for Keystone and Olmsted Falls. Wildcats will be in their white uniforms on this Wednesday afternoon. Keystone with the white shirts, white shorts, purple letters and numbers, and the black trim. And the Bulldogs will be in their dark blue shirts and shorts with the white numbers and the gold lettering with the gold and blue trim on those dark blue shirts and shorts. I mentioned the history of Keystone with DJ Shaw, part of the great basketball teams when Greg Morgan was the head coach. And what do you know, I look over and there's Greg Morgan. He's now an assistant with Jeff Holzhauer. Greg is the JV coach at Keystone, and Greg's one of the great guys as well. The Keystone community, just stocked with class individuals, and I think it's cool that Greg has come back to coach the JV team under a guy that he coached in Jeff Holzhauer. So kind of that similar thread that we were talking about earlier with John Sally and Bob Walsh.
And really cool in the sense of the way it worked for those guys. Greg took a little step back when his kids were going through the program and said, nope, this isn't for me, and we'll do this. And as soon as they were out of that program and on to huge success in terms of golf at the collegiate level.
Unbelievable.
He got back into this and said, yep, this is a good spot for me right now. But, those kids and what they can do on a golf course, wow.
Yeah, I follow Greg on social media, and as a proud papa, he is consistently posting about his son's exploits on the golf course. It is amazing. So here we go. It's Olmsted Falls and Keystone, game number 4 of 6 here at Midview today as part of the DiFranco Classic 25th year. That is hard to believe. Just, man, how has that happened? Tip controlled by the Bulldogs. We're underway as the Bulldogs will go right to left, heading towards the lobby area here at Midview as they work it out front for Olmsted Falls. Longo gives it on the handoff to Saravac, swings it left side to Longo. Longo got it down low, and the basket is good for Keegan Smith. So the first 2 points of the ball game belong to Olmsted Falls, and there's that pressure defense. Keystone, though, able to break it, as now the Wildcats heading towards the stage on their first possession of the ball game. Coming down the lane, forcing up a tough shot and rolling it in is Liam Gorin. So Liam Gorin with his first 2, and we are tied at 2. Bulldogs with the basketball. Here's 10. Quick handoff to Saravac. Saravac left of the lane, hemmed in, bounces it in the corner to Longo. Longo fires it back out front. 3-ball, good! From Cole Oden. So Cole Oden makes it a 5-2 Bulldog lead. And again, that pressure from Olmsted Falls at the other end. The three is up, grazes the rim for Colt Cowling. And here comes Olmsted Falls to the other end. 5-2, Bulldogs on top in the lane. 10 will roll and miss. And the rebound grab by Keystone. Here's Liam Gorin. Crosses the half-court line. And on the handoff, gives it to Bobby Gurich. Gurich pounce on the right side to Gorin. His pass out front deflected. Out of there with it comes Saravac. He'll drive, score, and get fouled on the play. So Saravac with a chance for an and one. And Jared, we talk about that pressure. It just wears you down.
Well, you can't emulate it really in practice unless, certainly Jeff has, I think, the athletes to do it. But, when you talk about the numbers at a program like Keystone, it's just tough to say, hey, we're going to try to figure out how to prepare for this. Now, granted, they don't have to match up regular season, but it just, you're not used to it. It makes you feel uncomfortable.
Free throw off the mark for Saravac. 7-2. Bulldogs with a 5-point lead, just underway here at Midview out front. Ooh, looked like it may have been a pick by 10, but instead Chris 10, who wears the number 10, is called for the foul. For Keystone, it's going to get Ty Holzhauer in the ball game. Ty Holzhauer, 6'1", sophomore, on the inbounds to Liam Gorin. Gorin will toss it out front to Brendan Hagerman. Hagerman back to Gorham. He'll lob it right of the lane, and in heavy traffic, ball got knocked out of the hands of Hagerman. It went off Hagerman's leg out of bounds. So that will give it to the Bulldogs. Old Falls has jumped out to a 5-point lead at 7-2, 5.5 to go here in the first quarter. Tim Elkhorn, Jared Kozar, and manning the camera, big Dave Rydell. Great to see him again. Usually I would hear Dave in my ear when he was running the board at WEOL.
You still may hear Dave right next to you.
Oh, please. Driving and scoring. Nice move with the left hand by Saravac. And Saravac makes it 9-2. Olmsted Falls. Saravac, a couple of field goals for 4 points. Gorin in the backcourt being double teamed. And we've got a 10-second violation called on Keystone. So that pressure from the Bulldogs paying some early dividends. As it will be Bulldog basketball. And they're up by 7. They'll throw it in the backcourt to Angelo Longo, 5'8" senior. Longo works to the right side. Got it out front. 3 ball is off the mark for Cole Oden. Ball simply goes out of bounds. So it'll be Keystone basketball. But again, as Dave Rydell on the camera shows, you can see that pressure in the backcourt by Olmsted Falls. And as we said earlier, Keystone for the first game of the year getting tested, and they'll take that 30-second timeout, trying to solve that press defense, that full court pressure from Olmsted Falls.
And it's a tough nut to crack right now, but I think there was a little bit of confusion there as to if Jeff that was going to be a foul called or if he was going to have to take a timeout. And it turned out that he wasn't going to get that call once his guy hit the floor. He had to take that 30 seconds to do something productive with this possession and get his guys realigned here, because right now it's looking like it's all Olmsted Falls. And, guys like Saravac, that they can have a go-to option for Falls with the way they play defense, you can find yourself behind in a hurry, and that's what's gone on.
So it's a 9-2 Bulldog advantage with 4:39 to go here in quarter number 1. Olmsted Falls and Keystone, game number 4 of the day here at Midview. And, of course, 2 more to come. Elyria High and Toledo Whitmer are on deck. That'll be the next one. And then the host team, the Midview Middies, will wrap it up when they take on the Bay Rockets. Keystone with the ball off the timeout. Holzhauer, long 3, and he got it. How about that from Ty Holzhauer? 6'1" sophomore. Drains one from way out. And Holzhauer makes it a 9-5 ball game with 4:18 to go, first quarter. Here's Longo. Longo for Olmsted Falls. Throws it out front to Oden. Oden works it left side to Keegan Smith. And they'll recycle the offense. Swing it right side to Longo. Longo right of the lane. Lob in the left corner. Oden with a three. It's off the back of the rim. Rebound knocked out front. Grabbed by Olmsted Falls. And wide open underneath was Keegan Smith. Smith got the pass, popped it in. 6-point lead for Old Falls at 11-5. As Keystone goes to the other end, pass deflects off the hands of Emery Fedor out of bounds. And that pressure defense, even when you break it, Jared, it still causes you to hurry things. You're hearing footsteps.
Well, it's almost out of the frying pan into the fire. We got the ball across the timeline. We were able to do that. We didn't turn it over. Now we've got to set up our offense. Meanwhile, Falls is still basically just stalking you.
Actually, they got that. There was a foul there on Liam. Liam Gorin picked up the foul, his first second-team foul on Keystone. And now Keystone says, well, if you're going to press, we can too. As off the time, on the inbounds, left wing three is perfect for Jake Pasiak. Well, he just checked in. Pasiak makes it 14-5. Keystone to the other end, three from the corner, good, and a foul to go with it. How about Colt Cowling hitting the long ball, and a chance for a 4-point play. Colt Cowling, 6'4" sophomore, got free in the right corner, and as he let it fly, he got ran into. That foul was called on Cole Oden, and that's going to put Cowling at the line.
We've joked a lot with Don Griswold throughout the football season that Colt Cowling is the basketball player that also happens to be the quarterback. But you're seeing right now what kind of an athlete he is.
In and out on that free throw. 14-8. Bulldogs by 6 with the ball. They work it right side to Keegan Smith. Smith had it taken away, scrambled for it. Out of there with it come the Bulldogs. As out front, Pasiak gives it on the left sideline to Oden. Oden underneath the basket, feeds right corner. They work it to Pasiak, and he's got another three. Well, Jake Pasiak, 6'2" senior, has come off the bench and knocked down a couple of long balls. 17-8. Bulldogs by 9. And now we'll get a traveling call as Brendan Hagerman couldn't elude the pressure. And for Olmsted Falls, that'll get Chris 10 back in the ball game. Bulldogs by 9 at 17-8 with 2.5 to go here in the first quarter. The DiFranco tournament, boy, the crowds have been solid all day long, or at least since I've been here, which was the very end of game 1, the girls' game between Vermilion and the host team, Midview. 3 ball, that one's off the mark from Pasiak, but the Bulldogs retain control of the basketball. And again, so many teams here that are local, so you come out and support your school and your community. And of course, the DiFranco name, legendary, so supporting this incredible family as well. Bulldogs milking the clock here a little bit, as spinning in the lane is Smith. Smith on the handoff. And did we get an illegal screen? I think we did. Keegan Smith. So Smith will check out. Mason Saravac back in. 9-point lead for the Bulldogs. 1:47 to go, first half. Inbounds goes to Liam Gorin. Gorin now gives it off to Gurich. Gurich right at the 3-point arc. Feeds it to a driving Hagerman, who laid it in. That was a beautiful feed from Gurich, and Hagerman makes it 17-10. Bulldogs by 7. Falls with the basketball. Saravac gave it on the right side to Lehman, tosses it out front to 10. 10 back to Saravac. Ball deflects away, and it's scooped up by Keystone's Colt Cowling. Cowling ahead to Gurich. Gurich, as we're about to hit 1 minute, dropped it on the baseline. Shot put up too strong from Cowling, but the offensive rebound is there. And Brendan Hagerman has his second field goal, and Keystone is within 5 at 17-12.
Nice stretch for Keystone here over these past couple of possessions, and Hagerman's found something as far as being the right guy at the right spot.
10 came into the lane, and we'll get a reach-in foul called on Liam Gorin. Gorin will now check out as Fedor back in for Keystone. 5-point lead for the Bulldogs, 43.9 to go. The inbound left side to Oden. Oden on the handoff out front to Saravac. Saravac spinning left of the lane, tries to throw it underneath. Ball deflects out of bounds, and it went off the hands of Colt Cowling. Keystone fans moaning and groaning, but I thought it went off Cowling. 34.2 to go. On the inbounds, they get it out front to Saravac. Here's Saravac on the left-hand dribble. Saravac tosses it right side to Oden. 20 on the clock, and I think Chris Delisio saying, hey, back it out. Let's get the final shot. Bulldogs by 5. We're down to 14 to go here in the first quarter of play. Cole Oden, 6'1 senior. Ball knocked out of his hands. It goes to the backcourt, scooped up by Lehman. Clock at 5. Lehman gives it back to Oden. Clock at 2. Half-court shot off the back of the rim, no good. And that will end the first quarter of play. 17-12. Bulldogs by 5 at the end of 1. We're here at Midview. It's the DiFranco Classic, 25th annual. Glad to bring it to you on the CT's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Five-point lead for Old Falls as we get ready to start the second quarter of play here at Midview, 25th annual DiFranco Classic. It's now become a showcase. It started off as a tournament where you would actually have 4 teams. First games would be on night 1, and then game 2s, consolation game and championship game the next night. But over the past several years, they've now made it a showcase. One game, but Jared, it gets a lot more schools and teams involved.
Absolutely, and it gets a lot more coverage opportunities for us because many times that event would go head-to-head with the Lorain County Holiday Tournament, and it always left us in a lurch of what would you do, how do you want to do this? That option's now something we don't have to worry about. We have an option.
Left wing 3, short off the rim for Keystone. Long rebound, though, comes off to Ty Holzhauer. Holzhauer gives it in the corner to Hagerman. Hagerman bounced left side, saved in, yes, by Fedor. Nice job, Emery Fedor for the Wildcats. Nice hustle play. They work it left side to Cowling. He'll head to the free throw line. Line drive shot may have been partially deflected. Ball went out of bounds, and it went off the leg of Saravac for the Bulldogs.
And also now that you don't necessarily have a Lorain County Holiday Tournament in the sense that it used to be, it makes this event that much more special in terms of what goes on.
And they also moved it to Thanksgiving Eve Day to make it a day-long showcase. And I just think that's great. Cowling into the paint, and he was passing. Foul was called. Cowling takes his spot at the free throw line. And Nice job by Cowling trying to sell that, but he was passing the basketball. But as soon as the whistle blew, Colt said, "Yeah, I was shooting. I was shooting." Nope. So Cowling will inbound. 17-12. Bulldogs up 5. 7:14 to go. Here in the first half of play. Inbounds out front to Gurich. Gurich on the handoff to Hagerman. And work it back in the left corner to Gurich. Gurich left of the lane. Bounce to Holzhauer. Holzhauer put it up, and it rolled around the rim and in. So Ty Holzhauer now has a 5-point game. And the Wildcats have clawed their way back in this thing. 17-14. Bulldogs by 3. Nice job by Keystone just to hang in there. Right of the lane, running shot. Bounces around the rim and in for Angelo Longo. His first 2 points of the ball game. Pushes the Bulldog advantage back to 5 at 19-14. Here's Ty Holzhauer. Stops. 3. Bullseye! Ty Holzhauer. He's got his second 3. I guess his dad has given him the green light. Makes it 19-17. Cats to within 2. Left of the lane. Bank shot. Hung on the rim and fell off for Saravac. But the Bulldogs grabbed the offensive rebound. Runner in the lane, no good. Offensive rebound, though. Odin got it back. They feed it left wing 3 off the back of the rim for Pasiak. No. And Keystone finally gets a rebound as Fedor was able to corral it. Cats down by 2. Baseline left. Into the lane. Hitting the brakes, Gurich. And then Gurich got tied up, and the possession arrow belongs to Olmsted Falls.
No, you
Do
mentioned
we have a foul?
I think there had to be a foul there, yeah. You mentioned the green light in terms of younger Holzhauer being able to launch whatever he wanted to. After that first one he connected on, that had to be a 24-footer. So why not, right? If he's going to hit that.
Green light. I mean, it's a bright green light. Here's 10 for Olmsted Falls. Chris 10, who wears number 10, and he drives and scores right there. So Chris 10 with his first 2 points of the ball game, 21-17. Bulldogs up by 4. Keystone to the other end. Here's Holzhauer out front. Last one was from Belden. Maybe the next one will be from Elyria. Ball knocked out of bounds as Cowling tried to feed it down low. So Keystone basketball with 5:15 to go in the half. Bulldogs with a 4-point lead. They led by 5 at the end of 1. And now Keystone with a turnover on the inbounds. And then a double dribble is called on Saravac. Well, there wasn't anybody around Mason Saravac. There's Chris Delicio with hands on hips over on that Olmsted Falls bench. Saying, man, there wasn't anybody near him. But the double dribble gives it back to the Wildcats with 5:11 to go in the half. Lob on the inbounds. Out front to Hagerman. Hagerman works it all the way out to the half-court line. But that's not a walk. Yes, it is.
Dominic Flaviana got us on that one.
I had a little Jim Jones in me right there. Come on. That's a walk right there. And it was. So the ball goes back to Olmsted Falls. As walking the ball into the forecourt, Angelo Longo, 5'8" senior. Longo through the center circle on the handoff to Cole Oden. Oden gives it off to 10. 10 dumps it down low to Longo. Longo feeds right side, 3-ball up and in and out. Offensive rebound grabbed, and then it was knocked out of the hands of Keegan Smith out of bounds. Where the cardinal rule in radio play-by-play is don't use numbers. And every time 10 puts up a shot, I'm thinking I'm saying his number. It's not. It's his name. And now 10, the player, gets called for a travel in the corner. It's like I'm catching myself going 10 with, well, it is 10.
We were introduced to him last year, and I think everybody had similar feelings about, what do you mean you're calling 10-10? We're like, well, yeah, it's almost like a who's on first. Just told you 10 is 10.
That is the classic rule. Out front on the handoff, Cowling. Cowling had it stripped away. Nice play. And driving to the other end, and the layup good for Cole Oden. So Oden makes it 23-17, so 4 straight by the Bulldogs after Keystone had it down to 2. Keystone could have tied or taken the lead. They had the ball. Into the forecourt comes Hagerman. Hagerman bounced down low to Gorin. Reverse layup, good. That was pretty. Liam Gorin off a beautiful feed from Hagerman, 23-19. Cats back to within 4. We're halfway through the second quarter of play. Here's Chris 10. 10 gives it right side to Saravac, and he buries a 3-ball. So Saravac with his first 3-ball, and Olmsted Falls takes time. 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here. 26-19. Bulldogs have pushed the lead back out to 7. Olmsted Falls led by 5 at the end of 1. Keystone trimmed it to 2, but now 5 straight by the Bulldogs, and it's back out to the 7-point margin at 26-19. I don't know if he's listening, but he said he would be listening, so I better give the shout out because he has a pretty important title. Cavaliers General Manager Mike Gansey, of course, one of the all-time greats at Olmsted Falls. He's doing some scouting this week. I hope he gets home for Thanksgiving, but Mike texted me saying he knew the Bulldogs were on. See, he does keep track of his Olmsted Falls Bulldogs. So he said, I'll try to catch it tomorrow. So, Mike, if you're listening, I don't want to take you away from your scouting duties, but if you're listening. And Mike Gansey, as a high school basketball player, and I'm not saying this just because he was or is the GM of the Cavaliers, as a high school basketball player, was one of the best I ever saw. Oh, the competitiveness that he played. Oh, nice steal. Oh, they got 10, as in Chris 10 with a foul in the backcourt. Or did they get Hagerman with a push on 10? No, it is on 10. So 10 picks up his second foul. And it'll be Keystone ball, but when you inbound in the backcourt, Chris Delicio says, full court pressure, here we go. As the Cats throw it in to Hagerman. Hagerman just one-on-one, brings it up against Longo. Now they work it out front to Liam Gorin. Gorin between his legs, comes left of the lane, hits the brakes, cross-court right side to Gurich. And now the ball lost in the paint, and out of there with it comes Olmsted Falls. Bulldogs by 7, 26-19. Long 3, bullseye at the other end for Cole Oden, Cole Oden, nothing but net. That was an NBA 3. Right of the lane, tough bank shot off the mark for Cowling. Rebound grab by the Bulldogs. Their lead is 10 at 29-19. So after the Wildcats got it down to 2, the Bulldogs have responded. Out front, 3 on the way. Longo can't connect on that one. And the rebound comes off to Hagerman. Cats with the basketball. Here's Gorin on the right side. Gorin at the 3-point arc. Gorin, boy, that's a tough call right there on Grant Rabnicki for Olmsted Falls. Gave Liam Gorin just a touch on the hip, but they got him with the foul. And for Keystone, that'll get Cowling out and Ty Holzhauer in. Holzhauer with an 8-point game. He's got a couple of threes. Holzhauer throws it in to Gorin. Gorin will toss it out front to Gurich. 2.5 to go. Gurich at the free throw line. Into the paint. Hits the brakes. Right side to Hagerman. Hagerman spins into the paint. Shoots and hits. Well, Brendan Hagerman makes it 29-21. Hagerman now has a 6-point game. Bulldogs with the basketball. Again, they go right to left. As on the right sideline, Keegan Smith, right in front of the Keystone bench. They work it to the left wing. Oden got it down in the corner. Back off on the right side. 3-ball. Nicky rattled in and out. But the rebound saved by the Bulldogs. They work it out front. Rabnicki drops it in the left corner to Longo. Angelo Longo on the bounce. to Saravac. Saravac got it down low. Reverse layup no from Oden. Rebound grab by Liam Gorin. Gorin into the forecourt, muscling his way into the lane. Short shot, good. Well, Liam Gorin now with 6. And Keystone back to within 6. So a little bit of a late push by the Wildcats here in the second quarter.
I would say Keystone's done a really nice job of weathering the storm on a couple of different occasions. And, they're not that deep. As we've seen already, there's not a whole lot coming off the bench to help. So these are going to be the guys that have to commit to stopping Falls.
Yeah, you thought when Falls built it up to 10, they might have a lot of momentum going into the locker room. But to your point, Jared, Keystone has been able to subdue that run, get back to within 6 as the Bulldogs holding the basketball. We're down to 45 seconds to go, and there's a steal. Nice job by Hagerman for Keystone. Hagerman into the forecourt, left side to to Holzhauer. Holzhauer got it out front, left side to Gurich. And now Jeff Holzhauer says we'll play for the final shot. So Liam Gorin takes the dribble all the way over in front of the scorer's table. Gorin reverses away from Longo, gave it off to Hagerman, right back to Gorin. 16 on the clock, and Gorin fouled out front by Angelo Longo. As for Olmsted Falls, that'll get Jake Posiak back in the game. 14th foul on the Bulldogs comes with 15.8 to go here in the half. For Olmsted Falls, Connor Lehman now in the game. As for Keystone, it'll be Gurich to throw it in the backcourt to Liam Gorin, 6'4" junior. Gorin got it out front to Gurich. Back to Gorin. 3 is a beauty. Liam Gorin, he's got 7 points here in the second, 9 overall. And the Bulldogs with a half-court shot that's off the mark to close out the first half. And Keystone, after trailing by 10 late in the second quarter, has pulled to within 3. Good run by the Cats to close out the first half. 29-26. Bulldogs lead it at the intermission. So a good game unfolding between Keystone and Olmsted Falls. We'll take a timeout with the Bulldogs up 3 at the intermission here at Midview. It's the DiFranco Classic, 25th year. Glad to bring it to you on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around. Plus, upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Well, we've got a good one underway here at Midview as far as Game 4 of the DiFranco tournament is concerned. 29-26, Olmsted Falls leading Keystone at the intermission as the Wildcats and the Bulldogs tangle here at Troy DiFranco Court at the Edward Kubuski Memorial Gymnasium at Midview. Boy, hard to believe this is now the 25th year of this tournament, but man, fans being treated to some outstanding basketball here today. Of course, it all started with girls basketball, Vermilion and Midview, and then boys action then tipped off with Amherst taking on North Olmsted. Game before this one featured a good contest between North Ridgeville and Lorain. And now Olmsted Falls and Keystone. Bulldogs led by 5 at the end of one, 17-12. Keystone got it to within 2 in the second quarter of play. Bulldogs responded, pushed it out to a 10-point lead in that second period, but Keystone rallied in that back half of quarter number 2, led by their outstanding junior, Liam Gorin. He had 7 points coming down the stretch in that second period, and he pulled Keystone to within 3 at 29-26. So a good ball game between these two clubs. Scoring-wise for Keystone, Colt Cowling has 3 points at the half. Brendan Hagerman with 6 points at the intermission. Ty Holzhauer with an 8-point first half, 2 3-balls and a 2-point field goal. And Liam Gorin is leading Keystone with 9. He's got a 3-ball and 3 2-point field goals. Keystone with a halftime total of 26, quarters of 12 and 14. For the Bulldogs from Olmsted Falls, we've got a few more guys in the book. Angelo Longo, along with Chris Ten, each with 2 points in the ball game. Keegan Smith has 4. Jake Posiak, 2 3-balls. He has 6 in the contest. Mason Saravac with 7. And Cole Oden has 8, including 2 3-balls. Bulldogs with a halftime total of 29, quarters of 17 and 12. Olmsted Falls with a 3-point lead. Terrific game taking shape. 29-26. Olmsted Falls on top of Keystone. We're at the half here at Midview, and we'll take a timeout. Jared Kozar has some halftime numbers to look at. That follows this on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
And welcome back here to the Kubuski Memorial Gymnasium here at Midview High School, Troy DiFranco Court, site of the DiFranco Classic, a tradition the day before Thanksgiving, where Olmsted Falls and Keystone are locked up in a good one, 29-26 in favor of Falls here at the intermission for the Keystone Wildcats in the first half of play. They were 11 of 16 from the field, scorching once they had opportunities. They were able to really convert on those, 4 of 6 from downtown. A big difference there for Keystone, able to shoot themselves back into this contest several times throughout that first half of play. Did not connect on their lone free throw opportunity in the first half. 7 rebounds, 9 turnovers during the first half of play. Part of that, feeling out that Falls press and just trying to get comfortable with what you want to do offensively. There were a few rapid-fire turnovers. After that, Keystone settled in. They were able to right the ship, so to speak. For Falls, again, a 3-point lead here at the break. 12 of 25 from the field, so nearly 50% on the evening/afternoon as well. They were 5 of 14 from downtown. It came early for them. They had a little bit more success as the second quarter went on as well. But in the middle, they fell off just a tad. Did not connect on a free throw. They, much like Keystone, missed their lone opportunity in that first half of play. 7 rebounds, 4 turnovers for the Bulldogs throughout that first 16 minutes. This has been one heck of a ball game.
It has, and you can see, as you just mentioned, Jared, Keystone's figuring out that pressure defense. They're figuring out how to handle that. And the other thing is, I mean, it sounds so basic, but when you hit shots, that makes everything easier. I mean, that's so simplistic, but it's true. And Keystone started hitting shots, which allowed them to get back defensively and then cool Olmsted Falls off a little bit. They went from a 17-point first quarter to 12. Well, when Olmsted Falls is missing shots, they can't get into their press.
And I think for Falls, it's psychological in the fact, for both schools really, and it's the same outcome. They know that Keystone's not going to go away after that first half. Now, again, we talked about it a little bit, not necessarily the deepest of benches. I think Keystone has played 7 in that first half of play. You're going to have a pretty big effort to keep up with Falls for an entire contest because Chris D'Alicio has some levers to pull in which that he can go there and find guys that can contribute. But I think Jeff Holzhauer's game plan has been to let them know that, hey, we're not going away. We might be the smaller school on paper, but we're not going to go away just because you guys want us to and you guys have the numbers to, maybe out-athlete us for a 48-minute game, but 32 might not matter.
Well, and we talked about this before the game started, the fact that Jeff Holzhauer has to love this matchup because it tests his team early. As you said, you want to find out how you're going to fare against a bigger school or a more established school. And so it's a school in Olmsted Falls that is just deep in tradition, pressure basketball. And for Jeff, you look at it and you go, well, yeah, you want to win, but you also want to learn about your basketball team. And I think he learned a lot in those first 16 minutes.
I think you're right, too. You know who else I think learned a lot in those first 16 minutes? Larry Babbix and the Brookside Cardinals. We talk about this event and what it offers. It offers you the opportunity to bring your staff in here and say, hey, we're going to get a good look at these guys. If somebody's going to chase us Larry Babbix and the Brookside Cardinals are conference champions. Jeff wants to get where they're at. He's got the ball club that he thinks can do it this year, and that's a storyline in and of itself.
Right.
Larry's not playing anybody else in this lineup tonight, I don't think. He's got Ridgeville maybe later on this season, but a good opportunity for that. And again, there's a guy that knows what he's doing.
And I'll tell you what I mentioned earlier with Brian Morgan switching from basketball to the football side for North Ridgeville. Again, I don't get a chance to be on WEOL.com and be a part of the coverage too much, so I really haven't had a chance to talk about what Larry Babbix has accomplished at Brookside is simply extraordinary. Went over there and instituted that run and gun. We're going to shoot threes, and the success that they have had has just been amazing. So tip of the cap to Larry Babbix. Probably a little behind on that. I know it's been a few years, but he has done an extraordinary job with the Cardinal program. Here we go. Second half underway. Hang on. This should be a great conclusion to this game. 10 for Olmsted Falls. Works it right side. 3 ball. Came up shy for Longo. And the ball goes out of bounds off Keegan Smith. So it'll be Keystone basketball here in the second half. Wildcats going right to left. Now they get to head towards that lobby area, the concession area, down to the right. And they break the press, and driving and scoring is Emery Fedor. Well, there you go. We talked about it. The fact that they may have figured this out. We've got a 1-point game at 29-28. Bulldogs by 1. Third quarter just underway. On the baseline, Oden. They work it out front to Saravec. Swing it to the right wing to Longo. Longo drives, and he got fouled as he went to the bucket. Picked up that foul from Brendan Hagerman. So Hagerman, the 5'11 junior, picks up the foul. And for the Bulldogs, Angelo Longo at the free throw line, 5'8 senior. Had a field goal in the first half of play. Connects on that first free throw. So Longo now has a 3-point game. He's got one more free throw coming. You can sense the confidence building in this Keystone team as well, as Longo hit them both. 3-point lead. And here is Liam Gorin for Keystone. Feeds it left side to Hagerman, gives it right back to Gorin. And they work it out front to Bobby Gurich. Gurich, base of the center circle. Bounce left of the key to Gorin. Feeds down low to Cowling, and he's got a layup. Colt Cowling now with 5. 31-30. Cats are again within 1. Early third quarter here at Midview. 10 on the left side. Now they work it to the right wing. Keegan Smith gives it on the baseline to Longo. Longo's hemmed in, threw it out front. Pass picked off by Cowling. 2-on-2. Cowling in the middle, lost the dribble, scooped it back up, and he'll give it off to Gurich. Gurich on the handoff to Liam Gorin. Gorin into the paint, shovels it underneath. Reverse layup, no, but the ball came back to Fedor, and he got it blocked. And so the Bulldogs able to withstand that possession from Keystone. Still a 1-point lead for Oak Falls. 10. Gives it on the right side to Odin. Odin on the handoff to Saravac. Saravac into the paint. Tough shot. Missed it off the glass. Rebound deflects to Gorin for Keystone. They're down by 1. Gorin gets it ahead to Cowling. Spins right of the lane. Cowling with his back to the basket out front to Gorin. Gorin against 10. Now they work it to the left side to Hagerman. Hagerman with a jumper from the wing that missed. Rebound comes off to Odin for the Bulldogs. 5.5 to go in the third. Oak Falls by 1. Keystone hasn't been able to get over the hump. They've had a couple of possessions where they could have gained the lead. And now the Bulldogs being deliberate at the offensive end. Here's Longo. Longo tosses it to Saravac. Saravac left of the lane, drives and scores. Right-handed layup as he came down the left side. Saravac now has 9, 33-30. Leads back to 3 for Olmsted Falls. Right wing, Cowling, 3, no. Rebound grab by Fedor as Keystone maintains possession out front. Gorin hits the 3. Well, Liam Gorin now has 12, and we've got a tie game at 33 with 4:40 to go here in the third. Olmsted Falls to the other end, 10 at the three-point arc. Got it out front to Longo. Nice feed down low, but the layup couldn't be converted by Smith. Rebound Cats. 33-33, Keystone with the ball. Gorin, right of the lane, pulls up, jumper, spun out on him. Rebound, tracked down by Olmsted Falls, Angelo Longo. One of these two teams trading shots here in the third. And Chris Delisio, realizing this is an important possession, takes a 30-second timeout.
Yeah, that's something I think that you look at and say, where did that timeout come in the third quarter? What was it, 4:09 and a tie ball game at 33? Chris Delisio knows what he's doing out there and says, just like we've talked about throughout, these guys aren't going to go away, so you're going to have to do something to separate yourself right now. I want to talk briefly, Tim, about the two communities. Again, Olmsted Falls, not necessarily around the corner from here, but not very far either. For Keystone, I think it's great when you look at the community that comes out. This is essentially, it's not a home game, but nobody had to go really that far to get here tonight, and the whole community of LaGrange, I think, pretty much in front of us with an impressive student section off to our right-hand side.
And again, this is a Keystone basketball team that I think the community is excited about. Not that they wouldn't show up if they didn't think they were going to have a real good season. But this is a team that, as you said, Jeff Holzhauer feels he's got some pieces that can do some damage, not only in league play, but perhaps with a tournament run. They've got size. They've got some shooting. But to your point, Keystone, it doesn't matter what the sport. Football, basketball, baseball, of course, the great run in softball. It has always been a sea of purple.
They're out there.
Yes,
they let you know it.
10 into the paint on Liam Gorin. Swings it left corner. 3-ball. Perfect from Connor Lehman. So Lehman comes off the bench. And he's got his first points of the ball game, and that's a big shot. Puts the Bulldogs up by 3. Back comes Keystone. Hagerman got it out front to Liam Gorin. Gorin's pass knocked out of bounds. As getting his hand up was Cole Oden for the Bulldogs. 3:39 to go in the third. This has been a good game. Falls led by 5 at the end of one, 17-12. Falls led by 10 in the second before Keystone got it down to 3 at the half, 29-26. We were tied at 33 just moments ago before a 3-ball from Lehman put the Bulldogs on top. Keystone with the basketball, down by 3. Hagerman dumps it behind him. Cowling wide open. 3! Got it. Colt Cowling now has an 8-point game. Ties the game at 36. Here's Lehman. Got it out front to 10. 10 against Liam Gorin. 10 into the paint. Ball knocked out of his hands. Cowling tried to save it at the scorer's table and went sliding out of bounds. I think the Keystone fans thought it was going to go out of bounds off Olmsted Falls.
Could have been that way, yeah.
So a great hustle play, but perhaps one that wasn't necessary. Bulldogs have the basketball. 10 on the left side to Oden. 3, he rainbowed that one, missed it. Rebound Cowling, and then a over-the-back foul will be called on Jake Posiak for Olmsted Falls.
You know, coming out of that timeout that Chris Delisio called, Tim, and obviously we don't know what happened in that huddle. You get this sense in a game like this, it's going to come down to, when you see it time and time again in the NBA, good on good at some point. And maybe he said, Mason Saravac, hey, why don't you make a little contact with Liam Gorin at some point? Why don't you make him feel your presence? Bump him around a little bit, because it seems like that may have happened.
And there we saw some pressure defense from Saravac. Now, it wasn't on Liam Gorin,
right,
but it was on Bobby Gurich, and that's a 10-second violation on the Wildcats. They just couldn't get it across.
When they make you feel uncomfortable, that's what Falls does.
So Bulldog basketball in a 36-36 tie with 2:40 to go here in quarter number 3. On the left side, Connor Lehman works it out front to Posiak. Back to Lehman. Lehman shoots it to 10. He'll shoot to 3. Swish! Nice shot, Chris 10. 10 gives the Bulldogs a 3-point lead at 39-36, and now Keystone, against that pressure defense, turns it over in the backcourt. And it has that cumulative effect. You can figure it out, but that doesn't mean the Bulldogs are going to stop doing it, because it wears on you, not only physically but mentally. On the inbounds, Saravac into the paint, threw up the shot, missed it, fights for his offensive rebound against Gorin. Banks missed, whistle and a foul. We're going to get Saravac on that foul?
Yeah.
Who made that call, Jared?
I'm not familiar with that young man.
Yeah. I don't know that official.
I think we've got, that might be, I think we have the father and son Schulers working out there along with Dominic Flaviano. I don't remember what the younger Schuler's name is.
39-36. Keystone down 3 with the ball as Jared continues to go through his Rolodex of Northeast Ohio high school basketball officials. Here's Gorin with under 2 to go in the third. Crossover dribble, run of the lane, floats, missed, got it back. Gorin in traffic, had it knocked out of his hands. Loose ball stabbed by Hagerman. Cross court, right wing, Holzhauer. 3, no. Rebound grabbed by Oden for the Bulldogs. At the other end, 3-ball, Posiak off the back of the rim. No. Rebound tap. Posiak got it, gave it in the right corner to Lehman. Out front, 3, too strong for Saravac. Offensive rebound, Lehman. He got tied up. And the possession arrow belongs to Keystone. I think Jeff Holzhauer about 12 feet out onto the floor telling his guys to get a rebound. So that'll give it to Keystone. Fortunately, they had the possession arrow on the tie-up, and it's a 3-point lead for the Bulldogs. Keystone with 1:20 to go gets it back. Walking the ball into the forecourt is Gurich, finds Gorin down low, has the layup. Gorin now with 14 in the ball game. 39-38. Bulldogs by one with the basketball. Down low, they find a wide open Cole Oden, and he's got a layup. Well, that was a beautiful pass. 41-38 with under a minute to go, and now on the inbounds, it goes off Holzhauer out of bounds.
Quickly, Tim, ask and you shall receive. That is Michael Schuler, who was on the call there, and I pulled that one all on my own. No, I had help from somebody, an anonymous source that we will not name here, but we'll talk later on.
Keystone not able to take it away on the inbounds, and Angelo Longo with the bucket to make it 43-38. Bulldogs by 5. A foul on Olmsted Falls at the other end. By the way, Jimmy Longo, great photographer for the Cavaliers. Works on the video and photography side. I kept saying to myself, don't say Jimmy Longo. It's Angelo Longo.
You knew you were going to do it.
Maybe they're related. Baseline shot from Cowling, no good. Rebound grab by the Bulldogs. Saravac, coast to coast, put it up and in with the left hand. So Saravac makes it 45-38. The Bulldogs have seized the momentum. 7-point lead for Olmsted Falls. Well, there's a reach-in foul at the half-court line by Grant Rebnicki, 5'9" junior. Robnicki picks up his 3rd foul, and for the Bulldogs, their 4th team foul. Comes with 24.3 to go here in the 3rd quarter. So Olmsted Falls has opened up a little bit of different distance between themselves and the Cats. But we saw Keystone close out the 2nd quarter on a nice run. Got themselves back in the ball game. Keystone playing for the final shot right here. Gurich bounces it out front to Liam Gorin. Gorin with 8 on the clock. Gorin comes around a screen by Fedor. Now they give it up to Cowling down the right side. 3 on the clock. Ball in the hands of Gurich. His shot, no. Rebound put back up, no. And that ends the 3rd quarter of play. Bulldogs close out the quarter on a 7-0 run, and they go up 45-38 over Keystone. 4th quarter between the Cats and the Bulldogs follows this on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around. Plus, upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
7-point lead for Olmsted Falls, 45-38. They lead Keystone here at Midview. Troy DiFranco Court as part of the Edward Kabuski Memorial Gymnasium. And, of course, it seems as though virtually every member of the DiFranco family is here. Of course, this tournament started by Troy and his siblings in honor of their father, Bob DiFranco, who was the scorekeeper for Midview when Troy was the head basketball coach. And, of course, now the tournament not only continues in Bob's honor, but Troy DiFranco's honor as well. Longtime Midview basketball coach, WEOL radio color commentator, and he was a phenomenal radio color commentator. Boy, I remember the first few games we did. I was like, Troy, you were a great coach, tremendous coach, but where have you been as far as this radio color commentary? Wow, was he good. Driving, banking, and missing for the Bulldogs was Saravac. Keystone will run to the other end. Cowling, right of the lane, pushed it up, and it fell off. Rebound grab by Keegan Smith. And Cowling had it hang up there, but it dropped. So the Bulldogs take a deep breath, set the offense. 45-38, Bulldogs by 7, early fourth quarter here at Midview. Out front, Saravac for Olmsted Falls. Saravac with a crossover, right of the lane, tried to snake it down low, and the ball got knocked out of bounds. Getting back defensively was Colt Cowling. Right now for Keystone, leading the way, Liam Gorin. He's got 14. And for the Bulldogs, Mason Saravac has 11. It'll be Odin to inbounds. Got it in, got it back, throws it out front. 3 thought about by Longo, and now he'll give it up to Saravac. Saravac tosses it to Keegan Smith. Bulldogs spreading the floor a little bit. Here's Longo, left of the lane, hits the brakes, into the lane, hooks, missed. Longo got it back, put it up, no, but he got knocked down. That's a great play by Angelo Longo. Followed up his miss, and now has a chance to get 2 the easy way at the free throw line. Well, I say 2 the easy way, unless you've been watching, listening to the Cavaliers as of late, although they shot it well Monday night up in Toronto.
Wasn't bad Monday night. I hearken back to last Sunday where they had a real opportunity against Houston. And I think they were 16-26. Yeah. Tough way to go.
As Jim Jones says, there's a reason they call them free throws. You got to knock them down. Angelo Longo got them both here. First one had to use a little bit of the iron, but the second one, nothing but net. 47-38, Bulldogs by 9. Here's Cowling for Keystone. Got it out front to Gurich. Feeds left side to Cowling. Cowling, tough shot from the wing, and he hit it. Nice shot, Colt Cowling. Had a hand in his face. Makes it 47-40.
You talk about needing a bucket at the right time. That
Yes.
was Keystone right there.
Bulldogs basketball. Here's Keegan Smith back to the basket at the free throw line on the handoff to Saravac. Comes down the left side, rolled it up, missed it, but he got fouled. Saravac has been very aggressive going to the bucket here in the second half of play. Saravac 0 of 1 from the free throw line today. Saravac with an 11-point ball game. Angelo Longo with 8 for the Bulldogs. Saravac now has a dozen as he hits that first free throw. 48-40, Bulldogs by 8, 6:26 to go here in quarter number 3. And second free throw off the mark, but the offensive rebound grab, and then Saravac couldn't connect on the 3 ball from the left side, but another offensive rebound by Keegan Smith. So it's a 48-40 Bulldog advantage, and Olmsted Falls still with the basketball. Here's Longo. Longo against Holzhauer. Longo, right of the lane, put it up, missed it. Rebound grab by Liam Gorin. He wants to run to the other end. Gorin left of the lane, down the lane, finger rolled it up and in. That's coast to coast for Liam Gorin. He's got a 16-point game, and that bucket gets the Cats to within 6 at 48-42. Here's Longo, left of the lane, feeds it to a driving 10. 10 comes up and under, and he blew the layup. Rebound grab by Cowling. And Keystone with a chance to get closer. 48-42, 5.5 to go here at Midview. Here's Liam Gorin. Gorin on the handoff to Cowling, right back to Gorin. Left wing jumper, in and out. Gorin got it back, and he got fouled. It was halfway down for Liam Gorin, but great move to follow up his miss. And now Gorin heads to the free throw line. His first trip to the stripe in this ball game. He's got a 16-point contest, including 2 3 balls. Well, just when you thought the Bulldogs were going to pull away, Keystone with a surge as Gorin hits that first one.
Chance
Makes
to
it 48-43.
Chance to cut it to 4. This is their first trip to the charity stripe in the second half for Keystone. So, again, only shot 1 in the first half. Right there, Gorin converts the first there.
Liam Gorin, 6'4 junior. Second one spun out on him. 5-point lead for the Bulldogs, 48-43, 5:15 to go here at Midview. It's been a good game throughout. Here's Saravac behind his back on the dribble. Lost it, scooped it back up. Gives it off to Lehman. Works it right side to 10, and 10 traveled with the basketball. Chris 10 just couldn't quite get the handle. And so the turnover gives it to Keystone. They're still in this thing. 5-point game with exactly 5 minutes to go. As Cowling will throw it in to Bobby Gurich. Gurich heads to the forecourt, top of the three-point arc. Lob in the left corner to Cowling. His three, in and out. As the rebound is tipped by Keegan Smith to himself. And now Smith will give it off to Lehman. Bulldogs with the ball up by 5. Here's Saravac. Left side, 3, Oden, nope. Long rebound goes out of bounds into the Bulldog bench. So it'll be Keystone basketball as Olmsted Falls will now apply some pressure in the backcourt. Tough inbounds for Holzhauer over on the far side, although he got it in rather easily. In the backcourt is Gurich. Gurich met by Saravac. Gurich takes it to the forecourt, and now we'll get a foul called on Saravac as he tried to reach in. 4:22 left, and this one looks like it's going to come down to the wire. Don't forget, Rob Polinsky will have the next 2 games for you. 2 more to go here at the DiFranco Classic. Elyria and Whitmer coming up next. And then the host team, the Midview Middies, and the Bay Rockets will close it out. Gorin against 10. Gorin right to the key. Gorin gives it off to Holzhauer, fires it out front. Cowling with a 3. Good, and a foul to go with it. How about that? Colt Cowling hits the 3, and a chance for a 4-point play.
And just when you start to think, and I'm sure that folks watching at home on YouTube saw maybe a little bit of an ill-advised 3 from the distance he was at, an NBA 3 for sure, and buries it.
So Cowling hits the free throw. Keystone takes a full timeout. Well, we got a game, 48-47. Bulldogs by 1 as Keystone's rallying in the 4th. 4:09 left. Timeout Keystone. We'll take a break as the Cats battle the Bulldogs on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
1-point game, 48-47. Colt Cowling for Keystone just converted a 4-point play on a long 3 and a free throw. So a Keystone surge here in the 4th. Boy, Jared, we saw this earlier. Bulldogs had a 10-point lead. Keystone made a run. Bulldogs withstood that surge. Bulldogs here in the 4th had it up to 9. Keystone's got it down to 1.
It's happened probably 3.5 times, I think, in this game. If you say a half, I just mentioned that they, trade blows a little bit, battle back. It was a 4-point deficit, not a 7-point, but give Keystone credit.
Bulldogs off the timeout with the basketball. Saravac deals in the right corner to Oden. And they work it out front, Saravac. Saravac lost it off his foot, scooped it back up, lost it again, scramble. Timeout taken by the Bulldogs. So Olmsted Falls with a timeout as the Bulldogs take a full timeout. 3:45 left. 48-47. Bulldogs by 1. Boy, that was a mad scramble right there, Jared. That was anybody's basketball.
Yeah, got to protect possession now with under 4 minutes left to play, a 1-point game. And I will say Falls has done well coming out of their timeouts. Not to say that Keystone hasn't either. I think it's just been a really competitive, nip-and-tuck, well-coached game against two teams that just, I think Falls feels they should have separated at some point in the second half, and it hasn't happened. So, you don't know if it's frustration or if it's not calling the right play or putting their guys in the right position, but I think that's kind of what you're seeing out there. Meanwhile, Keystone says, well, what do you mean? It's not like we're not supposed to be here.
Timeout situation. Bulldogs have 2 remaining. Keystone with 3 timeouts left. 3:45 to go in a 1-point game. 48-47. Bulldogs leading by 1. By the way, before we depart, or at least I depart, and Rob Polinsky steps in for the final 2 games, I want to wish the very best of luck again to the Avon Eagle football team, of course, defending state champs in Division II and in a state semifinal this week against Walsh Jesuit, a team that they have never faced. But I want to wish Mike Elder and his group the very best of luck. Man, what they have done. Boy, out front, slipping and falling. Saravac gave it up, and the 3-ball is missed by Oden. And I wonder if the officials are going to say, hey, let's mop this up here a little bit, because, first of all, there was moisture where Saravac went down, and then, of course, he goes down, so the perspiration from Saravac's body will add to whatever moisture was on that floor. So grab a couple of towels and clean things up. Although for Olmsted Falls, this plays into their favor because, again, Keystone will now have to inbound against full court pressure, although they have seemed to handle it much more efficiently than they did earlier in the ball game.
For a relatively young group of guys, granted pretty athletic, but it's special when you see, like you said, a group that can have success against this press because it gives a lot of people fits.
So for Keystone, Gurich will inbound in the backcourt. Gurich lobs it to Cowling. Cowling, who just had that 4-point play to get the Cats to within 1. And now slipping out front for Keystone is Hagerman. Boy, we've got some guys sliding around out there. Here's Liam Gorin. Gorin on the left-hand dribble. Now between his legs, switches to the right. He's picked up by Smith. Liam Gorin, right of the key, right of the lane, down the lane, drives and scores. And the Cats have the lead. 49-48 with 3 minutes to go. Here's 10, right of the lane, into the lane, tough shot, and it bounced out. Rebound grabbed by Longo, and we'll have an over-the-back foul called on Keystone. They got that one on Hagerman. So Hagerman picks up his 4th foul, 3rd-team foul on the Cats. Inbounds, left side to Oden for the Bulldogs. Boy, the same spot, slipping down Longo. Out of there with it comes Keystone. Liam Gorin drives, finger rolled it up, no! Ball out of bounds, and it went off Holzhauer. Boy, we've got some guys slipping and sliding. And that was the exact same spot where Saravac had gone down.
And over here, we had another one, too, and you're thinking to yourself, well, this is the 4th game, too. You know, at what point does it, it's not something cosmetically that you can really tell.
49-48, Cats by 1, 2:40 to go. Here's Connor Lehman for the Bulldogs. Lehman got it out front to Saravac. Saravac shoots it right side to 10. Chris 10 back out front to Saravac. Saravac into the paint, jump stop, hooks, bounce, no. Rebound grab by Liam Gorin. Gorin quickly to the forecourt. Gorin had it poked out of his hands, out of bounds. That was good trailing defense there by Mason Saravac. But it's Keystone ball, 1-point lead, 2:17 left. Colt Cowling with a 14-point game will inbound. Cowling gets it in to Liam Gorin. Gorin into the paint, shoves it left side. Cowling, 3, bullseye! The net got hung up, so they will halt things for a moment, but Colt Cowling, boy, how about the 4-point play earlier this quarter, and now a 3-ball. to give Keystone a 4-point lead at 52-48.
Having a decent game coming into the second half, but he's really sprung to life here.
So the Bulldogs down 4 with under 2 minutes to go. Connor Lehman deals left side, Saravac spinning left of the lane, banking, missing. Rebound fought for, Saravac has it and banked it in. And now timeout taken by the Bulldogs. 2-point lead for Keystone, 52-50. It'll be Keystone basketball with 1:45 to go in the fourth when we come back on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
So Chris Delisio wanting to set that defense, see if he can create a turnover by Keystone. But the Cats here in the fourth quarter of play have rallied, trailing by 7 going into the final period. Keystone now up by 2 at 52-50. They have outscored Olmsted Falls 14-5 here in the fourth quarter of play. In fact, Falls with only 1 field goal here in the fourth. Saravac's bucket. They had 3 free throws before that. Liam Gorin on the baseline, throws it into Cowling, gives it right back to Liam Gorin. Gorin up the right side, just ran over a defender. And now we're going to have a conversation between the two officials. Gorin ran into Lehman. We didn't have any whistle on that.
Kind of thought he barreled through him more than, but yeah, father and son out there debating what the call is. I wonder if this happens tomorrow at Thanksgiving dinner.
What'd you have? This is what I had.
Dad had it wrong.
Well, somebody's going to make the call. We got a foul on Olmsted Falls, Connor Lehman. For Connor Lehman, that's his second, and for the Bulldogs, their 4th team foul. Lehman is now out. Angelo Longo checks in. Liam Gorin will inbound for Keystone. Lob to Cowling in the paint, threw it up, no, but a foul will be called on the play. They'll get Longo. So Keystone went with the lob. And Colt Cowling, who has had a big fourth quarter. He's had 9 here in the fourth.
Really big, and they're going to shoot the rest of the way out now, too. That's another thing for Keystone if they can convert here. And again, not a lot of trips to the line tonight.
Cowling converts on that first free throw, 18-point game. Liam Gorin leads all scorers with 19, although Cowling can match him if he hits the second right here. And he hung it on the rim and it fell short. So the Bulldogs are down by 3 with a minute and a half to go. I don't know if they necessarily go for the 3 right here. Saravac left of the lane. Ball knocked out of his hand. Saravac got it back. Hold on. We had a traveling call, but the ball got knocked out of Saravac's hands. And now we'll have another conference. And they'll correct it and give the ball back to Olmsted Falls. With Jeff Holzhauer now arguing the call that the ball actually was tipped off the hands of Olmsted Falls. Well, either way, Bulldogs get it with 1:20 left. Into the forecourt, Longo. Longo on the right side. Hemmed in by Gurich. Longo all the way out near the half-court line. Longo gave it up to Saravac. Saravac on the right sideline. Saravac on the dribble. Saravac out front, Longo. 3. Banked it in! Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Longo banks in a 3, ties the game at 53. Under a minute to go. Wow. Keystone with the basketball. Timeout, Cats, as Gurich got hemmed in. Well, I'm not sure if he called glass. Well, Longo with the 3-ball off the window to tie the game at 53 with 45.8 to go. Timeout taken by the Cats, so we'll take a timeout. 53-53. Keystone and O Falls tied up. Keystone basketball when we come back. Boy, what a game on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
So with 45.8 to go, it'll be Keystone basketball. 53-53 tie. Keystone and Olmsted Falls in a dandy here at the DiFranco Classic, 25th annual tournament. And now the strategy wheels really start turning. Does Keystone try to run as much clock off as they can? Or say, listen, first good shot, take it. We'll see. Let's see what Jeff Holzhauer has come up with. Keystone spreads the floor out front. Gurich just holding the ball at the half-court line in front of the scorer's table. Gurich spins to the three-point arc, backs up, spins again. Gurich almost lost the dribble. We're under 30 seconds to go. Gurich still on that dribble in front of the Keystone bench. Got it out front to Gorin. Gorin gives it back to Bobby Gurich. Gurich, the sophomore, to Gorin. Gorin comes right to the key. Gorin, 14 on the clock, in the corner to Holzhauer. Back out front, Cowling with a three. No, but a foul is called. So Cowling will go to the free throw line and shoot 3 free throws with 9 seconds to go. Wow. So Colt Cowling, who has had a 10-point fourth quarter at the free throw line with exactly 9 ticks on the clock in a 53-53 tie. First one. No. 2 more coming. So Cowling has missed his last 2 as he split a pair his last trip to the line. Second one, good. Keystone up by 1, 54-53. Keystone gets Emery Fedor in the game. Cowling with 1 more. Boy, how big is this one? Third free throw, got it. Timeout taken by the Bulldogs. So Olmsted Falls down 2, 55-53. 9 ticks on the clock. Well, let's see how the final 9 seconds go. We'll find out after this on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Cobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Cobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at CobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
Here we go. 9 seconds left. 55-53. Keystone on Colt Cowling's 2 free throws has taken the 2-point lead. It'll be Bulldog basketball. They need to go the length of the floor. No, it's not the NBA. You can't advance it off the timeout. So the Bulldogs will need to go 94 feet. And this is why coaches go to clinics. What do you draw up with 9 ticks on the clock? Keystone will apply pressure in the backcourt. Chris 10 will throw it in for Old Falls. Gets it into Longo. Longo up the right side. Gave it on the sideline. Saravac put it up, no. Rebound put back up, no. Rebound grabbed by Keystone. Buzzer sounds, that's the ball game. Keystone wins it. The Wildcats with a fourth quarter rally. And 2 free throws with 9 seconds to go from Colt Cowling. Upend the Bulldogs from Olmsted Falls 55-53. They hold Olmsted Falls to 8 points in the fourth quarter of play, outscoring Olmsted Falls 17-8 in that final period. Colt Cowling had a 12-point fourth quarter as he really carried the team on his back.
Terrific effort for Keystone, and that fourth quarter just again thought that maybe they were down 7 at one point, and that was going to be too much. They had come back too many times. It was going to be too difficult to get another effort like that organized, and they never seemed to think that they were out of the ball game. And that's what you got to have, that attitude that you can believe in yourself and come away with a W here. Jeff Olshauer's got something special.
Tell you what, Falls was in control the majority of this game, but the Cats, as Jared just said, wouldn't go away. Bulldogs led 17-12 at the end of one, led by 3 at the half after Keystone made a late surge in the second quarter to make it 29-26. Bulldogs had the 3-point lead at the intermission. They pushed it back out to 7 at the end of 3, 45-38. But then Keystone with a tremendous fourth quarter comeback, and Colt Cowling with 12 points in that final quarter. He had a 4-point play, followed up by a 3-ball, and then 2 big free throws to give Keystone the win with 9 seconds left. 55-53, Cats win it. And we'll be back from Midview with more on this DiFranco Classic coverage on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
Welcome back to Midview, where the Elyria Pioneers and the Panthers from Toledo Whitmer have taken the floor. That's the next game. But boy, it'll be hard to top the one we just saw on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and, of course, on WEOL.com. Tremendous contest. Keystone rallies in the fourth quarter to beat Olmsted Falls 55-53. Fun game here at the Edward Kabuski Gymnasium and, of course, appropriately named Troy DiFranco Court, as the DiFranco Classic is taking shape today. Game coming up will be number 5, and then Midview and Bay will wrap it up with the 6th game of the day. But boy, Keystone and the Bulldogs got themselves involved in a tremendous basketball game that Keystone won by 2, 55-53. Colt Cowling with 2 free throws with 9 seconds to go. Gave Keystone the 2-point lead, and then they were able to stifle Olmsted Falls on the final possession of the ball game. Bulldogs never got a good look or a good shot, and the Cats escaped with the 2-point victory at 55-53. Let's give you our final individual scoring numbers. These are unofficial, but here we go. For the Bulldogs from Olmsted Falls, Angelo Longo finished up with a 11-point ball game. Jake Pasiak finished with 6. Chris 10 had a 5-point effort. Connor Lehman hit a 3-ball. He had 3. Cole Oden finished up with 10. Mason Saravac would lead the Bulldogs with 14 points. Keegan Smith had 4, all in the first half. Total of 53 for Olmsted Falls. Quarters of 17, 12, 16, and then 8 in that final quarter. For the victorious Wildcats from Keystone, it went like this. Emery Fedor had 2 points in the ball game. Brendan Hagerman would finish up with 6. Ty Holzhauer had 8 points in the contest. Liam Gorin, the tremendous junior, had a 19-point game, and it was Colt Cowling who led all scorers. He had 12 in the fourth quarter of play to spark that Keystone comeback. Keystone had a total of 55 Wildcats with quarters of 12, 14, 12, and then 17 in the fourth when they came from behind to win it. 55-53, Cats with a 2-point win over Olmsted Falls. Jared Kozar brings you the final numbers after this on the Chronicle Telegram's YouTube page and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Welcome back here to Midview, where we were just treated to one heck of a basketball game as Keystone gets the better of Olmsted Falls. 55-53 for the Bulldogs. They were 20 of 50 from the field, 40% on the afternoon. Most times good enough to win, just not today. 6 of 8 from the line, 23 rebounds, 7 turnovers for the Olmsted Falls Bulldogs in that contest. They were 3 of 8 from distance in that second half. So a little bit of a drop-off, just didn't take as many attempts, I think, than they did in the first half when they had so much success shooting the long ball. For the Keystone Wildcats, 21 of 40 from the field, 53% on the afternoon. They were 4 of 7 from distance in the second half to go along with 4 of 6 in the first half. So when they dialed in, they really got down to business. 5 of 9 at the line, no 2 bigger than the last 2 hit by Colt Cowling to ice this one here today. 20 rebounds, 11 turnovers. Big number here, Tim. 2 turnovers coming in that second half. So Keystone did a remarkable job of making some adjustments and saying, we're not going to get beat by the same things that might have cost us a little bit in that first half of play.
And just in one game, just in 32 minutes of basketball, that shows maturity, that shows growth, that Jeff Holzhauer was able to take that team into the locker room, say, all right, guys, settle down. Yeah, they're pressuring us, but here's how we're going to combat it. Here's how we can work our way through it. And they responded. Boy, what a huge moment for this Keystone basketball program. So a nice win to open up the season as they top the Bulldogs 55-53. And, of course, for Olmsted Falls, that's a bitter pill. But Chris Delicio, veteran coach, he's got some nice players on this team. So they certainly will be a force to be reckoned with as far as Southwestern Conference play is concerned. Jared, my time is pretty much done as far as the DiFranco tournament is concerned. I have had so much fun here this afternoon, and I guess we're getting close to early evening.
Sure.
I know Rob Polinsky's up next, but I just want to thank you and Rocco and Dave Rydell and everybody for such a wonderful time. Had great interactions with so many people here. It was like coming home again. And then the first game, North Ridgeville over Lorain, 70-52. Second game, great contest, 55-53. And in the end, no matter what those final scores were, this was all about and will be for the next 2 games, remembering Bob DiFranco, Troy DiFranco, the impact that they had on students, the impacts that they had on student athletes, and the money that is being raised here today would make Bob and Troy, well, of course, Troy was a part of this tournament for so many years before he passed, but make them proud that every dime goes to scholarship money for students at Midview. And it's just a special day. The community supports it. All the teams that are involved support it. And I'm just honored to be a part of it. I'm glad the Cavs schedule worked out this year so that I could come over and do a couple of games and just get to visit with some great friends from years past.
Certainly happy to have you out here. Glad it worked out that way. And who knows, maybe down the road we'll catch up with you again on one of these WEOL.com broadcasts. But, Tim, a happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Thanks for being a part of it today.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of the viewers and listeners. And certainly anytime you want to extend the invite, if the Cavs schedule cooperates, I'd be glad to do it. But great to join you guys, and happy Thanksgiving to the entire WEOL family, the Chronicle family, and to all the viewers out there. Thank you.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
And welcome back to the DiFranco Classic. Rob Polinsky with you for the next couple games, along with Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell, doing the camera work. Great to be here for the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic. Up next, we have Elyria going up against Toledo Whitmer. Toledo Whitmer, we saw them a year ago at Akron North High School. They defeated Brunswick in a tremendous district final game. They made it to the regional semis where they were upended by Canton McKinley. They ended last year 17-8, and they are now coached by first-year head coach Avion Franklin, who's a 2017 graduate of Whitmer. He also went on to play at Defiance College, and Avion Franklin has been the JV coach for 2 years. He left when Anthony Stacy, Jared, left to go back to his alma mater, your alma mater, Bowling Green, to be an assistant coach. That was late in the summer, but they're hoping for a smooth transition since Coach Franklin's been with the program.
Well, again, you mentioned he's been with the program, but the cupboard's certainly not bare from when Coach Stacy left to go back to Bowling Green, because this is an impressive Whitmer program. I've seen them now. This will be the third consecutive year in some capacity, and they seem to get better and better. And it's a level of consistency that I think Anthony maybe inherited and said, how can I build upon that? So the tradition is steep there, and they're doing really well. But this is a Elyria Pioneer ball club that I think a lot of people locally have some high expectations for, and rightfully so in their own regard.
Elyria, Brett Lyrick in his 18th year. Last year they went 17-6. 2 years ago they won 18 games. This program has won 35 games the last 2 seasons, but they're without Kendall Compton tonight and Sunday. little bit of controversy. He was given 2 technicals in their last scrimmage. The state informed Elyria yesterday that he could not play the first 2 games of the year. Elyria just finding out yesterday makes it tough. And I was talking to coaches before while you guys were on for the last game, and everybody told me they've never heard of anything like this.
Yeah.
They never knew that what happened in the scrimmage could carry over. And then it was told that the official that made those technical foul calls, that he reported it later than you're supposed to. So it came as an entire shock to everybody. Kendall Compton won't be there. But starting lineup will be Cam Bell, Rondell Grimmett, Jemiah Daniels, Tank Shelton, and Seth Wilkerson. And the tip is controlled by Whitmer. Immediately they go to the basket, and missing is Tyron Hines. We'll get to their starting 5 momentarily. The Pioneers throw it out of bounds. Andre Young, Charles Johnson, Justin Harrelson, Tyron Hines, and Jaden Reno are the 5 on the floor for Whitmer. And inbounding will be Johnson. Full court press by the Pioneers. So the Pioneers don't have a lot of height this year. And then without Compton, who's 6'5", and their tallest player, they're even shorter today than normal. So they want to press. There's a steal right away by Daniels. He'll lay it up and missed it. Round rim and out. Rebound comes down to Andre Young. Had it stolen away. Kicks it out to Tink Johnson, the Lutheran West transfer. Puts it up off the rim. No good. Rebound tapped out to Andre Young for Whitmer. So 30 seconds in, and these teams are flying up and down, Jared.
Real breakneck pace already. Not that what we saw last game wasn't entertaining,
Right.
Just a totally different brand of basketball.
Andre Young inside, hooks it up and in, and Whitmer gets on the board first. They lead it 2-0. So the Pioneers coming the other way. Tink Johnson, 5'5" junior. Again, he transferred in from Lutheran West over to Cam Bell, who's been on this varsity team for 3 years, to Rondell Grimmett. Grimmett will give it right back to Tink Johnson. They'll set up the offense. Whitmer defensively man-to-man. Get it to Cam Bell, back to the basket. Nice backdoor cut, laying it up, and that's going to be blocked and goaltending as it's Jemiah Daniels will get the basket. Following this one, we'll have the host Midview Minis take on Bay. That will wrap up the 6-game DiFranco Classic today. Boy, a nice-sized crowd here today. Really good crowd for that earlier game with Olmsted Falls and Keystone. I got to catch the second half of that one. That was fun just to sit and watch.
Really good game, really good crowd, as you mentioned. Tim and I talked about that. Falls not that far, Keystone right around the corner. They showed up.
And a great opening night game for both those schools that should do well in their leagues. There's a pass inside, laying it up and in is Andre Young. Andre Young with 2 baskets, and the Whitmer Panthers lead 4-2. Whitmer is the home team on the scoreboard. They'll go cross court in the corner. With it is Shelton. Shelton in between the circles. Elyria with the black uniforms on. Long 3 by Shelton off the back of the rim. No good. Tipped out of bounds to Whitmer, and Whitmer is in the white jerseys.
And important for you to mention that, Rob. I like that because I think that I've neglected that to a certain extent. On our YouTube page, you can see that because of the way the schools were arranged, we couldn't put new names in each time.
Sure.
So we went home and away. You're exactly right.
With the basketball, Charles Johnson. Johnson inside, lays it up around the rim and out. Rebound comes down to Daniels for Elyria. Jemiah Daniels will get it across the midcourt stripe here at Troy DiFranco Court at Midview High School. From the foul line, Daniels puts it up and in. Troy Daniels with all 4 Elyria points, and we're tied at 4. 2.5 minutes into this contest. Rob along with Jared, Dave Rydell doing the hard work, traveling in the backcourt. I think Tyron Hines got kind of caught going almost up and downs there. We want to remind you that today's game is brought to you by Nick Abraham Buick GMC, Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, Lorain County Community College, Stewart's TV and Appliance, Cobos Insurance Center, and EcoTree Services. Thanks to all of our sponsors that make these broadcasts possible on WEOL.com and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page. Cam Brown will get it outside to Seth Wilkerson. Wilkerson got the start today instead of Compton. Shot by Daniels is no good. And into the forecourt quickly. They're going to take a 3 ball, and missing that 3 in the corner is Chris Winlock. Long outlet, and laying it up and in is Grimmett. Elyria gets their first lead at 6-4, 3 minutes in. Man-to-man defense for the Pioneers. Andre Young, Shelton all over him. Shelton just 5'5", but boy is he quick. Young dribbling in, goes baseline right, jump stop in the lane, and we're going to get a foul and 2 free throws for Tyron Hines. Hines is a 6'2 junior. Toledo Whitmer, they are in the Northern Lakes League. Last year they split with Perrysburg, and their strengths, according to Coach Franklin on the phone earlier, told me that he feels their depth, they like to play fast. The one concern he has about his team, he says he needs to improve their three-point shooting from what they did in the preseason.
Really haven't gotten going in those categories right now, but he's certainly correct about them being quick. They are fast, and it's going to be a difficult defensive assignment for Elyria in terms of keeping up with that team speed.
Hines again, line right, put it in. So we're tied at 6 with 4:45 to go in the opening quarter. Daniels with 4 points, gets it out to Campbell, to Grimmett. Grimmett on the drive, jump stop in the lane, all off the glass and in. Nice move and shot by Rondell Grimmett. 6'2 senior ties it, or I should say gives Elyria an 8-6 lead. Pioneers missing their top 2 scores from a year ago. And they have a busy start to the season. There's a shot that's missed by Young, and on the rebound, Harrelson puts it in. We're tied at 8. After today, Elyria goes to Cleveland Heights Sunday afternoon. I'll get that in a minute, as Rondell Grimmett puts up a 3 and hits it. 11-8. 4 minutes to go first quarter. Here's a steal with it is Wilkerson. He puts it up off the glass, no good. Rebound hauled in by Charles Johnson of Whitmer. And he'll hand it off to Tyron Hines. Nice outlet here for Andre Young. He's on the three-point line, right side. Back outside to Young. Man-to-man defense for Elyria. Young for 3, missed it off the rim. Rebound comes down to Wilkerson. Wilkerson, long outlet for Daniels in front of the Whitmer bench. Turns and pops a 3. He'll miss it. Hustles for the rebound, and he got it. He's going to hook it over in the corner. There's a 3-ball that goes up and in, and that's Tink Shelton. So Elyria, without Kendall Compton, is up 14-8. Players for both teams want to check in at the next whistle. Tyron Hines. He'll get it top of the key to Harrelson. Harrelson guarded by Bell. Over to Winlock. Winlock right back out to Andre Young. Young spinning on Grimmett, goes into Grimmett. There's going to be a foul. And it's going to be on Rondell Grimmett. Who says basketball isn't a physical sport?
You know, seeing it right now, Elyria may be compensating to some extent in terms of the size that they're lacking. They're going to have to play a little more physical.
3:08 to go in the first quarter. Andre Young at the line. Foul on Grimmett was his first, team second. Whitmer is yet to commit a foul. Brett Lyrick in his 18th year guiding the Elyria Pioneers. Free throw in and out. Subs coming in. Back in is Jaden Reno for Whitmer. He started, did not score. In for the first time for the Pioneers, Isaiah Hill, 5'10 senior. He wears number 12. And number 4 is Christian Rogers. He's a 5'10 senior. Jared, I'm trying to get used to the video and the audio. When do you mix in, numbers and things like we normally wouldn't? And when don't you? Andre Young with the free throw has 5.
It is the first game for everybody today, Rob.
Yeah. Left side 3-ball goes up. It's off the rim, no good by Rogers. And the Whitmer Panthers have the rebound. It's the Panthers and the Pioneers. No, it's not EC. It's Toledo Whitmer. And with it in the backcourt is Demetrius Meredith. He checked into the game. And we're going to get a whistle and a traveling call on Jaden Reno.
Boy, it's 5 first quarter turnovers here for Whitmer. So, some of that might be, long trip out here. You're a little bit edgy and the butterflies, but
first game jitters.
5 seems uncharacteristic for what we've seen out of this team in the past.
Seems like a lot. Some of the credit probably goes to the Elyria defense. Grimmett in the corner from Campbell. He put it up and in, and it's a 3-ball. And Rondell Grimmett has poured in 10 in the first quarter, and the Pioneers lead 17-9. Meredith into the forecourt, looking to get rid of it. Guarded by Shelton. He will get rid of it to Reno. Reno back outside to Harrelson. Harrelson right back to Andre Young. Young with the basketball. Young on the drive. Young got it in. Andre Young drove past Christian Rogers. Young trying to keep Whitmer in it with 7 of his team's 11. 2 minutes to go, first quarter. Pioneers by 6. We get a whistle away from the ball, and that's going to be a traveling call. Subs for Elyria. Back in is Jemiah Daniels. In for the first time, Micah Jackson. Jackson is a freshman, so obviously this is his first varsity appearance. This is the opening game for both teams. I think for all the boys teams, this is opening day.
Believe that to be true.
Long baseball pass for Andre Young. Makes a nice catch, and he's going to lay it in. That was well done. Young with 9, and Whitmer has cut the lead to 4, 17-13 Elyria. Minute 45. Jackson, 3-ball. Got it. Micah Jackson, the freshman, with his first varsity shot. It's a 3-ball, and it goes in. He'll remember that. That pass went out of bounds. It'll be Elyria basketball. For the Pioneers, Ethan Rogers, a 6'1 sophomore, will come in.
You talk about difference makers right there. Pioneers 4 of 8 from downtown. It's just the first quarter. They are ready to shoot.
Basketball it's an evolving game. It's changing. You know, they shoot a lot more threes in the pros than they ever used to. They shoot a heck of a lot more in college than they ever used to, and that trickle down happens, Jared, where we're seeing more and more teams that want to shoot threes, and why not? You do the math. If you can hit a 3 versus a 2, you can figure that out. Rogers with another 3. There you go. They're 5 for 9 now on 3 balls. Christian Rogers, not only that, Jared, but they've had 4 different Pioneers hit from downtown. 23-13. 6-0 run for Elyria because of those 2 3 balls. Meredith with the basketball. 1 minute to play first quarter. Pioneers by 10. He'll get it to Andre Young. Young with the basketball. Young on the three-point line. Young's going to put it in. Andre Young with 11. He is a 6'3 senior. He averaged 15 points a game last year. On the drive, putting it up. No, we get a blocking foul on the Panthers, just their first foul. And going to the free throw line, Jemiah Daniels. You know, Jared, it just seems like anymore you drive to the basket. If you get that layup, great. If not, you kick it out or you take a 3. You don't see a lot of 10-foot jumpers. You're either going to drive to the basket or try to kick out for a 3.
That mid-range game, you're correct, is all but phased out. And it's disappointing because when it's working, it's fun to watch.
I agree. Daniels missed the first free throw. Jemiah Daniels, 6'1 senior, line left, got 1 out of 2. He's got 5, and with 35 seconds to go first quarter, Pioneers lead by 9. Into the forecourt, Andre Young. Young will go back, and he'll get it to Demetrius Meredith. Meredith, now he'll get it to Quadrin Shears. Shears into the game for the first time. Three-pointer goes up, no good by Young. Gets tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with Whitmer. Bay and Midview will follow this one. Done a great job of running this tournament. This is the 5th game, and it started 5 minutes after their scheduled time. So they are really putting this thing on and getting the teams on and off the floor. Micah Jackson goes for the steal, loose on the floor. It's going to go out of bounds to Whitmer. I like the effort I've seen out of this freshman, Micah Jackson.
It's been impressive so far. Not out of position on either end of the floor.
Meredith to inbound, 16.5 seconds. Meredith to inbound, gets it to Reno. Reno has a shot blocked by Daniels, and it comes down to Rogers, who hands it off to Daniels. 10 seconds to go in the quarter. Daniels into the forecourt, guarded by Reno. 5 seconds to go in the quarter. Daniels pushing off, got away with it, pass intercepted and stolen. And Hines behind half court puts it up. That'll be no good as it lands on the stage. We played one. It's Elyria 24, Whitmer 15. You're watching and listening to the DiFranco Classic here on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and super duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Kobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Kobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at KobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
And there's a look at Jared and myself. Now you know why we spent so many years on radio. Whose idea was that? Thanks to Jared and Dave Rydell. And a lot of fun. This DiFranco Classic at Midview High School, Troy DiFranco Court, Bob DiFranco, Troy DiFranco, and their legacy lives on. And these 6 basketball games today, you know, just a testament to that and a tribute to them. And it's a labor of love for all involved. And it's turned into a heck of a tradition. And it's probably one of my favorite Lorain County traditions, if not my favorite. Start of the second quarter, Tink Shelton with a basketball to Cam Bell. Bell finds Grimmett going back door, lays it up, no good, and now we get a whistle and a blocking foul. So for Elyria, to start the second quarter, they're going to go Bell, Grimmett. Also on the floor, they have Jemiah Daniels, Tink Johnson, and the 5th Pioneer is Seth Wilkerson. Foul on Whitmer went on Demetrius Meredith, his first. Free throw is good for Grimmett. Grimmett with 11.
Really nice game from him. And, you know, there's some examples of guys that you just watch go through a program, and every year they take an incremental step, they get a little bit better. The jump that this young man's made from last year to this year, if this first half is any indication, has been tremendous.
The Pioneers, 2-2-1 full court press. Meredith beats the press, gets it ahead, and with it is Hines. Hines gets a wraparound pass and went off the hands of Johnson and out of bounds. You've got Young, Johnson, Meredith, Hines, and the 5th Toledo Whitmer player was Shears. Now Shears will come out. Replacing Quadrin Shears will be Justin Harrelson. 7.5 minutes to go until halftime. And with the basketball is Tink Shelton. Shelton hands it off with it now. On the dribble is Jemiah Daniels. Daniels right side. They get it back to Shelton. Shelton on the drive, wraparound pass on the baseline to an open Grimmett. Beautiful extra pass, missed the shot. Rebound Johnson. Well, you love that, Jared, that unselfishness for Elyria where they had a shot and they gave it up for a better one, even though it didn't go in.
Worked it around the horn, and that's something that you don't see in the first game of the season either.
Andre Young with the basketball. That tells me these guys played a lot in the summer together. Oh, Andre Young banks it in from downtown. Young with 14, and he's got game-high honors so far. His team down by 8. On the drive, Shelton puts it up, no good. Hit the deck, no foul. Long outlet, and a crossover step, and putting it in is Andre Young. Young with 16. Boy, it's like Andre Young versus the Pioneers. 26-20 in a high-scoring first half. Daniels airballs the jumper out of bounds. Who says they don't shoot mid-range jumpers? There's a 15-footer.
Maybe Daniels is going to look up here and say, tell those guys that's why.
Right.
If they want to know.
Long day of basketball began at 11:30 this morning. Rocco Nushi and yourself had that. And we're in game 5 of 6. And with the basketball into the forecourt comes Meredith. Meredith with it. Meredith will get it up to Andre Young. Young is checked there by Shelton. Man-to-man defense for Elyria. Bounce pass inside. Got it to Harrelson. Harrelson hooks it up over Bell, and he hit it. Justin Harrelson with 4. 2 minutes into the second quarter. Whitmer's right back in this game. They've cut a 10-point lead to 4. Tink Shelton with it, gets it to Daniels. There's a foul line jumper, and he got it. Jemiah Daniels with 10. I'm sorry, Jemiah Daniels with 7. Can't read my own writing here in the dark. That ball gets knocked out of bounds. It'll be Elyria, or it will be Whitmer basketball.
I can take care of that for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to get that at halftime, but I didn't realize you were that close. Thank you, sir. You're a good man. With the basketball, and we're going to get on the inbound. We're going to get a foul.
This is a great angle, Rob. I could do the
just,
whole thing from right here.
Right. I think you just found something. Scott Derringer in the house. You know it's a big game when Scott Derringer shows up. I wonder who paid his $10. On the inbound, Andre Young with it. Young in between the circles. Young at the foul line. Gets it inside. The layup is no good. Missing that is Harrelson. Long outlet pass for Tink Shelton. And it will get knocked out of bounds. It'll be Elyria basketball. And Jared, I don't know if he ever told you this, but Scott Derringer's dad, Ray Derringer, was the longtime Cleveland State men's basketball coach before Kevin Mackey.
You know, that had not occurred to me and it hadn't been mentioned. But
Scott, a lifelong Illyrian. Used to do a couple businesses that did some business with us at WEOL way back in the day. So good to see him. 3-ball goes up and in. Campbell. I always like talking hoops with Scott because with his dad being a former Division I college basketball coach, he knew what he was talking about.
Bring a little bit more to the table than guys like me. Or
you and I, that's right. In the backcourt, Charles Johnson is passed. It's knocked away, picked up by Daniels, and then Daniels threw it right back to Charles Johnson. It's like looking like they're playing hot potato right now with that ball. Daniels knocks it away from behind and out of bounds. It'll be Whitmer to inbound with 4:50 to go in the half.
Hot potato, that's for tomorrow, okay? You got
well, right.
eye on the prize tomorrow with the potato, okay?
I must have been thinking ahead, right?
Can't fault you for that. Dave just shakes his head.
But it was like, okay, I don't want it. You take it. You take it. You know, it looked like they were playing that old game we did when we were kids. With the basketball is Meredith. Meredith on the three-point line. Meredith got it to Andre Young. Young guarded by Shelton. Young trying to spin on Shelton. Shelton staying right with him. Put up a tough shot, missed it. And it'll go out of bounds. It'll stay with Whitmer. Tell you what, Andre Young went right at Tink Shelton, and Shelton's only listed as 5'5". He chested him up and made it a difficult shot. That'll be a fun matchup to continue to watch. Hines will get it. Now Charles Johnson with it inside the lane, put up a 10-footer, missed it. Fighting for the rebound, Cam Bell from Elyria came out of there with it. Cam looks ahead, but he hangs on to it. Cam into the forecourt. He'll hand it off to Rondell Grimmett. Grimmett picks up his dribble. Right back to Cam Bell, and he'll get it to Tink Shelton, who was calling for it. Shelton with the basketball. Shelton at the foul line, into the lane. Shelton fade away. Tough shot. He got it to go. Tink Shelton with one of those no, yes shots. He's got 5, and it's 33-22 halfway through the second quarter. Andre Young is going to beat the press, put it up, miss it. Grimmett with a rebound. Boy, Young would love to have that layup back, Jared. Grimmett lost it. Shelton picks it up. Elyria keeps it. Pioneers by 11. Shelton putting on a show dribbling here. And now to the hole, put it up. No, blocked, but fouled by Tyron Hines. I like what I'm seeing out of Tink Shelton. 5'5" junior guard, mentioned a couple times. He transferred to Elyria from Lutheran West. He's got 5 points so far.
Yeah, and when the smallest guy on the floor for either side can consistently keep attacking and have some success, or at least make you think twice about what you have to do with him defensively, that's a win.
Yes, it is. Free throw up and in. You know, and I think the surprise to me is he's covering Whitmer's best player and is hanging right with him. And coming in for Elyria is Christian Rogers back into the game. He scored 3 in the first quarter. Coming back in for Whitmer, it will be Chris Winlock. He played in the first quarter, didn't score. Shelton made them both. And Micah Jackson played in the first quarter, scored 3, comes in. Shelton will come out. Brett Larrick in his 18th year. Head coach Avion Franklin, first ever game as a varsity head coach. And it gets tipped out of bounds. It'll be Elyria. Now, Avion called me last night, Coach Franklin, and I appreciate that very much. He told me he's been on the AAU circuit in the summertime for a long time, coaching in the Columbus area, some of the elite AAU programs. Jackson on the run, put it up, no good. On the rebound, put it up, and he got it. Micah Jackson with 5. Pioneers' biggest lead of the night at 15. 3:20 to go first half. 37-22. In the backcourt, get it to Meredith. He's got to get it across the timeline. Got to hurry. Winlock with it. That's got to be a 10-second call. Brett Larrick says, how is that not 10? On the drive, they're going to lay it up, and it's going to be no good. Offensive charge called. Cam Bell took the charge from Charles Johnson. Brett Larrick counted to like 12 and wouldn't give him the 10-second call.
He knows his numbers, too.
Yes.
The officiating crew might not be as familiar with what his profession is outside of basketball, but Brett knows the difference between a 10 and a 12.
He's a numbers guy?
Oh, yeah.
3 minutes to go in the half.
All business, if you understand.
Yes, I got you.
Yeah.
Christian Rogers with the basketball. Rogers into the forecourt. Rogers guarded by Meredith. Kicks it outside to Grimmett. He's feeling it. Takes a 3 around rim and out. Rebound comes down to Meredith. Meredith across the midcourt stripe. He's into the forecourt double team. Gets it to Andre Young. Young with the basketball. Got to get rid of it. Tried to get it to Winlock and went off Winlock and out of bounds. It'll be Elyria basketball, and Micah Jackson caused that turnover.
And you're looking at 11 turnovers now for Whitmer. 2.5 minutes almost to play here in the first half. An impressive defensive effort by the Pioneers.
Into the forecourt. They're going to get it to Cam Bell. Bell has it inside the foul line. Back outside, top of the key 3. And it's good by Jemiah Daniels. 7 made threes for Elyria. And they lead 40-22. 2:15 to go in the half. Boy, this is physical, and there's a bumping foul finally. After about 3 bumps, they finally get Christian Rogers with 1. And with 2:12 to go in the half, it'll be Whitmer to inbound because that is only the second team foul on the Pioneers. Andre Young with it. Pioneers with their biggest lead of the night right now at 18. They're going to get it on the right wing to Charles Johnson. Johnson to Demetrius Meredith, put it up, no good. Campbell lets it go out of bounds. It'll be Elyria basketball. Speaking Cam, he's going to tie the left shoelace. Sub coming in for Whitmer. It'll be Kayvon Cook coming into the game for the first time, 6'5" junior. As we have under 2 minutes to play in the half. Pioneers up by 18. Christian Rogers with the basketball. Rogers gets it in the corner. 3 ball goes up, and it's good. Jemiah Daniels with his second trifecta. Give him a dozen. Elyria up by 21. And at the other end, laying it up, no, but a blocking foul on Cam Bell. And we'll get a couple of free throws. Jared, this is really impressive, especially when, again, we go to kind of our top storyline that Kendall Compton is out today and Sunday. Well, I've got a minute. I want to tell you this quick start to the Elyria schedule. They're at Cleveland Heights this Sunday in the Cleveland Heights Showcase. That's Sunday afternoon at 1:30. Take it on Cleveland Heights at Cleveland Heights. They're at Solon on Tuesday, and then they are going to be, their home opener will be a week from Saturday against Lorain. That's a 5 o'clock start, and we'll have that on WEOL.com and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
Yeah, like the unique start there, but that'll be a battle-tested Elyria Pioneer program. Lorain, they took it on the chin today against Ridgeville. That Ridgeville team picked up where they left off in postseason play last year. They look real impressive over here with an 18-point victory over Lorain earlier this afternoon.
Amherst with an impressive win. Olmsted Falls had a close loss to Keystone. But it's been a good day for the SWC, and it continues here right now with Elyria. Inside, Christian Rogers missed from point-blank range, and then he has a foul on the rebound. Stops the clock with 1:18 to go in the half. For Elyria, Seth Wilkerson will come back in. Also will Tink Johnson. Pioneers That bench has been pretty deep today. They played a lot of players. On the inbound, into the forecourt, Charles Johnson for the Whitmer Panthers. He's double teamed, in trouble, got to get rid of it. Looking, cross court, throws it over to Winlock, and it went out of bounds to Elyria. So that Pioneer press, Jared, I think at times has caused Whitmer to speed up. That's caused some turnovers. Sincere Williams into the game for the first time for Whitmer, a 6'2" junior.
Boy, yeah, you're thinking about a dozen turnovers here with 1:07 left to play. That's a big number.
Yes, it
and
is.
Again, we're used to seeing this team look a little bit sharper.
Well, again, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but they had a young man last year as a senior that is now with Purdue.
Correct.
And when you miss a guy that's playing for Purdue, and they had another guy that went to Bowling Green along with Coach Stacy. So they lost 2 Division I players from a year ago. Step back 3, up no good. Missing that was Micah Jackson. And Whitmer with the ball, 40 seconds to go in the half. With it is Andre Young. Young will get it ahead to Kayvon Cook. Cook right back to Andre Young, jump stop. We get a whistle and a foul on Elyria. A foul on Micah Jackson. His first. Team's 5th. Now the scoreboard says 5 team fouls on Elyria. The P announcer just announced 3, but I believe it is 5.
It is 5.
And Andre Young for 2. Good. Young with 18. 7 field goals, 1's a 3, and 3 free throws. Problem is he's not getting any help. The rest of his teammates have combined for 6 points. Young again, good again. And coming in, replacing Kayvon Cook is Justin Harrelson, who has 4 of those points. Whitmer now will with some rare pressure. Tink Johnson in the backcourt, gets it ahead. They break the press easily. Gets it ahead to Daniels. Daniels in the corner to Micah Jackson. 20 seconds to go in the half. Daniels on the drive, gets bumped, he's fouled. The shot, no, it's not going to count. The foul was before the shot. So that's actually a good foul on Chris Winlock because he was beaten. So take the basket off the board and Elyria to inbound because that's just a 4th foul. And Elyria is going to throw it away on the inbound. It'll be Whitmer basketball.
Just the 4th turnover for the Pioneers. We'll talk more about that at the intermission, but
that's one of the big differences, isn't it?
Certainly.
18 seconds to go in the half. Speaking of 18, Elyria's lead is 18. On the inbound, Andre Young has it. Young beats the press. Young around Campbell, got it, and a foul on Campbell. Bell's second. The Andre Young show continues. He's got 21. And it's 43-27. So Bell with the foul, his second. And Andre Young looking for his 22nd point of the first half.
This late in the half, that might end up being a storyline for Campbell, picking up number 2 with under 30 seconds to go.
And surprisingly, he's in the game. I would have thought maybe they would have pulled him after that foul. Daniels with the basketball across midcourt. Daniels 5 seconds, 4 seconds on the drive. Kicks it outside. 3 ball goes up, off the rim, no good. Boy, it danced off that rim for Seth Wilkerson. It did everything but go in. We played 1 half of basketball. Your score, it's Elyria 43, Whitmer 28. We're approaching a halftime of the DiFranco Memorial Classic. We'll be back with the halftime show. Again, the Pioneers lead the Panthers by 15. You're watching the 25th annual DiFranco Classic on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
And you're looking at mid-court here at Midview High School, Troy DiFranco Court at Midview High School in Eaton Township, just outside of Grafton. Rob Polinsky along with Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell doing a great job. Jared has been here all day. Dave will, at the end of the day, be here for 4 days, or 4 games. 4 days.
Could be.
You're right. He says, wait a minute. Yuri Felder was here for a couple games earlier. Of course, thanks to the rest of the announcing crew, Rocco Nushi, Ron Yantz, Tim Alcorn doing games at WEOL. I've got this one and the next one, and it's always special to be here for the DiFranco Classic. Not only because of what it is, but it also signifies the start of another high school basketball season, which we all love here at WEOL.com. Taking a look at first half scoring for Elyria. Cam Bell had a 3-point field goal for 3. 2 Pioneers were in double figures. One of them's name is Rondell Grimmett. Grimmett with a dozen. 10 of his 12 points in the first quarter, including 2 3-point field goals. Jemiah Daniels has 5 field goals, 2 or 3s. He's got a free throw. Jemiah Daniels leads the Pioneers in scoring with 13. Tink Shelton with a 2-point field goal, a 3, and a couple of free throws. Shelton with 7. And Seth Wilkerson started. He did not score. 35 points from the starting 5 for Elyria. Off the bench, Kristen Rogers with 3. Micah Jackson with 5. 8 off the bench, 35 for the starters, gave Elyria their total of 43. Seeing action off the bench and not scoring was Isaiah Hill and Ethan Rogers. For the Toledo Whitmer Panthers, Andre Young leads everybody. Young with 8 field goals, 1 was a 3, 5 free throws. Andre Young with a team high 22. Justin Harrelson has 4. Tyron Hines with 2. All 28 points from those 3 players. Charles Johnson, Jaden Reno started, didn't score. Off the bench, no points, but seeing action, Quadrin Shears, Demetrius Meredith, Chris Winlock, Sincere Williams, and Kevon Cook. So it all adds up to a 43-28 lead for Elyria. The last game, it was an exciting one. Keystone over Olmsted Falls, 55-53. Jared, do we want to take a break or just get right into the...
We can take these stats and then take a break before the start of the second half. That'd be fine for me.
That'd be great, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you want to update everybody on the games that were earlier, you can do that as well, or we'll talk about it off air. We'll figure it out.
No, we can do that. I can definitely tell you who won. I don't want to get all the scores completely wrong.
Understood.
We'll figure all that out. But right now, business to attend to in terms of halftime at this one, where the Elyria Pioneers lead the Panthers of Whitmer out of Toledo 43-28. And in the first half, Whitmer found themselves 10 of 23 from the field, 43% on the contest. 7 of 9 at the charity stripe, doing pretty well there. 10 rebounds, the big number, 12 turnovers. That's going to get bigger in a minute when we talk about Elyria, but 12 turnovers. The swarming Pioneer defense in that first half of play really, I think, has set the tone for what happened and the ability to build this 15-point lead here at the break. You mentioned touching up with first-year head coach over there at Whitmer that he mentioned to you, Rob, that three-point shooting maybe not the forte of his team right now. That held true to Hoyle in that first half of play as they were 1 of 7 from downtown. Not that bashful about taking them, just weren't effective in terms of making those opportunities count. For the Pioneers, again, a 15-point lead here at the intermission. Elyria was 15 of 30 from the field in the first half of play. Even I can figure out that's 50%. More impressive, 8 of 16 from downtown, so they're 50-50 in terms of that. When you want to talk about a big-time difference, a three-point field goal they were able to connect on in that first half of play really stuck out. Now, conventional wisdom says, are you going to be able to do that for an entire game? So maybe Brett Lyric has to be a little bit more judicious about how they shoot it in the second half, but certainly with a 15-point lead, you have a couple of liberties that you might not have otherwise enjoyed. 5 of 6 at the line, 10 rebounds, just 4 turnovers for Elyria in that first half of play. That was a big difference maker too. So to me, it's the ability to play defense, cause havoc, create turnovers, and those three-pointers. When you're out shooting a team 8-1, that's a pretty big difference maker.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 24-3 in just that category. And, it'll be interesting to see. Will Elyria continue? Will Andre Young continue to dominate? And Elyria kind of clamp down on everybody else and say, look, you can't beat us 1 against 5. And like you said, can Elyria continue to shoot like that? Probably not. But is the 15-point lead enough that they'll be able to, not shoot as well in the second half and still hang on to win? We're going to find out. That's why you stick around. Speaking of sticking around, after that we have Bay and Midview, but let's take this time out. When you come back, we've got the second half of action of the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic. Pioneers by 15. You're watching today's game on a Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and listening on WEOL.com.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Cobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Cobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at CobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
About a minute before the start of this one, you look up there and you see the great banners here at Midview and the great run that the girls had in basketball at state, Final Four, and runner-up year. And, boy, what memories those are in 2023 and 2022. And more memories are going to come on WEOL.com this Friday. State semifinals in football as from the University of Akron at InfoCision Stadium. It'll be the Avon Eagles taking on Walsh Jesuit, and that game will kick off at 7 o'clock. Our coverage on WEOL.com on Friday will be 6:30. Kind of a tradition, Avon and Thanksgiving. Most teams have turned in their equipment 2, 3, 4 weeks prior, but not Avon. It's a tradition where they're going to have their pancake breakfast tomorrow for Thanksgiving Day, and they're going to be in the semifinals trying to defend that state title and get to the state championship game 1 week from tomorrow. But to do that, they've got Walsh Jesuit on Friday, Jared.
Got to really thank Mike Elder and the Avon Eagles, not just for giving us an opportunity to go out there and do that game and give somebody, around the area to be really happy about watching postseason football, but the past, 10 years. They've probably saved me a lot of money from traditional Black Friday shopping. So help me out in that regard. So I owe Mike Elder a Christmas card or something the next time we see him.
You and I don't know anything about Black Friday shopping because you're right. We're normally involved with something, and more times than not, it's Avon football. So good luck to Mike Elder and his Avon Eagles Friday night as they take on Walsh Jesuit in the Division II state semifinals. And it'll be Whitmer to inbound. Down 43-28 to begin the second half. And inbounding it will be Chris Winlock. Winlock to Andre Young. Winlock, Young, Harrelson, Tyron Hines, and Charles Johnson are out there for Whitmer to begin the second half. They get it to Winlock in the corner. He takes a corner three. It's off the back rim, no good. Rebound Daniels. Daniels, Bell, they get it ahead to Wilkerson, lays it in for his first points. So Wilkerson, Bell, Johnson, also Grimmett, and Daniels are the five on the floor for Elyria. Their original starting five out there. Pioneers up 45-28, 30 seconds into the third quarter. In the backcourt with the basketball, Tyron Hines. Hines, one of two returning starters from a year ago, along with Andre Young. Andre Young's got the basketball now. He's checked by Tink Shelton. He'll get it on the baseline to Johnson. Johnson double teamed and knocked away. In the backcourt is Grimmett. Grimmett with the basketball. Grimmett into the forecourt. And we get a whistle, and he carried the basketball. So it'll be Whitmer to inbound. A minute into this third quarter. With it is Young. Shelton has him. Bounce pass back to the basket for Justin Harrelson. Outside Winlock, high arcing three, no good. And the rebound is hauled in by Wilkerson for Elyria. Coast to coast, he'll put it up short. Johnson clears for Whitmer. Johnson, jump stop in the lane. Back out, putting up the jumper, it's good. Justin Harrelson. Those are Whitmer's first points of the second half, Jared, and they cut it to 15.
Yeah, minute and a half in, we get the first bucket for Whitmer, and again, not really making any progress from where they were at the intermission.
Shelton's jumper, no good. Rebound hauled out of there by Charles Johnson. Johnson, top of the circle, looking. Got it to Andre Young. He draws a crowd. Young put it up, and it went around the rim, and it went in. Young with 24. Coach in the crowd telling him what to do. And the coach in the stands was just told, stop talking to the players. You always have that coach in the crowd, Jared, you know, even though it's game one.
I think the official meant it that time.
I don't think he was kidding. 2 minutes into the third quarter. Cam Bell back to the basket. Bell will go cross court to Grimmett. Grimmett puts up a three. It's in and out. Rebound Charles Johnson. Johnson with the basketball. Johnson across the midcourt line. Johnson's going to hand it off to Andre Young. Entry pass for Harrelson. Harrelson guarded by Bell. Kicks it outside. Nice extra pass. Top of the key. Johnson three. No. Rebound tipped around. Winlock offensive rebound for Whitmer. Back out to Harrelson. Harrelson cross court. And he'll leave it for Johnson. Loses it. And it's stolen away by the Pioneers. Cam Bell will come out of there with the basketball. Bell ahead to Shelton. Or I'm sorry, that's Wilkerson who lays it in. Seth Wilkerson started, didn't score in the first half. He's already got 4 in the second half, and it's 47-32. Andre Young on the drive. We're going to get a whistle and an offensive charge. Rondell Grimmett took it. Andre Young called for the charge.
Boy, 3 minutes in now to this third quarter of play, and I think Elyria is really starting to feel it in terms of, the sustainability of what they've built in that first half.
And they've also made life a lot harder for Andre Young than in the first half. And to this point, nobody else or Whitmer is picking up that offensive load. Now, Shelton just throws it into the crowd, turnover. Give the ball back to Whitmer. I'm going to go with my first hard to believe of the year. And it's hard to believe for me that Brett Lara can be in his 18th year as head coach here. Shot blocked by Grimmett out of bounds. He swatted out one from Jaden Reno. Of course, Brett had a fantastic playing career at Elyria High, graduating, I believe it was 1993. Went on to play at college, Division I basketball. And a baseline jumper comes up, and it's good from Tyron Hines. His first basket to go along with 2 free throws, gives him 4. Grimm at other end puts up a 3. It's short. Rebound Wilkerson. He's got 6 in the quarter. 15-point lead for Elyria. And there's a steal. Coming to the other end, it's going to be Daniels. It's blocked. What a block. Coming out of there was Charles Johnson with a block. What a defensive play by Johnson. Harrelson for 3. No good. And rebound loose on the floor. They battle for it. Still loose on the floor. Elyria comes out of there with it. Daniels with it. Daniels bounce pass. Campbell laid it in. Tell you what, I don't care who you're rooting for or if you're just a casual fan. That was an unbelievable play by Charles Johnson for Whitmer. 3:40 to go in the third. Nice bounce pass, laying it up, no good. Blocking foul on Rondell Grimmett. Tell you what, the Pioneers, they are not afraid to take charges. Now, they don't get all the calls, but there have been several times Grimmett and Bell and his teammates have taken charges tonight.
Well, and I think you have to really like their commitment to that in terms of, yes, it's the first game of the season, but, you know, they've done so many things well tonight. That's something that's overlooked in terms of being consistent and how you want to assert yourself defensively.
I think it shows toughness.
Right. Yeah, mentally, and it's fortitude. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get by us just doing this.
Harrelson with a free throw. It's good. Coming back in is Sincere Williams for Whitmer. He played in the first half, didn't score. Back in, Demetrius Meredith. He played in the first half, didn't score. In for the Pioneers, Micah Jackson. He played in the first half and had 5. Free throw, that's off the rim, no good. Rebound taken in by Christian Rogers, who comes into the game for Elyria. He'll lay it ahead, and missing the layup, it's tipped back up, no good. They missed 2 from point-blank range. Rogers played in the first half, and this is his first action of the third quarter. He has 3 points. Andre Young, guarded by Micah Jackson. Young with a pass that Jackson knocked away, right back to Young, double teamed. Rogers all over him. Young with a bounce pass, and it's a timeout for Whitmer. Whitmer takes their first timeout. And Jared, do you want me to take a break or should I keep it? So 4?
Yeah, we'll take a break.
All right, we'll take a break. 3:08 to go in the third. Pioneers by 16 on the WEOL.com and Chronicle Telegram YouTube Game of the Week.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
All right, look across the way, behind the scores table, up one section. Steve Hamilton, former head coach of the Elyria Pioneers, next to his daughter Becca, who was on the state championship volleyball team this year for Avon. So congratulations to her, state champion volleyball player from Avon. And in front of Steve, a guy who wasn't a bad basketball player, James West. Knows a thing or two about basketball. He played at Urbana College.
I did not know that. Knew that he was very talented and certainly a fixture in the Elyria area and developing young athletes and coaching. Tremendous background.
So good to look across the way and see some familiar faces here. On the entry pass, we're going to get a whistle and a foul on Elyria, and that will be on Jemiah Daniels, who went through the offensive player trying to get a steal.
You know, you talk about the holidays and family and commitments, things like that. You nailed it. You will see familiar faces here at the DiFranco Classic. You know, from the start till the end, you're going to see a couple people you know, and you're usually pretty happy to see them. They might not be happy to see us, but
I had a couple examples of that when I first got here.
I have no doubt.
The entry pass is knocked away, but it is great to see so many familiar faces. Mike Walsh, who's now at Midview, retiring from Elyria as a teacher and coach. He's here, and he helps out with Midview, but he's their 8th grade coach. I don't know if you knew that. He's coaching his 8th grade son. So great to see Coach. They get it inside. Andre Young misses from point-blank range. Rebound, Micah Jackson for Elyria. The freshman into the forecourt. Over to Daniels for a right wing 3-ball. Off the rim, no good. Christian Rogers skied for the rebound. Back up, back rim, no. And Harrelson has it for Whitmer. Whitmer down by 16. 2.5 to go, third quarter. 3-ball goes up, and missing that is going to be Bannister. I'm sorry, that is Harrelson and out of bounds. Jared, I'm wondering, first game of the year, are we starting to see the guys get a little tired? Those shots are not going down in the third quarter like they did in the first half for both teams. Maybe the legs are starting to go for these two teams.
It could be, and maybe, you know, the adrenaline of that first half has worn off somewhat.
Just the pace of this game may have been getting to them. Foul's going to go on Tink Shelton.
Whereas I would say in the last game we saw, we were really treated to that classic Olmsted Falls and Keystone. Keystone getting the better of the Bulldogs. Both teams had something left at the end. It was pretty impressive.
Inside, Andre Young put it up, no good. And an offensive rebound to Braden Bannister. Back out to Andre Young. Young, tough angle, 12-footer, got it. Young with 4 1/4, 26 in the game. 51-37 Elyria. Pioneers had a good run in the first quarter to pull away, and they have never been threatened. Jackson puts up a 3, back rim, no good. Rebound, Andre Young for Whitmer. His outlet knocked out of bounds, Christian Rogers.
But as we mentioned that, though, we talked about what was a big difference maker for them in that first half, and they were they were on fire from 3-point range, 8 of 16, and they're 0-4 here in quarter number 3. So we knew that percentage probably wouldn't hold up, but I also didn't think they get skunked so far either.
Right. On the inbound, Johnson has it. Johnson into the forecourt. Johnson guarded by Rogers. Shot goes up, no good. Rebound, Harrelson, no good. Rebound loose on the floor, and we're going to get a whistle and a foul on the Pioneers as Charles Johnson hit the deck, and Johnson was on the deck because Ethan Rogers put him there. Ethan, his second. That's the 5th on Elyria, so they're in the bonus the rest of the quarter. Bay and Midview comes up after this one. And that'll conclude today's DiFranco tournament. Free throw by Johnson is good. Toledo Whitmer by far had to come the furthest to play in this tournament of the 12 teams. Second one, no good. Rebound hauled in by Christian Rogers. Rogers to Shelton. Shelton, right elbow jumper, back of the rim, no. Rebound tipped over, and putting it up and in is Christian Rogers. Give him 5. Pioneers by 15. 90 seconds to go, third quarter. Into the forecourt. They're going to get the basketball over to Harrelson. Harrelson picks up his dribble, backdoor cut, and they throw it away. They had the right idea with a backdoor cut to Sincere Williams, but led him just a little too far. Rondell Grimmett back in for Elyria. He'll replace Christian Rogers. Pioneers back in action this Sunday at Cleveland Heights. Cleveland Heights Showcase, that's at 1:30. And in the corner, Micah Jackson for 3, got it. Micah Jackson with 8. Freshman in his first varsity appearance as a Pioneer. He's going to get a steal. Jackson lays it up, and that one's blocked. That's going to be goaltending. So Micah Jackson wears number 10 on his uniform. His point total has matched that. He has 10.
Very impressive, and as he fills out that frame, you can only imagine what the potential for that young man is.
I don't think he's going to play a lot of freshman basketball.
He's already not playing
Right.
freshman basketball.
58-38. On the inbound, they get it to Sincere Williams. Williams across midcourt. Williams on the drive. Williams into the lane, left alone. Put it up, and it fell off. Rebound to Bannister, puts it up, and he got it. Braden Bannister, a senior, with his first points. 58-40. Half a minute to play. There's a steal. Steal by Whitmer, coming to the other end, laying it up, and in is going to be Chris Winlock. And that makes it 58-42. Into the forecourt, we get a whistle and foul on Winlock. So inbounding, it will be Ethan Rogers. 18.6 to go in the third. Pioneers by 16. They led by 15 at half. Shelton gets it over to Rogers. Right back to Shelton. 12 seconds. Shelton trying to get away from the defender, Winlock. He'll throw it away. Charles Johnson with the steal. 3 seconds, 2. Ahead to Winlock. Back to Johnson. Knocked away, and that'll do it for the third quarter. Micah Jackson with the defensive play there to keep it where it is. We played 3. Elyria 58. Whitmer 42. We're back with the fourth quarter on the WEOL.com Game of the Week, along with the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me. When your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
And welcome back as we get set to start the fourth quarter. Rob Polinsky, Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell doing the camera work. Pioneers led at half 43-28. They outscored Whitmer 15-14 in the third to take a 16-point lead heading into the fourth quarter, Jared.
Yeah, we're able to build upon that advantage here rather than have Whitmer cut into it in the third period of play, and really a strong way to close out that third quarter, I thought, by Elyria. Able to connect on their first three ball, a couple of nice takeaways. You don't want to say it's well in hand with a 16-point lead, but certainly I think you have to feel good about what's going on.
And if you're just joining us again, Kendall Compton for Elyria has to sit out tonight and the game Sunday afternoon against Cleveland Heights. He received 2 technicals in their last scrimmage. The state let Elyria know that he has to miss the first 2 games, so they're doing this without one of their leaders. Jemiah Daniels puts it up and in. Daniels 13 at half. Now he has 16, and Illyria's lead is 18, and they get a steal at the other end. Cam Bell into the forecourt. Bell with the basketball. Bell on the drive. Bell over Andre Young, and he scores. Cam Bell with 7. 4 in the second half. Pioneers by 20. We've played 45 seconds of the fourth quarter. They get it ahead to Braden Bannister. Bannister breaks the pressure. Back out to Andre Young. Young gets a screen from Quadron Shears. Puts up a long 3, barely drew iron. Quadron Shears fighting for the rebound. We get a whistle and out of bounds to Elyria. Pioneers, Cam Bell. Also on the floor, they have Christian Rogers, Jemiah Daniels, Micah Jackson, and Rondell Grimmett. Those are the 5 on the floor to begin the fourth quarter for Brett Larrick's ball club. And with it in the backcourt is going to be Daniels. Daniels gets around his man, lays it up. Nobody's fouled, and that foul will go on Sincere Williams. So it's Williams, Andre Young, Quadron Shears, Braden Bannister, And the fifth Whitmer player is Chris Winlock here in the fourth quarter. Talking with Brett Larrick, he told me he thought the strengths of his team coming into the year, speed, tempo, and depth. Concerns, lack of size in replacing their two leading scorers from a year ago. But the two-time defending SWC champs look pretty good here on opening night. Daniels missed the first free throw. Second one, missed them both. Rebound, Quadrin Shears. Get it to Winlock. Winlock's going to be held by Grimmett. Grimmett knew it. For Rondell, just the first team foul here in the fourth quarter. His third personal foul. 6:44 to go in a game. Tink Shelton back in for Elyria for Christian Rogers. Shelton back in with 7, all in the first half. Rogers sits down with 5. Jemiah Daniels, big smile on his face defensively as he guards the inbound. They get it to Andre Young. Young had 22 and a half. He's been held to 4 points in the second half. Long outlet, Rondell Grimmett. Grimmett's going to pull it back out. Grimmett looking, dribbling, and he's going to be fouled by Winlock.
There's going to be, I think, a few signs of frustration from some of these Whitmer defenders now down 20. And it's just, let's face it, like you said, they've got the longest trip of anybody that's going to be here by far. And, a short week of school and the day before Thanksgiving, You're looking at an hour and a half, 40-minute bus ride back. So tough spot to be in.
Yep. And we're going to get a whistle and another foul on Winlock. Obviously, they're going to get better as the year gets on. They've got to get used to their new coach. They got to get used to life without their 2 Division I players who are now at Purdue and Bowling Green. But coach that thinks they can compete with Perrysburg and in that NLL and that Northern Lakes League when push comes to shove by the end of the year. This is just opening night for them, but what we have found out is they've got to find offense other than Andre Young. He's got 26 of their 42. And I'm sure as the year goes on they will, but you know how it goes, Jared. You got to define your roles.
And they got to be better from the perimeter. Coach mentioned that was maybe not a strength of theirs, but I didn't think it'd be that glaring either.
I think he knew his team. Campbell with the basketball inside. They're going to say no basket. He traveled before the shot. For Elyria, this is an interesting team. When I really think about it, boy, the SWC, there are going to be some battles in that league this year. It's going to be fun. They get it over cross court inside, put it up as Wilkerson. He scores. Wilkerson, who was starting the night for Compton, has 8. And on the inbound, it got knocked out of bounds. It'll be Elyria basketball, up 22 with 5:50 to go.
Yeah, you think about it, Mike Fitch was here from Avon earlier today. Saw him in the crowd, certainly wanted to get a look at Amherst and then stayed around for some of that Falls game. And I think that he looked around and said, well, when we get our guys back from football, we're going to have to get tough and get back in shape fast.
They are a team that when I ask coaches who are you looking at in the SWC, and besides the first answers, Campbell puts it up no good, got its own rebound. First answers always are Elyria, Berea Mid-Park, and Olmsted Falls. But after that, everybody keeps telling me Avon. Where the basketball is Shelton. Shelton with a wraparound pass. Shot by Daniels goes up, no good. Rebound Wilkerson, and he scores. How about Seth Wilkerson with an offensive rebound and putback? Coach Lyric likes that effort. He's got 10 off the bench. We've got a timeout on the floor. It's a 30. So
we can keep it here for a 30. We'll kind of finish your thought about the SWC and what that looks like.
Boy, Amherst impressed people
Amherst
today.
Certainly turned some heads. I know North Olmsted rebuilding a little bit, struggling, but Pat Bray's, he's got an impressive array of guys that can all play pretty well with each other. And when you think about maybe some of the youth on that team, that it's not like the cupboard's bare for him either. He's figured out some things at Amherst these past couple of seasons, and to the point where I think he had a 13-win campaign last year, and given the last 3 or 4, he might say that was down for them.
We're going to see Midview after this, another team in the SWC. They're trying to forget last year.
Sure.
They went 3-20, talking with Jim Brabadick, and we'll talk more about that in their game, but they think they're improved. So, and North Ridgeville obviously opened some eyes today.
They look good today.
So, always a good conference, maybe even deeper. And Andre Young driving in lays it in. Maybe it'll be a lot like football was, just a really good deep conference, Jared.
Hey, you can imagine it. And again, take nothing away from Falls. You know, they lost to Keystone. Everybody's going to say, oh, well, you know, Keystone, how does that happen to a team like Falls? It's a really good Keystone basketball team.
Really good Keystone team. And I'll tell you what, I'm sure the rest of the LC8, they see that score and they're going to be like, oh, good grief.
Larry Babbitt was on hand. He shook his head a few times. He was as mad as he would be in a regular season game.
He was in midseason form. They get it ahead, and they're going to pass it for Wilkerson, and went off his hand, knocked away, loose on the floor. Play getting a little shot, sloppy. Wilkerson put it up, missed it. Rebound taken by Tyron Hines. Hines, long outlet to Andre Young. Young, 2-on-1 with Campbell. Gets it inside. Nice pass and a reverse layup, Justin Harrelson. That was a nice unselfish play by Young, who has 28. Instead, he passes for an assist. 66-46. 4:10 to play in the ball game. Dave Rydell doing all the fine camera work here today. Rob Polinsky, Jared Kozar with you. Driving in, putting it up. Wilkerson missed it. Rebound, and the shot goes up by Hill. Isaiah Hill back in there. Missed it. He played in the first half, didn't score. Young's going to drive by Hill, lay it up, miss it. He can't believe he missed it. And now the Pioneers will walk it up 20. And we're going to start to see some more players checking in for both teams. Daniels got it to Cam Bell. Bell steps back. Cam back outside to Hill, over to Daniels. Coach Lyric say run the offense. Daniels steps back, takes a three, round rim and out. Rebound, long outlet for Andre Young. Young, now he's going for 30 and he lays it in. Andre Young with 30 points, 8 in the second half. Full timeout, will step aside. Pioneers by 18, 3:19 to go. You're watching the Chronicle Telegram YouTube Game of the Week, the 25th Annual Memorial Classic, the DiFranco Memorial Classic. It's also on WEOL.com.
Happy fall and happy football season. Professional football became a fall favorite when it was introduced in 1920. That's 19 years after Ohio Mutual Insurance Group began keeping the promises that secure dreams. Stop in and see us at the Cobos Insurance Center to learn more about Ohio Mutual. Cobos can help you select the right coverage for your needs. Find us online at CobosINS.com. If you want to protect your auto, home, farm, or business, you want Ohio Mutual on your team.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
3:19 to go. Elyria out in front, 66-48. Take a look at the dark end of the gym, if you will, here at Midview. It's lighter on one end, and then the end you're shooting into right now, a little darker there on that end. I mean, it's not Lorain Catholic dark, but that lighting down here on the other end, not as bright as it is on the other end here. Cam Bell with a basketball. Cross court, and they're going to get it ahead. Jackson back out to Tink Shelton. As we approach 3 minutes to go in this game, Pioneers by 18. Bell, he and Shelton play catch, playing keep away. Jaden Reno back out there for Whitmer. Bell gets it ahead. Rogers on the drive, puts it up off the glass and rim, no good. Missing that was Ethan Rogers. And Reno gets it into the forecourt. He's got a pass ahead, and laying it up, missing it was Tyron Hines. And we're going to get a whistle and a foul, as foul will go on Braden Bannister. Jared Whitmer always has a really good football program, and they do well all the time. I don't remember how far they got this year in D1. St. Ed's might have beat them, maybe.
I don't think it was. Well, I don't know.
Maybe
don't.
not?
They did not advance past the second week.
Okay.
I know that.
But they always have a really good
yes.
football team in Division I.
Yeah, we've made that trip out there a couple of times to see one of our local schools get beat.
Right, Campbell puts it up, no good. Rebound hauled in by Harrelson. And we have an official's timeout here. I'm not sure what happened, but the official had a quick conversation with Brett Lyric. I think he wanted to get a sub in.
Yes, it looks like that.
Instead of just calling a timeout, they're just going to let him sub him in. As coming in is going to be Seth Wilkerson. Wilkerson is going to come in for Campbell.
Campbell walking off a little bit gingerly, but I think he's okay.
2:24 to go. And maybe the official saw that a little bit and wanted to make sure he was all right.
I believe Avon Lake's lone season in Division I, they went out to Whitmer and were defeated.
In the backcourt, fighting through a double team, and we're going to get a whistle and a timeout for Whitmer. Whitmer gets the timeout before the steal. It's a 30-second timeout, so we will keep it here. And the Pioneers have 4 of their 5 timeouts remaining, 2 for Whitmer, 2:10 to go, 66-48 Elyria. So unless there's a miracle in the last 2 minutes, Elyria is going to go to 1-0, and Whitmer will drop to 0-1. And like we mentioned, Elyria next will be at Cleveland Heights Sunday afternoon at 1:30. So if you don't want to watch Shador and the Browns take on the 49ers, head out to Cleveland Heights and watch the Pioneers at Cleveland Heights. Coach was telling me it's a three-day showcase.
They're starting on Friday?
Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days of hoops at Cleveland Heights. And one of the weird things is Brett told me that they've changed his opponent 3 times. And now it's going to be Cleveland Heights. And Brett was like, I was okay with that, except we scrimmaged Cleveland Heights. I wouldn't have scrimmaged them if I knew we were going to play them. Sometimes that's the way it goes. And they'll have to do that without Kendall Compton. Into the forecourt, Tyron Hines for Whitmer. 2 minutes to play in the basketball game. Elyria by 18. Hines, tough jumper, and he got it. Hines with 6. 66-50. Shelton with the basketball in the backcourt. Bannister trying to get a steal. Pioneers throw it away. Hines, left-hand dribble. Hines falls down. They go for the basketball. We're going to get a whistle and a jump ball, and the arrow goes to Whitmer. So it'll be Elyria Whitmer basketball. As Grimmett comes out, and let's see who's coming in. Daniels is coming in. Campbell's coming in. So with 1:39 to go, Rogers will come out. Bell back in. Pioneers by 16. And on the inbound is Bannister. Looking, he'll get it to Harrelson. Harrelson triple team, gets rid of it. To Bannister, puts it up, around the rim and out. Rebound, hauled in by Grimmett for Elyria. 90 seconds to play. Grimmett, they tried to steal it from behind, couldn't. Got it to Campbell. Bell back out to Grimmett. Grimmett at the foul line. Back outside in the corner for Daniels. Put it up, no good. Rebound comes out, and Brett Lyric not happy with that shot selection. Hines with it. Hines in the lane, lost it. It's out of bounds to Elyria. 1:09 to go. Pioneers by 16.
I don't know if Brett Lyric knows they're up by 16.
Yes, but he also knows they're up by 16. They're not contesting it. You don't have to shoot the ball like that.
No, it's absolutely correct. And again, 18 years at the helm.
Yes, he knows what he wants, and more importantly, he knows what he doesn't want. Sometimes I think that's the more important thing, Jared. Under a minute to play in the game. They go backdoor. That's the shot you want. Grimmett was trying to lay it up, but he is going to be fouled by Demetrius Meredith. For Demetrius, that'll be his second foul. Get a couple of free throws for Rondell Grimmett. And we've got the postgame show coming up. Following the postgame show, we'll get you right into our 6th and final game here tonight, and that will be Bay and Midview, and that should be a good one. We'll talk about it during that one, but that should be good. Talking briefly with both head coaches, trying to get a little information. These lid lifters are always interesting. You never know quite what to expect, and thanks to all the coaches, Coach Lyric, Coach Franklin, Coach Brabitic, of course the Bay coach. They all got back to me and had conversations with all of them, and they're all excited about their year.
Earlier, I referenced that being an old matchup, meaning Bay and Midview from the West Shore Conference, and it was quickly corrected by Ron Yance that that's not really an old matchup. You don't know what old is. Okay.
Ron Yance correcting you? That gets knocked out of bounds.
Didn't seem normal, huh?
No, you would think he would be in a thankful kind of Thanksgiving mood, and
he was definitely
okay,
chipper and dapper, but
they're going to get it inside and putting it up and in, scoring his first points of the night. Kayvon Cook, 66-52, 35 seconds. Jackson gets it ahead with the basketball. Eris Malone, who just came into the game for the first time for Elyria. Out to Rogers. Rogers with the basketball, back and out. 22 seconds to play. Rogers gets it to Micah Jackson, cross court. And Elyria trying to dribble out the clock. As with it now is Ethan Rogers. Rogers back by half court. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Rogers gets it out to Eris Malone, and that is going to do it. Elyria, they win on opening night by a score of 66-52. The Elyria Pioneers win it 66-52. Elyria will go to 1-0, and Whitmer is going to drop to 0-1 on the season. Pioneers led after one, 24-15. They led at half, 43-28. They lead after three, 58-42. And they win it by a final of 66-52. We'll give you the scoring totals. You see both teams shaking hands at midcourt. And then we'll get you ready for Bay and Midview. That's coming up next. Again, you are watching the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic. Tonight's games are on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page, or also on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
And welcome back to the postgame show. Rob Polinsky along with Jared Kozar as we add up our numbers. The Elyria Pioneers, they were impressive tonight as they defeat the Toledo Whitmer Panthers by a score of 66-52. And the Panthers go to 0-1 on the year, and the Pioneers will go to 1-0. Taking a look at the individual scoring. First, we'll give you the visitors from Toledo Whitmer. It was Andre Young who led everybody, the 6'3 senior, one of two returning starters to this team. Last year, he averaged 15.5 points a game. Well, tonight he did better than that. Andre Young, 22 in the first half, 8 in the second half. Andre Rung finished with 30. Charles Johnson had a point. Justin Harrelson with 9. Tyron Hines with 6. 46 points from the starting 5. Starting and not scoring, Jaden Reno. Off the bench, Braden Bannister with 2. Chris Winlock with 2. Kayvon Cook had 2 points late. 6 off the bench, 46 for the starters. Gave Whitmer their total of 52. Seeing action off the bench and not scoring, Quadrin Shears, Demetrius Meredith, and Sincere Williams. Now taking a look at the Pioneers of Elyria. Cam Bell tonight, 6'3" senior, finished with 7. It was Rondell Grimmett. Boy, he started hot. He finished with 12 points, all in the first half, 10 of his 12 points in the first quarter. Rondell Grimmett, one of 4 Pioneers in double figures with a dozen. Jemiah Daniels. Daniels had a strong start to this ball game. 13 of his 15 points came in half number 1. It was Tink Shelton, another player with a fast start. Tink Shelton had 7 points all at half. Seth Wilkerson had 10 points. They all came in the second half. 51 from the starting 5 of Elyria. Off the Elyria bench would outscore Whitmer 15-6. So the Pioneers starters outscored them 51-46, but the Pioneers with depth outscore Whitmer 15-6 off the bench. And those bench points came from Christian Rogers with 5, Micah Jackson, the freshman, with 10. Micah Jackson, his first ever varsity game at Elyria, finished with 10. So Jackson and Rogers with 15, 51 for the starters gave Elyria a total of 66. Also seeing action, not scoring, Isaiah Hill, Ethan Rogers, and Eris Malone. It all adds up to an Elyria 66-52 win. Jerry, do you want to go through the final numbers here?
We can certainly do that. Again, a 66-52 victory for the Elyria Pioneers over the Panthers of Toledo Whitmer. And for Whitmer, they were 21 of 48 from the field for the ball game, 44%. Did not connect on a 3-ball in that second half of play. Their woes from downtown told part of the story in terms of the scoreboard here tonight. 9 of 13 at the line, right around 70%. 19 rebounds to go along with 21 turnovers for the ball game. 12 in the first half, 9 in the second half. So Elyria played some pretty tough D and put them into some situations that they weren't necessarily making the best decisions or were the most comfortable in. For the Pioneers, again, a 14-point victory here to open their campaign. They were 26 of 62 from the field, so those numbers shrunk a little bit from where they were in the first half, but 42% on the evening, pretty respectable. 5 of 10 at the line. They did not hit a free throw in that second half, and I think Brett Larrick and company probably want to see that improve before they take action again on Sunday. Decent night on the boards, 25 for the contest, giving up some size, and still were able to win that battle, and 10 turnovers for the ball game. 1 of 8 from downtown in the second half after going 8 of 16 in the first half. So they're cooled off. We knew there would be a little bit of that, but enough to be able to hang on to win the ball game here tonight in pretty impressive fashion.
Again, Elyria wins it by a score of 66-52. We want one more timeout, and then we'll wrap it up and get you ready for our 6th and final game tonight. It'll be Bay and Midview, and that'll come up right after this final timeout. Again, Elyria wins it 66-52. You're watching the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic live on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, radio voice of the Cavs. For several years, you've heard me talk about EcoTree Services on WEOL. Recently, I needed trees removed, so of course, I contacted EcoTree. They did an incredible job. The folks at EcoTree were timely, efficient, and the work was flawless. Take it from me, when your trees need attention or even require removal, contact EcoTree Services. Like me, you'll love their work. Find EcoTree Services online at ecotreeservices.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Happy fall and happy football season. Professional football became a fall favorite when it was introduced in 1920. That's 19 years after Ohio Mutual Insurance Group began keeping the promises that secure dreams. Stop in and see us at the Cobos Insurance Center to learn more about Ohio Mutual. Cobos can help you select the right coverage for your needs. Find us online at cobosins.com. If you want to protect your auto, home, farm, or business, you want Ohio Mutual on your team.
And welcome back as we get set for our 6th and final game of the 25th Annual DiFranco Memorial Varsity Tip-Off Classic, as it'll be the Bay Rockets taking on the hometown Midview Middies. Rob Polinsky, Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell doing the camera work. Recapping today's action, Midview defeated the Vermilion girls in the very first game way back at 11:30 this morning. After that, we got our first of 5 boys games. It was Amherst defeating North Olmsted. North Ridgeville defeated Lorain. It was Keystone over Olmsted Falls, and what so far has been the game of the day, 55-53. And we just had Elyria defeat Toledo Whitmer 66-52. Now it's time for Midview to take on Bay. Midview coached by Jim Brabenick. He's already in his 10th year as head coach of the Midview Middies, coming off a 3-20 campaign. And when I asked Jim about his team, told me one of the things they need to do is forget last year and some strengths on his team. He feels Xavier Young and Luke Jockel. He loves the youth of this team. His point guard is a 3-year starter, Brennan Newton. Jockel last year had 76 threes and averaged 13.5 points. And they also have Shea Williams on this team, who's the quarterback for the football team. Last year, he was hurt, missed the year. He didn't get hurt in football, Jared, but he got hurt like in the first practice, so he literally just started practicing on Monday, so they're not sure how much he can go tonight. He's not going to start, but he feels Shea Williams will really be able to contribute once they get into the year a little bit, but he's got to get back into basketball shape.
Well, it's certainly an athlete like him, his caliber. I believe that, that just helps you to be out there showing leadership within your school and your community, and he's done that for a number of years, so he can only help. And we'll see if this new look Midview Middies Ball Club has what it takes here tonight.
And talking with the Bay Rockets and their head coach, Cale Larisha. Coach Larisha in his 3rd year as head coach. Last year they went 12-12. Coach Larisha graduated from Bay High School in 2008. He graduated from Ashland University in 2012. And last year's team that went 12-12, they lost 8 seniors from that team. So there's a lot of unknown right now for the Bay Rockets. And Coach is excited about his team. Told me that Troy DiFranco was really one of the reasons he got into coaching. He helped out here at Midview for a couple years. Feels like he owes an awful lot to Troy, and he's thrilled to be here to honor Coach DiFranco and his memory, and that tells you a lot.
Sure, he's not alone in that sentiment, right? As anybody that ever connected with Troy, whether it was in the classroom, whether it was on the coaching circuit, whether it was a car ride out to a tournament game, was a better person for it. So that's good to hear, and kind of symbolic of what this whole event's all about.
Absolutely. For the Bay Rockets, they're going to go with Ryan Miller, a 6'1 junior, Emmett Naughton, a 5'11 junior, Brody Beggs, a 6'1 junior, Jack Bly, a 6'4 senior, and Ethan George, a 6-foot senior. Midview, they'll line them up this way. Brennan Newton, a 5'11 junior, Luke Jockel, a 6'2 junior, Zaire Young, 5'10 senior, Caleb Kennedy, a 6'7 senior, and Xavier Young, a 6'5 senior. And Coach Brabenick told me that for Xavier Young, they've got to have him play under control. He gets upset with himself, and he can, get a lot of fouls. If they can keep him out of foul trouble, they really like the opportunity to try to go inside, outside, get the ball to him. But Coach Brabenick was very honest about it. Said, his dad, Mike Young, is one of our assistant coaches, and just trying to kind of rein him in. Said he's just a great kid off the court. On the court, personality flips a little bit, and sometimes it gets the better of him. So we'll see what happens here. Brennan Newton, point guard for Midview, as they're in the white uniforms. Bay on defense in the blue uniforms, and Game 6 is underway from Midview High School. Jockel immediately for three, banks it in. Luke Jockel with his first triple of the year after 76 a year ago. And for Bay, Emmett Naughton into the forecourt. Naughton puts it up, glass rim and in. 3-2. So Brennan Newton, point guard for Midview, into the forecourt. Newton guarded by Ryan Miller. Man-to-man defense, it looks like, for Bay. Jockel. Jockel is going to be guarded by Ethan George. They're going to get it inside right now to Xavier Young. He'll kick it out, and putting up the shot is Caleb Kennedy. Missed it. It's out of bounds, and it will be Bay basketball. The Bay Rockets out of the Cleveland West Conference. And, of course, Midview out of the SWC. Inbound, pressure by the Middies. Emmett Naughton with the basketball. Naughton in the backcourt. Naughton across the timeline. Naughton with a left-hand dribble. He'll kick it back outside. Ethan George launches a long one, and he got it. Ethan George for three. 5-3. Bay with their first lead of the game. Newton gets it ahead to Zaire Young. That shot goes up by Jockel, no good, out of bounds to Midview. Jim Brabennick, longtime assistant John Cernus, who was the former Elyria High Pioneer head coach and coach at Amherst Steel. Of course, had a great playing career at Amherst Steel. John Cernus on that bench. Kicks it outside, three ball goes up, it's in and out, missing that Caleb Kennedy, and on the rebound is Ethan George. And Jim Brabennick called me last night. George with the basketball. Gets it outside to Ryan Miller. Miller fills it out to Naughton. Anybody who knows John Cernus knows he loves to golf. Naughton puts it up, no good. Shooting free throws. So when Jim Brabennick told me that Coach Cernus was helping again, I said, how'd you get him off the golf course? And Jim chuckled and said, he actually golfed today. And that was either Monday or Tuesday, whatever day I talked to him. Said, he just got in.
Oh, I think you would have had a really nice chance to golf Monday.
I think it was Monday.
Monday for certain. Oh, absolutely. John Cernus was on the links Monday.
There's a reason John doesn't coach a fall or spring sport. He's a winter sport guy. Free throw up and in. Emma Naughton, and John is one of our favorites. 6-3. Bay leads by 3. Brennan Newton with it. Newton on the three-point line. Newton baseline right. Newton back outside on the drive. Young put it up and in. Xavier Young with his first points. And it's 6-5 Bay. The Rocket lead is 1. George spinning around Jockel. Glass rim, no. Rebound Young. And he'll get it to Newton. They'll pass ahead to Jockel, who's into the forecourt in front of the Bay bench. Cross court. Zaire Young and Xavier Young play catch. Now they get it to Luke Jockel. Jockel finds Caleb Kennedy, who gets it to Newton. Newton back outside to Young. He'll launch a three and hit it. Xavier Young with 5. And Midview leads 8-6. 5:20 to go first quarter. Miller will hand it off with a basketball. Emmett Naughton. Naughton pulls it back out. He's in between the circles. Naughton on the drive, put it up, no good. Rebound, Young. And he'll get it ahead. Newton has it. Newton across midcourt. Newton into the forecourt, picked up his dribble, got it back. He's at the volleyball line. Now on the three-point line to Jockel. Jocko right elbow jumper, no good. Rebound ripped out of there by Ryan Miller for Bay. Bay Rockets with the basketball. Young went for a steal, didn't get it. Ethan George now will swing it over to Beggs for 3. Rim, no. High off the glass. Offensive rebound to Ethan George. He'll pass it out. 3 ball goes up, missing that. Ryan Miller gets his own rebound, puts it up again, misses again. And a rebound, Zaire Young for Midview.
Wait, 3 resets for Bay right there. None of them bring anything out of it. Midview's got to make this count now.
4:10 to go in the first quarter. 8-6 Middies. Get it into Young inside. Up and under move, missed it. Got his own rebound, put it up. Nobody's fouled. Xavier Young. And I think there is what Coach was talking about to me on the phone, where he says if we can get him posted up, get him the ball, we think there's a lot of teams that won't have somebody that can cover him. And you saw it right there, Jared.
Well, he's off to a fast start right now. And, you got to look at some of those inside moves and the ability to go outside. You're thinking Sam Perkins. He drains that three, then gets underneath there with that up and under, draws the foul.
Wow.
Good stroke from the free throw line.
I'm telling you, Jared, Sam Perkins was one of my all-time favorite players to watch.
The big smooth.
I'm telling you. You think of their great players over the years, and Perkins was right there for me. Talking about North Carolina players.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Xavier Young makes them both.
Could say the same thing about Midview eventually, but yeah, definitely with Carolina. And the guys that were on that team, too.
Oh.
Right.
10-6, halfway through the quarter. On the drive, laying that up and in is going to be Kellen Rose, who just came in. Kellen Rose is the freshman, 6-footer that Coach Elyria didn't start, but he raved about him to me on the phone. And there they throw it away. And coming out of there with it is Ethan George, and George will lose it. It will be Bay basketball. In for Midview is Shea Williams. So the 6-foot senior wears number 33. You can see he's got a brace on that right knee. He's the quarterback on the football team. He's a tremendous athlete. Coach Brabenick thinks once he gets into basketball shape coming off his injury, he's going to be a fine player. Rose for three, and he hit it. Kellen Rose, the freshman, off the bench with 5, and it's 11-10 Bay. Jockel looking, gets it to Brennan Newton. Newton outside to Xavier Young. Around the perimeter. Shea Williams swings it over to Newton. Back inside, Young backs him down, missed it, got his own rebound, and he got it. Xavier Young with 9 of his team's 12. And it's 12-11. Quick three at the other end is up and in by Ethan George. He's got back-to-back threes. And it's 14-12 Bay. I think this one's higher scoring than I would have thought this early. Xavier Young cross court to Brennan Newton. Newton right back inside to Young. Young lays it in. I'll tell you what, if Bay isn't going to cover Xavier Young, he's going to have whatever he wants. And we're tied at 14. I think they're going to have to double him or do something different, Jared. You and I aren't basketball coaches, but
make them think twice. They're going to get physical, right?
Brody Beggs kicks it outside. Rose for 3. The freshman phenom with 8. Boy, Coach Elyria couldn't say enough good things about Rose to me. Said, Rob, we may not start him, but he's going to play a lot. And he told me, he is a freshman phenom. Those are Coach's words, not mine. And there's a 3 by Xavier Young, his second triple. And he's got 14, and he's putting on a show. And we're tied at 17 with 1:45 to go in the first. On the run, putting it up, Ryan Miller missed it. Jocko with a rebound from Midview. Ahead to Shea. Shea into the forecourt. Shea with the basketball. Over to Luke Jocko. Jocko finds Xavier Young. Young right elbow, feeling it, launches it, missing it. Rebound comes down to Kellen Rose, Kellen Rose, a 6-foot freshman, off the bench with 8. Gets his pass to Jackson Smith. Smith over to George. George on the run, put it up, no, but he was fouled by Shea Williams. Jared, one of the things early on for me that always catches me, no matter how long we've been doing this, keeping up with the guys that come off the bench. All of a sudden you see him out there and you're like, wait a minute, where'd he come from? Got to remember to look over there.
Watching those guys
right.
that come in and out, and especially, you're going to get 3 new bodies for Midview and 2 for Bay coming up.
So for Midview coming in, Xavier Padilla, Kellen DeSimone, and also in for the first time is another freshman, Coley Sapienza. I practiced that a lot after I was told it was Sapienza. And for the Bay Rockets, into the game is Henry Schreiner. Second free throw is good by George. 19-18. George made them both. He's got 8. I know and there's going to be a steal, but a foul on Ethan George trying to pick his pocket. That's one thing doing color that you probably don't keep track of as much as I would, but trying to keep up with those guys when they come off the bench early in the season takes me a while to get used to.
Early in the season, and for Midview it would be one thing. We'll have them on again for Bay. I don't know if we see them again the rest of the season. So, it's sort of one and done, and you don't pay as much of attention, and that shouldn't be something you admit, but it's true.
Just admitted it. So Shea Williams with an over and back. Sometimes, too, it's easier when we actually sit on the floor right there at the bench.
Yeah.
You see them come in.
Or you actually
hear them.
They think you check them in.
Yeah, that's true, too.
No, it doesn't work that way.
That's a whole other confusion that we won't get into. Rose with the basketball. A minute to go in the first quarter. Bay up by 2, and we're going to get a blocking foul. And that'll go on Xavier Padilla of Midview. His first, team second. Been a well-played first quarter. Been fun.
It has, and exciting.
19-17 Bay. They'll throw it into the backcourt to Kellen Rose, the 9th grader, into the forecourt. And they chase at him. Rose with the basketball to get it out of his hands. He's going to kick it over to Emmett Naughton. Naughton on the elbow, had it knocked away. Gets over to Rose, and we're going to get a blocking foul. That's on Shea Williams, his second. 4th on Midview. So Luke Jockel will check in for Midview. See, if I tell myself, then I watch. There's a method to this.
I see where you're going with that. Yeah, that whole don't have a choice if I do it this way.
And we've got a cut. So one of the Bay players, they noticed that there was a cut on Emmett Naughton. I think you knew that ref, Jared, because he looked up here and waved to you.
I do. And that is Scott Chronicle.
Is that Scott Chronicle?
Yeah, Scott Chronicle.
Okay.
And, yeah, he's been a long-time area official. And
well, maybe he's a cut man, too.
He might have to be.
He's like part Dr. Ferdy Pacheco.
I don't know who out there on the crew is able to assist him, but he looks like he's ready to get it back going.
He is. They're going to inbound. 42 seconds to go in the quarter, and it's kicked out of bounds.
Scott, a tremendous story about how he got into this profession, if you will. Played in a men's 30 and over league years ago, and one of the officials in that league was Mark Winerka. And they got in an argument, and Wernicke said, if you think it's that easy, you come out and do it. And Chronic said, if you can do it, anybody can.
I believe that. Josh Che into the game for the first time. Misses that shot, and Midview comes out of there with it, and with it is Zaire Young. Young in between the circles, 20 seconds to go in the quarter. Bounce pass for Padilla, and he is going to be fouled by Ethan George. Those are the fouls that drive coaches nuts. His back is to the basket. He's 20 feet, and you go through him where George just got his second foul. Unnecessary.
Right.
Late stages, first quarter. Coach Elyria, interesting story, Jared. He played football at Bay and was a better football player, in his opinion, than basketball. He went on to play football at Ashland University. Played for longtime Ashland coach Lee Owens. For the basketball, they're going to get it out to Zaire Young. Young on the three-point line. Young got it to Xavier Padilla. Xavier Padilla, we're going to get a whistle, and it goes out of bounds off a rocket with 7.8 to go in the first quarter. Crowd not as big as it was for the last two games. I'll tell you what, that Keystone Olmsted Falls game,
you had
great crowd.
That felt like a tournament-style feeling in it.
And then not quite as many for the Elyria Whitmer game, but still a nice-sized crowd. But some people have started to do their Thanksgiving preparations.
That is about this time that can happen.
7.8 to go in the first quarter. Inbounding will be Xavier Padilla.
Nice representation from the Midview community out in front of us, but
yep.
Bay as well.
Padilla with a bounce pass, and he got it to Zaire Young. Young, a jockle, and it goes out of bounds. It will be Midview basketball with 3.2 to go. And Josh Che, a 5'10 freshman, back in. for Ryan Miller. Midview with a chance to get a shot off at the end of the quarter. Going to get it in to Xavier Young. 2 seconds, one. Long three, off the rim, no, and that'll be 1 quarter. We played a quarter, our score, it's Bay 19, Midview 17. We're back with the second quarter after this timeout. You're watching the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic live on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
Start of the second quarter, Rob Polinsky, Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell. 6th game. Boy, I'm a wimp compared to these two. This is just my 2nd game. Dave Rydell says, I can do better than that. This is his 4th game of doing the camera after he relieved Gary Pelver. I think the hardest thing to believe was that Pelt was here for the first 2 games at 11:30 a.m.
I told Rocco, you saw something that very few have seen. And he was like, well, what do you mean? I said, you got here at, quarter to 10 or quarter 11 rather, and Pelt was already here. Pelt beat us out here.
I think Pelt is a lot like our buddy Dave Richard, and when they have those early gigs, sometimes they just don't go to bed the night before, just to make sure that they don't oversleep.
Could be some truth in that.
And Jared Kozar says, I can one-up both you guys. He's done all 6 of these games here today.
It's been a blast.
Bay with a basketball. They lead by 2. And with it is Brody Beggs. Beggs will kick it out to Ryan Miller for 3. In and out. Rebound hauled in by Jack Bly. Bly on the baseline, guarded by Xavier Young. He'll pass it. The shot goes up, missing it, Brody Beggs. And the middies come the other way. Brennan Newton, along with Zaire Young, Xavier Young, Luke Jockel, and Caleb Kennedy, the original starting 5 on the floor for Jim Brabennick's team, out there to start the second quarter. The 3-ball goes up, an air ball by Young, out of bounds to Bay. Bay is going to counter with Henry Schreiner, also Jack Bly, Ryan Miller, Kellen Rose, and Brody Beggs. Again, want to thank all of our sponsors tonight: Nick Abraham Buick GMC and Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, Lorain County Community College, Stewart's TV and Appliance, Cobos Insurance Center, and EcoTree Services. Our boys and girls basketball sponsors for WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page. On the run, shot goes up, it's good, and a foul. Ryan Miller with his first points. He'll look for 3 at the line. And, of course, this new venture, 40 boys and girls basketball games, kicking off today or tipping off today with 6. We'll have 34 more in the regular season moving forward throughout the regular season of the 25-26 campaign. And I believe if I saw the schedule right, our next game will be Tuesday. Free throw is up, no good. Rebound comes down to Johnson. And again, you can follow along on WEOL.com. They will post up the days and times of our games and follow along there. Follow along on WEOL social media as well.
But yes, you're correct. We are back in action Tuesday evening. For the life of me, don't remember what that is.
You know, if only you had sent it to me, which you did, I know. If only I remembered where you sent it to me. And if only I didn't get 37 other emails. I've got it right here. In the corner, Luke Jockel. He'll take a 3. He'll miss it. And it gets knocked out of bounds. It'll go to Bay. Tuesday, if what I have is correct, it's Brookside at North Ridgeville.
Correct.
Boys basketball.
Yeah, that is.
So Larry Babbick's. Well, and that should be an interesting game as Brookside will open up at North Ridgeville. Ridgeville, you said, very impressive today, defeating Lorain.
They certainly were, and Larry Babbitt was on hand to see that one stage for the Keystone game. Obviously, a conference opponent of his, and probably somebody that really wants to dethrone Larry Babbage and the Cardinals is Jeff Holzhauer.
Miller on the run, put it up, no good. And we've got a whistle and a foul on the Rockets. Jack Bly, his second. So next week, 2 games on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page. It will be Brookside at Ridgeville Tuesday, and then Lorain and Elyria Saturday, and that game is at 5 o'clock. Jocko with the basketball. Jocko gets it to Zaire Young. To his brother Xavier Young. Up and under, put it up, no good. Rebound comes down to Bly, and Bly will pass it ahead. And with it is Kellen Rose. Rose over to Emmett Naughton. Naughton gets a screen, takes a 3, rim, no, rebound, Xavier Young. Midview has not scored in the second quarter. We've played 2 minutes. 21-17 Bay. Newton got it into Young. Young double team, went through it, and we get a whistle and a foul before the shot. Foul on the floor. Foul on Kellen Rose. Rose, that's his second. Third on the Rockets in the second quarter. And Bly comes out, coming in for Bay. Jackson Smith played in the first quarter, didn't score. Coming up at halftime, we'll have the individual scoring. Jared will give you the team numbers. Gets it into Xavier Young, back out to Newton. Newton got it to Young. Young working around his man, put it up, and he got it. Xavier Young spinning around Brody Beggs. That's 6'5" versus 6'1", and 6'5" beat 6'1" on that play. 21-19 Bay. Rose, screen, Lane, shoots, misses, rebound, Caleb Kennedy. He'll get it to Newton. Down to 5:20 to go in the first half. Coach Bravenich says, get into it, guys. Again, they dump it into Young. Young back outside, cross court, Newton. Thought about a 3, didn't take it. Finds Young. Young with a pass for Jocko, but Jocko was already making a cut to the basket. Turnover, give it back to Bay.
Boy, and the last few trips up and down the floor, Bay with a few missed shots. Good opportunity for the Middies to come away and tie this ball game, maybe even take the lead there. Didn't happen. Tough way to end that possession.
Into the forecourt, Emmett Naughton, guarded by Luke Jocko. They both wear number 3 on their jerseys. Outside, Ethan George for 3. He likes it, misses it. Rebound, Caleb Kennedy for Midview. The Middies can tie on this possession or take a lead with a 3. They're going to try to take the lead for Young, and he missed it. Zaire Young missed it. They get an offensive rebound, and Kennedy another try. He'll miss a 3. And getting the rebound are the Bay Rockets. He'll get it outside and on the drive, laying it up and laying it in is Emmett Naughton. Naughton with 4. And it's 23-19. Bay by 4. There's going to be a steal on a pass that was telegraphed. Nice job on the steal, laying it up and in is Emmett Naughton. Timeout Midview. Bay with their biggest lead at 6 at 25-19. 4:19 to go. We've got a 60-second timeout, so we're going to take a timeout as well. Bay by 6. You're watching the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Varsity Tip-Off Classic on the WEOL.com and on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
You look at the Midview huddle right there as they trail by 6. Again, we want to remind you that it will be an audio game on WEOL.com, but the state semifinals Friday night, 7 o'clock, pregame right around 6:30.
Correct.
With Avon and Walsh Jesuit, who, to my knowledge, I think this is the first time they've met on this playoff trail. Normally at this round, it's Avon versus Hoban, but last week Walsh Jesuit defeated Hoban.
Soundly defeated Hoban.
Yeah.
It was a 28-7 ball game, and I don't think Avon's ever matched up with Walsh in football. So
I can't remember it either.
Correct. So this should be interesting. It's over at Akron, Infocision. That is where Avon was able to best Hoban last year and en route to their state championship run.
I know it's further away, but I'll tell you what, you got to love going to InfoCision compared to going to Byers.
Yes, you're correct. All the way around.
I figured I was right on that one. I may not know much, but by golly, I knew that one. Beggs with a basketball. Beggs into the lane. Beggs put it up. Got it. Brody Beggs, his first points. And it's 27-19. Bay has opened it up to 8. Shea Williams back in the game with 2 fouls. Williams, who came off the bench with 2. Zaire Young gets it out to Xavier Young. Back out to Jockel. Bounce pass for Shea Williams. They work it around the perimeter. Zaire Young back to Shea. Good defense for Bay. Pass for Jocko is going to be intercepted, but we're going to get a whistle and a foul. And that's going to go on the Bay Rockets, and that will go on Emmett Naughton. Naughton's first. See the cut man, they put a Band-Aid underneath Naughton's eye there. So Bay must have
good work.
Cut man, yeah. In the corner with the basketball, Xavier Padilla. Padilla on the drive, put it up, no good. Rebound, Ethan George for Bay. He gets it into the forecourt. On the run, quickly in the corner. A corner 3 ball goes up, no good by Ryan Miller. Rebound comes down, and getting the rebound was Brody Beggs for Bay. To Ryan Miller, put it up, no, but he's fouled. Get a couple of free throws. Zaire Young with the foul, his first. 4th on the Middies. 3:08 to go in the quarter. The Middies have been stuck on 19. Jared, the Middies have 2 points in the second quarter.
Again, and that's twofold. I was going to bring up the fact they were stuck on 19, but if Bay is able to get this out to 10, that just feels like a lot right now when you've, as mentioned, only 2 points here in the quarter.
Second free throw, made them both. Naughton with 9, 29-19. The Bay lead is 10. It was 19-17 Bay after 1. They've outscored Midview 10-2 so far in the second quarter. Shea Williams. Williams at the volleyball line. Picks up his dribble. Got to get rid of it. Does so to Xavier Young. Xavier Young outside to Shea Williams. Midview really struggling with this defense right now. Inside to Young. Nice move, and he got it in. When in doubt, get it to that big fella. Xavier Young now with 18 of his team's 21 points. 29-21. And on the drive, laying it up and in. You got to play better defense than that. Emmett Naughton. 31-21. Bay by 10. 2:20 to go in the half. Entry pass for Young. Fade away. Tough shot. Missed it. And on the rebound, it's out of bounds off the Rockets.
Next 2 minutes and 12 seconds, pretty critical for Midview to maybe cut this in half if you can, or at least don't go into the locker room down 10.
I would agree with that. Shea Williams with a pass, and we're going to get a whistle and a foul off the ball. And that's going on, let's see, is that on Shea Williams? No, it's on Xavier Young. He was pushing off to get open, his first. Bay with a basketball. 1-2-2 press for Midview. Rockets get it across midcourt to get it to Beggs. Gets it in the corner. Ryan Miller strokes the 3, missed it. Rebound Shea Williams for Midview. Under 2 minutes to play in the second quarter. Ahead to Zaire Young. Jump stop, put it up, no, but he's fouled as he'll shoot 2. With 1:49 remaining. Foul on Kellen Rosen for the freshman. That's his third. And
yeah.
Coach Larisha might have to get him out of there.
There's still some time left in this half as well.
And he didn't start. And the free throw is up and in by Zaire Young. And they get him out of there. Rose comes out. Henry Schreiner back in. 6-foot sophomore who's played but hasn't scored yet. And Rose goes to that bench with 8 points all in the first quarter. Second free throw. Good. So Young makes it 31-23. Middies are within 8. 1-2-2 press. Ryan Miller in the backcourt. Miller ahead to Emmett Naughton. Naughton, left elbow on the drive. We get a whistle, and we're going to get a foul on the Middies. Foul on Zaire Young.
Both teams in the penalty, so shooting the rest of the way out. That press look for Midview maybe a little bit different. Maybe they see something they can exploit.
Naughton put it in. He's got a dozen. Naughton again. Good again.
And a flesh wound.
Yes. 33-23, 90 seconds remaining in the first half. Coming up at halftime, I'll give you the individual scoring. Jared will give you the team stats, and we'll get you set for the second half of this final game, the nightcap. And they get it inside, and it will be Xavier Young missing, but he was fouled. He'll shoot 2. On Jackson Smith, his first. Xavier Young tonight with 18 of his team's 23. He's made 2 free throws. Misses that one. Coming in for Midview, Colby Sapienza back in. Kellen DeSimone back in. Both played in the first quarter. Neither have scored. Second free throw too long, and the rebound is hauled in by Jackson Smith for the Bay Rockets. He'll get it to Emmett Naughton. Naughton guarded closely by DeSimone, lost it, and it's stolen away by Caleb Kennedy. Turnover on Bay as we approach 1 minute to go in this first half. Jockel, left elbow, picked up the dribble, had it knocked away. There's the steal. So turnovers for each team on those last possessions. Naughton gets it into Miller. He'll take a 3. That's off the rim. No. Rebound. Offensive rebound for Henry Schreiner for Bay. To Beggs for a corner 3. That's an air ball long. And Xavier Young gets the rebound, and he'll get it to Luke Jockel. And Midview will bring it up court. Down 10. 32 seconds to go in the half. DeSimone with the basketball. Bay man-to-man defensively. To Luke Jockel. Guarded by Naughton. To Kennedy. Kennedy put it up. No, but he was fouled. Caleb Kennedy will shoot a couple of free throws, looking for his first points of the night.
36 seconds left when they took over possession. You thought maybe they would hold for the final shot, but I think down 10 and having a rough second quarter, maybe it was just the best look you get. You're going to take it and see what can go on.
Kennedy, round the rim, and it fell off. When I checked to see if you guys were up and running this morning, speaking of free throws, I literally fell out of my chair when Rocco Nucci informed all of us watching that Vermilion in their first girls game shot 1 out of 18 at the foul line.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever in my life heard of that. And Kennedy just misses 2. And they lost by not that many points.
No.
Jocko steals it, got it to Kennedy, lays it in. 33-25, 10 seconds to go in the half. And other end, Naughton, glass no good. Rebound comes down to Newton. Newton puts it up at the buzzer, no good. And we have played one half of basketball. It's the Bay Rockets 33, the Midview Middies 25. We're back with halftime of the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Varsity Tip-Off Classic on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and also on WEOL.com.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Kobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Kobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at KobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Lorain County has a story every day. Make sure you don't miss it. From breaking news in high school sports to schools, business, and community events, the Chronicle has it all. Stay connected to your neighbors and your home team with coverage that matters most to you. Don't just hear about Lorain County, know Lorain County. Subscribe today at chroniclet.com/subscribe and get the news that keeps you in the know. The Chronicle Telegram, Lorain County's largest newspaper.
And welcome back to halftime. I want to thank our sponsors, Nick Abraham Buick GMC, Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, Lorain County Community College, Stewart's TV and Appliance, Kobos Insurance Center, and Eco Tree Services. Rob Polinsky, Jared Kozar, Dave Rydell from the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Basketball Classic, the tip-off edition, day before Thanksgiving. And in our sixth and final game at halftime, it's Bay 33, Midview 25. Taking a look at the point totals of the first half for the two teams. Luke Jockel, a first quarter three for the Middies for his three. Zaire Young, he had 2 free throws for 2. Caleb Kennedy with a late basket for 2. Xavier Young led everybody. Xavier has 7 field goals, 2 free throws. 2 of his field goals were 3-point bombs. And Xavier Young with 18. 25 points all from the starting 5 of Midview. Starting and not scoring was point guard Brennan Newton. Off the bench, not scoring but seeing action, we saw Xavier Padilla, Colby Sapienza, Kellen DeSimone, and Shea Williams. For the visitors, the Bay Rockets, Ryan Miller has a second quarter field goal for 2. Emmett Naughton leads them. 4 field goals, 5 free throws. Naughton with 13. Brody Beggs, second quarter field goal for 2. Ethan George, 2 3-point field goals, a couple of free throws, 8 points all in the first 8 minutes. 25 points from the starting 5 of Bay. Starting and not scoring was Jack Bly. Off the bench, they had a couple guys play, but only one scored, and that was Kellen Rose, 6-foot freshman in his varsity debut. 8 points, 2 3-point field goals, 8 points total, all in the first quarter. He is our only player, though, in foul trouble. He's got 3 fouls, and he finished the first half on the bench because of that. 8 off the bench, 25 for the starters, gives Bay a total of 33. Off the bench, seeing action, not scoring, included Henry Schreiner, Jackson Smith, and Josh Che. It all adds up to a Bay 33-25 lead. And now here's Jared Kozar to tell you the team stat story of the first 2 quarters.
Well, thank you, Rob. Again, here at the intermission with Midview trailing 8 to Bay 33-25 for the Midview Middies in the first half. Boy, what a contrast of quarters. The first quarter, they were right there pacing with Bay. It was almost neck and neck, I think 19-17. But they finished the half 9 of 25 from the field, 36% on the contest. They've missed their last 5 3-point attempts. So, something that was working well for them at one point has deteriorated considerably. 3 of 7 from the line. So another area where they can use a little bit of improvement. Did a good job of pulling down rebounds. 16 rebounds for the Middies in that first half of play. And neither team really that sloppy in terms of the turnovers. 5 turnovers for Midview in that first half of play. for the Bay Rockets again. An 8-point lead here at the break. They were 11 of 30 from the field, so kind of neck and neck, 37%. They were able to connect on 4 3 balls in that first half of play. 7 of 9 from the charity stripe. That's kind of a difference maker there, along with 11 rebounds and just 3 turnovers in that first half of play. So, Midview by no means out of it, but they've got to come up with something to get them out of that doldrum that was the second quarter.
Again, our halftime score, it is Bay 33 and Midview 25. Earlier today, it was Midview this morning defeating Vermilion in the one girls game. Amherst defeated North Olmsted in boys basketball. It was North Ridgeville over Lorain. Keystone defeated Olmsted Falls in probably what was the game of the day, 55-53. Elyria over Whitmer, 66-52. And here at this one at halftime, it is Bay 33 and Midview 25. We'll get you set for the second half. That's coming up after this timeout. You are watching the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Varsity Tip-Off Classic. Tonight's game is live on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College, your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
Again, while we've got a minute, we want to wish everybody happy and safe Thanksgiving weekend. Happy Thanksgiving. As a lot of you will be out on the roads over this weekend, please be careful wherever you're going and enjoying your Thanksgiving holiday weekend. And again, want to remind everybody that Jared and the WEOL.com crew will be back at work Friday night. State semifinal, football, Division II, Mike Elder and his Avon Eagles taking on Walsh Jesuit. I think they're the Warriors.
They are. They're the Walsh Jesuit Warriors. Rocco Nushi's own.
The Fighting Nushis.
But he's he's got the Avon gear out for that one.
Okay.
He's not going that route. At least that's what he said. Actually, I think Rocco will be at.
We've converted him.
Rocco will be at Pitt on Friday, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he's going to watch Miami and Pitt.
Might not really be paying that much attention to what we're doing. But in any event, he's a proud alum of Walsh, but I think he's rooting for the Eagles come Friday evening. It'll be Michael Keefe, Chad Meyer on the call. I think Tom Evans is making that trek with us, and we'll figure that out once we get over there. All set up on Friday.
That is a 7 o'clock tip, so you guys will get underway. At about 6:30, we'll be high atop InfoCision Stadium there on the 7th floor of their spacious facility there. That press box.
That's not tough to believe at all, but in a lot of respects, though, that is the gem of the Mid-American Conference, I think, in terms of when you go in facilities. And now I know
you're right,
you've seen a few more. I don't get to Ball State. I don't get to really anywhere out of state, but
you're right.
I've never seen anybody tell me that they did not think that was a pretty good facility.
It is the nicest in the MAC for football. So we get to the end of halftime. getting set to start the second half. Again, we want to thank our sponsors of the 25th Annual DiFranco Memorial Classic, Nick Abraham Buick GMC and Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, Lorain County Community College, Stewart's TV and Appliance, Cobos Insurance Center, and, of course, EcoTree Services. Bay by 8. Midview starts the third quarter with a basketball. Zaire Young will inbound in the backcourt to Brennan Newton. Also Caleb Kennedy, Zaire Young, Luke Jockel, and Xavier Young, the 5 on the floor for Jim Brabenick's team. They try to get it inbound, and we're going to get a pushing foul, and it is going to go on Xavier Young. He gets his second as he pushed trying to get open. And now we've got, for the Bay Rockets, Brody Beggs, Emmett Naughton. Also on the floor, they have Ethan George, Ryan Miller, and, of course, the fifth young man is bent over, but I think that's Jack Bly, their original starting 5 on the floor. Should mention Coach Cale Larisha, head coach for Bay, in addition to being here for a couple years, told me he was 9 years over with the Avon Lake Shoremen and coaching with Eric Smith. As the shot goes up, it's no good. And how strange is the start to this basketball season in Lorain County, not having Eric Smith as a head coach as he retires from Avon Lake. We wish Eric all the best in his retirement.
I think Eric was 22 years at the helm of Avon Lake.
And then he was at Fairview before that.
Right.
We knew him there.
Yeah. Easily in excess of 25 years as a head coach for sure. But, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a different look when you make your way over to Shoreman country.
As on the inbound, it's going to be Newton, as we had a whistle and a foul on the Bay Rockets to begin. I shouldn't say not to begin, but just on this last series, as there's a discussion at the scores table.
Who that foul was on, maybe?
I think that's exactly what it was. They're showing Brody Beggs, that's his first. So inbounding Brennan Newton. Newton gets it into Jockel. Jockel back to Caleb Kennedy. Cross court. Zaire Young will take a wide open 3. He'll miss it as they are really clamping down on Xavier Young and daring anybody else to score. And they work it around the perimeter. Ethan George, baseline left, has Jockel on him. Finds an open Emmett Naughton, who got away with a travel. Lays it up, no good. Rebound is brought down by Zaire Young for Midview. Middy's basketball. We've played just over a minute of the third quarter. Jockel has a shot blocked, got it back baseline to Caleb Kennedy, lost it on the way up, and Emmett Naughton comes out of there with it. And Caleb Kennedy gets called for a reach. Caleb got caught with his hands in the cookie jar. In the backcourt, that's his third. Emmett Naughton, left hand dribbling, across midcourt. Naughton swings it over to Ryan Miller. He'll quickly take a 3, miss a 3, and getting the defensive rebound is Brennan Newton for the Middies. The 3-year starting point guard gets it into the forecourt. He'll get it to Jockel, over to Kennedy, playing with 3 fouls. They double up on Young. Once he put it on the floor, they stole it from him. Ethan George for Bay. Cross court. Beggs hands it off to Ryan Miller. Miller, a right-hander in the lane, and he got it. Ryan Miller with 4. First points of the second half belong to Bay. They lead by 10. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Midview has scored 8 points since the end of the first quarter. Kennedy for 3. Got it. Caleb Kennedy. He's got a 3-pointer. Give him 5, and that cuts the lead to 7, 35-28. Naughton stops on the baseline, put up a 6-footer, back rim, no. Caleb Kennedy with a rebound from Midview. See if the Middies can get baskets on back-to-back possessions. To Young, driving in, Zaire missed it. Rebound, Caleb Kennedy fighting with Jack Bly. Jump ball, it goes to Bay. Jared, you mentioned it was good to see so many familiar faces as we came in. And I would be remiss if I didn't say one of those I was so pleased to see was Rick Shaw. And Rick Had a medical issue a few weeks ago when he was on a cruise, and it was just great to see him here. Bly with the basketball. Bly kicks it out to Emmett Naughton. He and his wife were on a cruise, and Rick had a medical situation and they had to turn around and come back, and but he's okay. He's there, and he's okay. And so, of course, I went up to Rick and haven't seen him, and I said, "Great to see you, Rick." And I said, "Boy, you know how to screw up a cruise." And he said, "Don't I know it?"
Sure he hadn't heard about that one. But
we've got a timeout on the floor. And I think that's also why we like basketball probably more than football from this standpoint. We don't get to do that at a football game. You just don't see people, when you're outside like you do when you're indoors walking into a place like this. We saw so many people and just get a chance to reacquaint yourselves with them.
You got to be really on top of them, and it's got to be a press box where they sit one row in front of the window and you're right there, and that doesn't happen very often. So you're right. There is a different feeling to it. I think it also has to do with the fact that there's other things that are going on before the game here that you can kind of interact with while those things are happening. Where football, it's just you are sequestered in that press box.
And plus for me, since I was just doing the last two games, when I got here for Keystone Fall, I could just watch it.
Right.
You guys are up here working, but I could just watch it and enjoy some conversation. So it's always good to do. Jocko with the basketball. Jocko gets it over to Xavier Young, puts up a 15-footer off the rim, no good. Rebound hauled in, and that's Jack Bly with the rebound. Ahead to Ryan Miller, but Rick Shaw looks great, and that was good to see. On the drive, they put it up. Missing the shot is Ethan George, and we're going to get a whistle, and on the rebound, a foul, and this will go on Bay. I'm sorry, it's going to go on Midview, and it's going to go on Xavier Young. That's his third. Told you one of the keys is keeping him out of foul trouble. They're down 7. He's got 3, 4.5 to go in the third. Interesting to see what Coach Brabatic will do here. For now, he stays in. With the basketball, Kellen Rose, speaking of 3 fouls. Rose with 3 fouls in the game. Rose in the corner. Three-pointer goes up. Brody Beggs hits his first 3 of the night. Has 5 points, and the lead is back to 10.
Yeah, you're looking at a 10-point lead halfway through the third period, thinking like you haven't done a whole lot.
Caleb Kennedy makes his second 3 of the third quarter and cuts it to 7.
Maybe I need to say it more often.
Yeah, right. A couple times on cue, you and I have gotten them off that announcer's jinx, right? With saying they haven't done much, and then boom, there goes the shot. So now George will come out. Replacing him is Henry Schreiner. He played in the first half, hasn't scored to this point.
I guess my thoughts on this one so far is we were treated to a pretty good first quarter. Since then, it's looked like an opening night game.
Yes. With the basketball, Brody Beggs. Beggs gets it out to Ryan Miller. Miller on the left side on the three-point line. And putting it up but being fouled is Kellen Rose. I think it's also, a team in Midview that was 3-20, trying to find their way. Bay went 12-12 last year, but they lost 8 seniors. So they've got a total new look, right? You've got 2 teams on opening night that I'm sure these teams are going to be a lot better in January and February than they are tonight.
Well, for Midview, again, as you mentioned, they just really want to put last year behind them and say, guys, let's, start over with a new slate. We've got a couple of different personnel moves that we can make here, and we're going to rely on other guys being improved and just coming in with a new mindset. We saw this Bay team last year. Actually, Midview played over at Bay as part of one of their holiday tournaments, and it was a pretty good slate. Midview and Clearview were over there against Bay and Cuyahoga Heights.
Kellen Rose makes both of them. He's got 10. The lead is 9 with 3:35 to go in the third. The lead belongs to the Bay Rockets. Inside, Young double teamed, lost it on the way up. Good defense, and Coach Brabatic screaming for his team that Young was fouled. Didn't get it. Now they go back outside. With it is going to be Kellen Rose. Puts it up from 3, and he hit it. Rose with his third triple. It's a 12-point lead, 43-31, and where does Midview going to get the offense? That's kind of what you're thinking. Newton got it to Jockel. Jockel Made 76 threes a year ago, just one tonight. Inside to Young, he's pushing, shoving, puts it up, missed it, got his own rebound, put it up, and he got it. Xavier Young. First points of the quarter, give him 20 on the night, and it's 43-33. With the basketball on the drive, they kick it out. Now with it is going to be Emmett Naughton. Naughton has it. Naughton, jump stop, back outside, Beggs. He made a three earlier this quarter. Kicks it outside, Jackson Smith hits a big three. And now the Bay Rockets are starting to hit. They have made 7 3-balls, if my math is right.
I believe you are correct, but most importantly, 3 of those have come in rapid fire.
Young for 3, he got it. Young with 23 as his team is down by 10. Kellen Rose on the three-point line to Emmett Naughton. Naughton driving, reverse layup, missing, rebound Young. Got it to Brennan Newton. Middies down by 10. 2 minutes to go in the third. Newton gets it inside to Young, double team, back out, Caleb Kennedy, corner 3, missed it, rebound Jocko, out of bounds to Midview. 1:45 to go in the third.
Chance to cut into this here for the Middies here. Less than 2 minutes left to play in this third quarter. We'll see what they draw up underneath their own bucket.
Ethan George back in for Bay. I get the feeling this last minute 45 is really important for Midview. Nice pass from Williams into Young. He was fouled. He'll shoot a couple. Foul on Ethan George. That's his third. Minute 42. This turned into a bit of a foul fest in the second quarter. I kind of wonder if we might see that in the fourth quarter. And Xavier Young, he just looks a little tired out there to me. I wonder what he's going to have left in the tank in the fourth quarter.
Well, I don't think they could ask for much more of him than they've gotten right now.
He has done really, really well. Free throw is good.
It's Midview's first free throw attempts of the third quarter, but to your point, it sort of lends itself just like in our last game. And again, maybe it's something about the last name Young. He needed some help too for Toledo Whitmer,
right? And
didn't really get it. And same thing's going on right here for Xavier Young.
And he's going to come out. He's going to get a breather. Xavier Padilla comes in. Now, will he sit out the rest of the quarter with those 3 fouls? They're down 8 with a minute 40. And with him on the bench, what can, Midview do? He's going over to get some water. With the basketball, it's going to be Kellen Rose. Rose kicks it out to Naughton. Naughton drives in, missed a bunny. Rebound Kennedy to Shea Williams. Williams with the basketball. Middies down by 8. A minute 20 to go in the third. Caleb Kennedy on the drive to the basket. Lays it up off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Jocko. Tough shot, and he got it. Luke Jocko with an important basket. And the Middies have cut it to 6. They're on a 7-0 run. 1 minute to go in the third. And the Middy student body into the game now. Naughton hooks it up again, missed again. Rebound Padilla. Here come the Middies again. And they're going to get it ahead to Jocko. Jocko on the drive, put it up, and he got it. 9-0 Middy run, 45 seconds to go in the third. And now I think they've guaranteed us a heck of a fourth quarter, Jared.
Certainly a big cosmetic change from what we saw a minute ago.
Kellen Rose on the drive over Kennedy, missed it. Rose again, got it, missed it. Rose got a rebound, but he threw it away. Out of bounds to Midview. Boy, the Rockets have missed some shots that they would love to have had, and now they're going to sub back in Xavier Young for the offense with 28 seconds to go.
And what an opportune moment that is for him. He was able to get a little bit of a breather. You don't have to worry about the fouls on that end in terms of what he might have to do defensively. Now you got a chance to play for the last shot. This could be a 2-point game going into the fourth quarter.
Xavier Finney checks in for the first time for Bay. Finney is on Luke Jocko. They get it to Jocko. Finney on him. Jocko over Finney, and he got it. Luke Jocko has made 3 consecutive baskets to cut it to 2. Now Xavier Young has got to be careful with 10 seconds to go in the quarter. He doesn't want to get a fourth foul. With a basketball is Ethan George, top of the key. George gets it ahead, putting it up, no good. Rebound Padilla, and that'll do it for the third quarter. What a run by Midview at the end of 3. They go on an 11-0 run. They cut the lead from 13 to 2. Your score after 3, Bay 46, Midview 44. You're watching the 2025 DiFranco Memorial Varsity Tip-Off Classic on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and Super Duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Hi, Tim Elkhorn, Cavs radio voice. Recently, we had some trees removed. So again, singing the praises of EcoTree Services. In a few hours, EcoTree had removed the unsightly trees, cleaned the debris, and opened the area for a new fence. I can't say enough good things about the people at EcoTree. I've used them several times, always thrilled with their work. If you have trees that require pruning or need to be removed, contact EcoTree, a local business that deserves your business. They've earned mine. Go to ecotreeservices.com.
Don't forget, this coming Tuesday, our next game on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube page. Boys basketball, Brookside Cardinals. Boy, are they fun to watch with Larry Babbitt's, the style they play at North Ridgeville. And again, Ridgeville with that big win earlier today over North Olmsted.
Ridgeville defeated Lorain.
Lorain,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Amherst got North Olmsted. So.
I was distracted because I look across the way and that looks like Eric Frombach to me, but it can't be. Could it?
Trying to think of where you might be looking.
About 2 rows above the Midview bench. So he just walked in, took a seat. Anyway, Xavier Padilla for 3 in the lead. Off the rim, no good. Rebound knocked around, and it comes down to the middies, but then they lose it. Get it head to Jockel to tie it, lays it in. Luke Jockel has scored 8 in the second half, 11 in the game, 13-0 run, and we're tied at 46. Three-pointer to retake the lead by Ryan Miller, missed it, rebound. Xavier Young for Midview, and believe it or not, the Middies can take the lead on this trip. Shea Williams lost control, good steal by Naughton. Nice pass ahead to Ethan George. George steps back, waits for his offense. He's going to get it, and shooting it in rhythm is Rose, and he got a 3. Kellen Rose, the freshman, with 4 threes and 16 points.
That one looked good from the moment it left the hand.
Boy, he got that in rhythm, Jared, and just no doubt about it. And there's an entry pass stolen away. Ethan George. George into the forecourt. Gets it back. Miller will launch a long one. That one's no good. They tip it back out. Now they get it to Rose. Rose, the freshman, with the basketball, guarded by Padilla. It's Padilla, Young, Williams, Kennedy, and Jockel out there for Midview to begin this fourth quarter. Naughton takes a 3 over Kennedy. Rim no. Rebound Padilla for Midview. He'll get it to Luke Jockel. Jockel into the forecourt. Middy's down by 3. Jockel with a bounce pass to Xavier Young. Young working inside, missed it, but he's fouled. Foul will go on Brody Beggs, his second. It's going to be Beggs, Rose, George, Miller, and the 5th Rocket is Emmett Naughton. So Xavier Young shooting 2. His team down by 3, bends the knees, got it. Good form on the free throws for Xavier Young.
Yeah, sometimes bigger guys can struggle with that, but didn't look like it at all there.
8 in the second half, 26 points in the game for Xavier Young, a 6'5 senior who Coach Prapatic told me thought he could be a real difference maker this year for the Midview team. Makes both of them. Maybe this is his coming out party, Jared, win or lose.
Certainly has been today. The 27 speaks for itself, and there's still 6 minutes plus left to go in this one.
Bay by 1 with the basketball. It is Ethan George on the drive. He's going to kick it outside to Miller. Out cross court. They get it to Emmett Naughton. Naughton trying to get around Shea Williams. Back over to Ryan Miller. Up top to Caleb Rose. But Xavier Padilla makes sure he can't get it off. Now Padilla guarding Rose. Rose in the paint. Rose forced the way up, and he got it. How about that freshman? And we get a whistle. And I think a delay game warning on Bay after the basket. They must have touched the ball. But Kellen Rose has 18 off the bench. 51-48 Bay. I bet you he's going to be starting pretty soon for the Bay Rockets.
Or is that by design as a
Maybe.
freshman? You know, to say, hey, we need some punch coming off the bench.
And it goes knocked out of bounds. Well, I'll tell you this. Talking with Coach Larisha, he gave me 4 of his 5 starters right away. He goes, we just haven't decided. And that was like on Monday. So I said, okay, no worries. Texted him today and said, who you going with? And he said, we're thinking about going with Bly. So, you know, maybe it's a matchup thing, like you said. Maybe you take a little pressure off a freshman, bringing him into the game, let him watch a little bit, and then bring him in. But however they did it, it worked out. On the entry pass, it's stolen away. Ethan George coming out of there with it for Bay. George spinning in the lane, hooked it up there, and he got it. Ethan George, his first points of the second half. He's got 10, and it's 53-48, Bay by 5. Jockel on the baseline. Gets it out to Young. He takes a 3. Rim, no. Rebound, Caleb Kennedy got tied up. And let's see, is it a foul or a jump ball? 2 of our 3 officials talking things over. And let's see what they decide to call. And it's going to be a foul on the Bay Rockets and Ethan George. That's his 4th. First player with 4 fouls. 4:58 to go in the game. George with 10 points but 4 fouls. Middies down by 5 with the basketball. 4:58 remaining. They get it to Brennan Naughton. Naughton to Jockel. Corner 3. Rim no. Rebound loose on the floor. A whistle and a foul. And I think it's going on the Midview Middies. It is Caleb Kennedy, his 4th. So now we've got a player on each team with 4 fouls. But it's just the first team foul on Midview. Bay has just 2 this quarter. So even though individually those young men with 4, the teams aren't in trouble. Shot goes up by George. Quick 3, missed it. Offensive rebound. Got it right back to George. He laid it in. George with a dozen. Bay by 7, 4.5 to go. Each team has 4 timeouts remaining. Jocko by midcourt. Jocko on the drive, bounced off a Bay defender, threw it at the basket, missed it, but he was fouled, and that'll be Brody Beggs. So Jocko at the line for 2. Of course, being the first game of the year, we don't really have numbers for these teams, but I can tell you that last year, Jocko averaged 13.5 a game, missed the free throw. He's got 11, 8 of his 11 in the third quarter. And fourth quarter free throws in a close game, really important. And Jocko just missed 2. And his team down 7. Those are 2 big misses. Bay with a basketball, 3-possession game, 4:15 to go. Kellen Rose, cross half court. Rose into the lane. Rose back outside to Ethan George. George up and under, no, but he was fouled by Zaire Young.
Yeah, you go back to those free throws by Jockel. Leading up there, he did everything right as far as, driving the lane, going up strong, creating the contact, knowing he was going to have an opportunity, and then just maybe didn't go through the right progressions at the line before he hoisted those.
Yep. You guys got the feeling he's got to at least make one of them, right?
Right.
George makes one. George with 5 in the fourth quarter. 56-48 Bay. Good again. 57-48. 4 minutes to play. Brennan Newton picks up the basketball. Newton has a defender draped on him, got it into Young. Young off the glass and in. When in doubt, go to Xavier Young if you're the Midview Middies. And we've got a timeout. Let's see if it's a 30 or a full. With 3:55 to go, it's a 30-second timeout, so we can keep it here, 57-50. Again, I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and thanks to Dan May, everybody here from Midview High School for their hospitality. They always have us here. We always love coming here. It's the way that we always tip off basketball. Tribute to our former colleague, Troy DiFranco, his dad, Bob DiFranco. Got to see Chad here. Jason's working over there at the scores table. This means an awful lot to the DiFranco family and the Midview community, and also to all the teams that are willing to participate in it.
Yeah, it's just a special event, and I think we talked to Dan May earlier, and he mentioned with every year it grows. He said we could double up. We could get as many as 12 teams here. It's just, it's a one-day thing, and that presents a few challenges. But there might be something in the future where they explore a different type of event. But, right now it's established itself, I think, as the premier, at least for Lorain County, event that we have, because there is no holiday tournament any longer. So
right.
When you think about something special that is on the calendar that you can set your watch by, this is it.
Look, I'm not trying to tell them how to run their tournament or anything. We've got a jump ball, and it's going to stay with Bay. But I just mentioned Cleveland Heights as a 3-day opening weekend showcase. I'm not saying they would ever want to get to that, but would they consider going 2 days, being a Wednesday and a Friday or whatever? There's that small thing on Saturday called the Ohio State-Michigan game where maybe you don't get teams or workers or fans to come out. So maybe you want to avoid that. I get it. But I could see adding a second day to this. If you have teams that are willing to do it, Bay travels, give the ball back to Midview, 3:45 to go in the half. It is 57. If there's one thing I would love to see if they're going to grow it, I would like to see more than just one girls game.
I would agree with you there. I think one year there were 2 girls contests.
Okay.
Where it started with the girls and finished with the Midview girls. The year they hung their banner. I remember that.
Okay. There's a steal. Boy, the Bay Rockets have gotten a lot of steals here of late. And Kellen Rose with the basketball goes cross court to Ryan Miller. Jackson open 3, misses it. Rebound, Caleb Kennedy. I think he's going to get called for the foul. And if he is, he's done. Caleb Kennedy just fouled out of the basketball game. And he's the first player to foul out tonight.
And when you think about his 8 points that he contributed this evening, Midview is going to mount a comeback here, down 7 with 3.5 left to play.
So Caleb will have to come out. He had 2 big third-quarter threes that, got Midview back in this game, Jared. And now it's 57-50, 3:27 to go. He is fouled out. He'll go to the bench. Shea Williams comes in to replace him. Shea has played. He hasn't scored as of yet. Naughton with the basketball. Gets it out to Ethan George. Ethan, top of the circle. Leaves it for the freshman Rose. Bay playing keep away. And we're going to get a whistle and a foul on Brennan Newton. That'll be the 4th team foul on Midview. It stops the clock with 3:13 to go. Bay leads by 7. They look to inbound, and they get it. Ahead with the basketball, Ryan Miller. Miller had it stolen away. Xavier Padilla at the other end. Padilla lays it up and in. Xavier Padilla with his first points. But that's big because now it's a 5-point game with 3 minutes to go. And Padilla gets called for a foul in the backcourt trying to get a steal. Xavier with 2.
Penalty situation.
Yep, thank you. That is the 5th team foul on Midview. Means Bay is in the bonus the rest of the way. And shooting is Kellen Rose. And the freshman trying to add to his point total. He had 8 in the first half. He has 10 in the second half, including 2 free throws in the third quarter. And the freshman with 18. And another freshman coming in. That is Colby Sapienza. Sapienza, 5'11 freshman, played in the first half, didn't score. And Sapienza comes in. 5-point Bay lead, 2 free throws, missed it. Kellen should stand back and take a 3-pointer for his free throw.
Yeah, occasionally you will see somebody, sometimes in the girls' game they take a jumper.
Right.
Maybe that's something.
Rose makes 1 out of 2. He's got 19 off the bench.
Feel the form.
58-52, 2-possession game, 2:50 to go. Newton to Jockel. Jockel jump stop. Jockel up and under. Got it. Luke Jockel. That was a nice move. 10 of his 13 are in the second half. 58-54 Bay. And in the backcourt, Brennan Newton gets called for the foul.
if Midview's going to go to the send Bay to the line card, they're going to have to figure out who the rocket they want shooting is. And that's been difficult as they were 7 of 9 from the stripe in the first half and 5 of 6 here in the second.
And that free throw was good. So, as Jared just told you, that means 13 made free throws for Bay tonight. Where Midview, that one's 1 out of 2, missed it, but an offensive rebound for Rose. Midview, on the other hand, has had 8 made free throws. So the Rockets lead by 5. They've made 5 more free throws. They get it into George. George inside. Pass, shot goes up, no good. Offensive rebound by Brody Beggs. Back outside. With it is Naughton. 2:15 to go. Bay with a ball and a 5-point lead. Ball's kicked out of bounds by Shea Williams. Bay to inbounds. If you're wondering about timeouts, both of them with plenty. And Bay's going to use one right now. Bay will have 3 left, and Midview has 3 left. This is a 30-second, so let's keep it here. And again, remind you, state semifinals football, Division II, Friday night, 7 o'clock, 6:30 pregame. Michael Keefe, Chad Meyer, Jared Kozar, Tom Evans, if he survives Thanksgiving, should be with them as well, as it will be Avon versus Walsh Jesuit. The winner plays in the state championship, which would be next Thursday. Can Avon try to make it to state championship games in back-to-back years and defend their state title? They're 1 game away from that. And wouldn't it be interesting if the other semifinal has Big Walnut against Cincinnati Anderson, and the fans are thinking, boy, Cincinnati Anderson sounds familiar. That's who Avon beat last year for the state championship. Those two are 1 win away from a rematch. And what a game that would be, because that was an unbelievable game last year.
Certainly was. Conditions a little bit trying, and you don't know what kind of impact that had on the outcome, but it was a great ball game.
And the Rockets throw it away following the timeout. So it will be Midview basketball. And this is a 5-point lead. Newton gets it to Shea Williams. They try to get it into Young, do so, and he's pushed and fouled. That'll be the 4th team foul on Bay. That one on Brody Beggs. Beggs has 4. Bay has 4. Next foul on the Rockets puts the Middies at the line. I would think on these series now that they want at least Xavier Young to at least touch the ball on every possession from here on out. Whether he shoots or not is another thing. They do get it into Xavier. He does put it up, and he does put it in. Xavier Young with 29. And in the backcourt with the basketball. They get it ahead. George got to get across the timeline. He does, and he's fouled. And actually, let me correct myself. Young has 31. Jim Brabenick not agreeing with the call. And just coming in is Asat Jetty, and Asat Jetty from Midview gets called for that foul.
And I think the Midview fans, along with their coaching staff, thought that there was certainly cause for that to be a turnover for the 10 seconds. Now, Scott Chronicle having a conversation with Newton over there underneath at the free throw line when they lined up. I don't know if that was some carryover or extracurricular.
Not sure. I missed it. But Ethan George makes the free throw. George, 4 fourth-quarter free throws. 8 of his points are in the fourth quarter. 8 of his 16, and now 9 of his 17 in the fourth quarter. And it's 61-56 Bay with 1:45 to go. Williams into the forecourt, the quarterback on the football team. Directs the offense, gets it to Luke Jockel. Jockel on the three-point line. Jockel, boy, he is being covered closely, and now we get a whistle and a foul. And that is going to go on Emmett Naughton.
So that'll put them in the penalty the rest of the way out as well. Jockel with a pretty impressive second half. He really kept the Middies afloat, no pun intended, in terms of what was going on there with 3 consecutive makes and came to life.
Jockel misses it. Fourth quarter free throws have been big. Jockel's missed his last 3. Jockel has not made a free throw tonight. He's got 13 points. Bay's making free throws. Midview's missing them to this point. Jocko makes 1 out of 2. 61-57. 90 seconds remaining. Naughton, double teamed, in trouble, gets it ahead, and they're going to throw it away. It's stolen by Brennan Newton. Newton with the basketball. Newton to the basket, missed it, no foul called. Now they get it back. Newton gets it to Shea Williams. He laid it in. Shea Williams, his first points. 61-59. Again, the trap bothering Bay. Bay's got a couple timeouts if they want to use them. Newton went for the steal. Loose on the floor. Shea Williams has it. Timeout, Midview. Williams got a steal. Bay hasn't been able to handle the pressure. And with 1:04 to go, it's going to be a full timeout, so we'll step aside as well. 1:04 to go. Midview with the ball. They trail by 2. We're back after this on the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Jared, it's one thing in practice, it's another thing in scrimmages, but it's a whole nother thing in a real game to face pressure. And Midview's press in the late stages has turned this game around. It's gotten their crowd into it. It's gotten their student body into it, and it's bothered Bay.
It has, and it's come on at the right time. Jim Bravadick, an Olmsted Falls alum. What does Olmsted Falls do better than anybody else around? They run that press at you, and they make you feel uncomfortable. You know, Midview can't do it the whole game like Falls is, normally accustomed to doing, but pick the right time.
Well, and sometimes I think that's more effective, right? Because if you do it the whole game, they get used to it. But now the pressure's on you. You start to think about it. You have a little bit of problems, and it's in your head. And Shea Williams gets the inbound. He is guarded by Ethan George. Middy's down by 2, a minute to play. Williams with the basketball. Williams on the right side. Williams standing alone, wants to bounce it into Young. He gets it at the foul line, steps back out, takes a long 3 for the lead. It's an air ball out of bounds, and it will be Bay basketball. Well, that was a quick shot, and he was not open. But with 31 points, hard for me to question Xavier Young. Well, there's so much time on the clock, you thought they could have wound it down a little bit. In the backcourt, and George is going to be fouled. So it'll be Ethan George at the line, and Ethan George is not a guy, if you're Midview, that you want to foul. Foul on Brennan Newton is his 4th. Caleb Kennedy is already fouled out. And it will be Ethan George at the line. Ethan was 17, 9 of the 17 in the 4th quarter. 10 of his 18 in the 4th quarter. He has a strange foul line deal. He gets the ball back by the 3-point line, steps up and just shoots it. And makes 1 out of 2. It's a 1-possession game. Midview with the basketball. Shea Williams in the backcourt. Timeout, Midview. 38.7 to go. Midview takes the timeout. Let's see what Scott Chronicle tells us. Well, full. It is a full.
I think they may have fulls left.
Yes, and we will step aside, and we'll be back after this. The Middies trail by 3, and you are watching the 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic on WEOL.com and the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, we make it that easy.
This month, get 0% on all 2025 Ford F-150s, including Lightning, regular cabs, super cabs, and super duties, plus all Explorers and Escapes.
Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Stewart's Appliance. Family owned, locally trusted, and proud to support Lorain County. Whether it's a new fridge, washer, or stove, Stewart's is here for you. Stewart's Appliance, serving families, supporting community.
38.7 to go. Midview down by 3. Jared, they've got the ball. They've got 1 timeout remaining. I'm sure there's different ways to think about this. To me, if you have an open 3, go ahead and take it. But with that much time on the clock, you don't have to shoot
that 3. You don't need the 3 right now. And if you need more evidence to that, Midview has not hit their last 5 3-point attempts. So,
they've made 6 for the night.
Yeah, their last 6. They've missed their last 6 from downtown. So.
They've made 6, and Caleb Kennedy, who's made 2 of the 6, is fouled out. With the basketball is Xavier Young. Young with the ball, under 30 to go. Got it to Newton. He'll measure the 3 for the tie. That's short. And the rebound comes down to Bay. They get it ahead to George. Ethan George into the forecourt. Gets rid of it. We got a whistle and a timeout for Bay with 18.7 to go. This is a full. Should we take another break? All right. We'll be back. 18.7 to go. Bay by 3 with the ball when we return.
Happy fall and happy football season. Professional football became a fall favorite when it was introduced in 1920. That's 19 years after Ohio Mutual Insurance Group began keeping the promises that secure dreams. Stop in and see us at the Cobos Insurance Center to learn more about Ohio Mutual. Cobos can help you select the right coverage for your needs. Find us online at cobosins.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Bay by 3. They have the ball. Both teams in the bonus, 18.7. If there's a jump ball, possession arrow goes to Midview. Jared, I was a little surprised Bay took a timeout only for this reason. They had the ball in the forecourt, and you knew Midview would end up fouling them. Now they have to inbound the ball, and Midview could steal it. So I was a little surprised at that juncture they took the timeout.
See if it pays off in terms of it could be maybe trying to align who's going to get the ball on the inbounds.
Well, good point. And they get it into George. George is going to get fouled. So you take a chance, but they get the inbound. They got it to Ethan George, and the guy who's been hitting free throws is at the line. And Newton fouls out. The point guard is out now. And no, he didn't score tonight, but when you're missing your 3-year starting point guard, that's tough.
But now the situation presents itself where if Midview is going to have a chance here, they've got to win it in regulation.
Yes.
Just because of personnel issues. They're not going to have 2 guys and other guys that are already in foul trouble.
Kellen D. Simone checks into the ball game. Xavier Padilla is in. George, first of 2 is good. George with 19. He and Kellen Rose each with 19 for Bay. George with 20. Makes them both. 64-59. 12 seconds to go. Jockel into the forecourt. Jockel on the run. Threw it up. Missed it. Rebound George. He's fouled by Xavier Young, and they're going to call that an intentional foul on Xavier Young. And that will mean 2 free throws and the ball for Bay. And with 8.3 to go, that should do it for this game. And now Xavier Young's dad is going to talk to him, and they're going to take him out of the game. And Xavier Young, 31 points. But that intentional foul should, not that Midview was going to be able to come back anyway, but 2 free throws and the ball, this should just about do it.
Difficult to see that young man's evening coming to an end in the manner that it did, because he certainly played one heck of a basketball game tonight. And sometimes it's just tough as far as the frustration and the outcome that goes along with that. I don't think there was anything super egregious out there.
Nope, I didn't either. I thought it was a little embellished, if I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, yeah, he's a big guy, but anyway.
Smart players can take advantage of that situation from time to time.
Yes. And so now we're going to get 2 free throws for George. It'll be Bay basketball. And with 8.3 to go. Oh. Let's see. I didn't see the technical. I saw the intentional foul. So they're saying that's going to be, and he fouls out of the game, Jared. So he fouls out 31. He's the 3rd midi to foul out. George makes the free throw. I never saw a technical free throw or a technical called. I don't know if you were able to see that.
No, and I'm wondering if maybe they
confused the
off.
intentional foul with
intentional, and
makes both of them. but that makes him foul out because the technical foul is also a personal foul. Ethan George has made 11 free throws in the fourth quarter himself. And now, I think Jim Brabennick's asking what's going on. Was it an intentional or a technical? Because they shouldn't be shooting. No. Ethan George makes all four.
And the ball.
68-59, 8.3 to go. Kind of slows this down, the end of this game. And now Jim Brabennick getting an explanation from Scott Chronicle. So the foul and then the technical foul made it 4 free throws. They made them all and the ball. And on the inbound, they get it into George. George dribbling around. George picks it up. Does not shoot the ball. And the Bay Rockets are going to win this one by a score of 68-59. So Bay wins by a final of 68-59. Bay goes to 1-0 on the year, and Midview will drop to 0-1. We'll give you the post-game show right after this timeout. Again, you've been watching the 25th Annual DiFranco Memorial Classic on WEOL.com, the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel.
At Nick Abraham Buick GMC, we offer the greatest customer experience around, plus upfront, no haggle pricing and great deals. Right now, lease the 2025 GMC Sierra for just $339 a month. Stop in or shop us at buyabraham.com.
Lorain County Community College is where you'll lock in your future success. We've helped thousands of people just like you match skills and experience with a career. We can help you train for a career that is in demand right now. You can even work in your field while taking classes. LCCC will get you prepared, get you credentialed, and get you working. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Fall is the season of change, and when things change in your life, be sure you have the best protection for what matters most to you. At the Cobos Insurance Agency, we're committed to helping you select the best insurance to accommodate the changing needs in your life. That's why Cobos recommends Ohio Mutual Insurance Group. Since 1901, Ohio Mutual has been keeping the promises that secure dreams. Find us online at CobosINS.com. We'd love to help evaluate your insurance needs and recommend the best coverage from the best companies like Ohio Mutual.
High school football in Lorain County is all about tradition, pride, and community, and that's what Stewart's Appliance is built on. For generations, Stewart's has been the family-owned appliance store you can count on for quality products and personal service. From refrigerators to washers, ovens to dishwashers, Stewart's has what you need to keep your home running. Proud to support Lorain County and proud to support high school sports. Stewart's Appliance, where community comes first.
High School, where the Bay Rockets win 68-59. Rob Polinsky along with Jared Kozar and Dave Rydell. Well, just working on math skills. If you're going to say something, we like accuracy. Bay goes to 1-0. Midview drops to 0-1. Bay led after one 19-17. They led at half 33-25. Midview with a big-time run in the third quarter. They tied it at one point, and they fell behind by 2, 46-44 after 3, and Bay would outscore them on a free throw shooting contest in the fourth quarter, 22-15, and they win at 68-59. Individually, first for the Midview Middies, 3 starters fouled out. Brendan Newton started, didn't score, fouled out. Luke Jockel, 14 points, 11 in the second half. He was a big part of that third quarter run to tie the game. Zaire Young had 2 second quarter free throws for 2. Caleb Kennedy fouled out at 8. Team high honors, game high honors, goes to Xavier Young, 6'5 senior, scored 31 points before fouling out late in the basketball game. 55 points for the starters for Midview. Off the bench, Xavier Padilla with 2, Shea Williams with 2. 4 off the bench, 55 for the starters, gave Midview a total of 59. Seeing action off the bench, not scoring, Asat Jetty, Colby Sapienza, and Kellen D. Simone. For the Bay Rockets, Ryan Miller with 4, Emmett Naughton with 13, Brody Beggs had 5, Ethan George had a team high 24. The 6-foot senior salted this game away with a dozen free throws in the fourth quarter 16 of his 24 points came in the fourth quarter. 46 points from the starters. Jack Bly started, didn't score. Off the bench, Jackson Smith with 3, and Kellen Rose, the 6-foot freshman, off the bench, 4 threes. He made 8 in the first half, 11 in the second half. Kellen Rose with 19. 22 from the bench, 46 from the starters, gave Bay their game-winning total of 68. Seeing action off the bench and not scoring, Henry Schreiner, Josh Che, and Xavier Finney. Jared, you want to give us the final totals, and then we'll call it a day.
Wonderful, Rob. For Midview, again, battled valiantly and got their way back into that game 3 or 4 times. But for the Middies, come up short this evening here. They were 22 of 52 from the field for a 42% mark on the contest. 8 of 16 at the line. That's kind of a difference. We'll get to more of that in just a moment. 30 rebounds, 11 turnovers, so really not a whole lot of turnovers. They did some things good out there, did the Middies, just not enough in the end this evening. For the Bay Rockets, come away with a win here tonight at the DiFranco Memorial Classic. 19 of 56 from the field, so a 34% mark. They really did not shoot the ball that well, especially in the second half of play, where they did have huge strides, the free throw line. 22 of 27. They got there a lot in that second half of play. They shot over 80% in the contest. They win the game by really their performance at the free throw line this evening was the difference maker. 25 rebounds to go along with 9 turnovers. 6 of those coming in the second half, so Midview turned it up defensively on them and put them in some bad spots, especially in that fourth quarter once we saw that press come on there. They were a little bit challenged to break that, and maybe that's something to hang your hat on for Midview right now as you look ahead, is to say, well, what can we do better? What can we, think is going to be a calling card? Played pretty good defense.
Our next boys basketball broadcast on the Chronicle Telegram YouTube channel and on WEOL.com will be at Brookside and North Ridgeville. That'll be Tuesday. Our next game on WEOL.com will be a football game Friday night, state semifinal, 7 o'clock kick, 6:30 pregame, Avon and Walsh Jesuit. Good luck to the Avon Eagles in the state semifinal this Friday. Want to thank Dan May, the athletic director here at Midview High School. Of course, all the people, the sponsors, the DiFranco family. Again, 25th, I can't believe that. 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Tournament for Bob DiFranco, for Troy DiFranco. Means so much to the DiFranco family, to the Midview community, to all the Lorain County boys basketball community. It just means an awful lot, and we're awfully proud to be part of it. And again, we're the only media that cover this electronically. We had it for you. We're proud to be here. Always proud to do it. It's a long day, real long day for Jared and Dave Rydell. But thanks to Rocco and Jared for putting this together. And Jared, I just wanted to say thanks to everybody.
Well, again, yeah, it took a whole big effort from everybody in our organization to get this figured out today. 6 games, and not an easy task. You did too. Tim did too. Rocco and Ron, who had plans and wanted to travel. It is Thanksgiving. People have family obligations, so they sacrificed a lot. Dave certainly came in big.
Yes.
Pelt this morning.
Right.
So
that might be the shocker of all shocks.
So it really worked out. But again, when you talk about here what the DiFranco family means to this community and what they mean to, maybe there's some students out there that just otherwise might not have had a chance to advance their lives in the same way without the benefits that this scholarship provides with them. I look at it that way. Those guys were educators. They were coaches. And just because they're gone doesn't mean that they're not helping.
To me, this is the proudest thing that we do, and it's probably what I'm most proud to be associated with. Of all the years that we've been together and all the years and all the different sports and everything we get to do, to me, this is what it all is about. Competition. But at the end of the day, does the winning teams today really matter? Does the scores really matter in the big picture of a season? I think it's about everybody coming together, putting on a great show for everybody, showing that high school basketball still is one of the just great things you can have. And to be associated with this, it's something that as long as I'm around, I hope to be part of, and I'm glad you guys asked me to do it. So, again, thanks to everybody. And we just want to send it out by thanking all of our sponsors and reminding you, 6 games today. Midview defeated Vermilion in girls. It was Amherst over North Olmsted in the boys. North Ridgeville defeated Lorain. It was Keystone over Olmsted Falls, Elyria over Whitmer, and Bay just defeated the Midview Middies. The 25th annual DiFranco Memorial Classic, live on WEOL.com and the Chronicle YouTube channel, was brought to you by Nick Abraham Buick GMC and Nick Abraham Elyria Ford, Lorain County Community College, Stewart's TV and Appliance, Cobos Insurance Center, and by EcoTree Services. For Dave Rydell and Jared Kozar, this is Rob Polinsky. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.